what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart what you want to say, baby. When you're alone into that gas night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you're destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you're destiny. Open your heart.
god, I'm having weird trouble here. There we go. It was not easy. It's never easy, is it? Hey everybody, welcome to the stream. Oh my god, but you can't see me. Can you hear me? Meow. Whoa, wow. I'm like really loud in my own ears. I gotta take care of that somehow. Oh my god, technical difficulties, chat. Technical difficulties. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to your drama stream from illustrious, notorious, and scandalous drama streamer Irene Geller. I've heard she doesn't even have a soul. It's just all drama. It's just 100% pure drama and tea. I don't even have tea today, chat. We're dealing with void coffee. Have you all got your void coffee? Is everybody good on their void coffee? Takes me so long to get to the sound, but there it is. I feel like a drama streamer talking about James Somerton again. But that's where we are. That's what the world has that's the cards that are dealt to me today, chat. As I got a drama stream. I love that void coffee sound. It is really good. It's like the perfect void coffee sound, right? Like it was the exact sound that, oh my god, Vamps! Thank you for the tier 1 gift sub to Globbits. Globbits will no longer be seeing the ads at the top of the hour. Merry Christmas to you too, Geek Prime. Happy holidays to everybody. We got butterflies in chat. We got James Somerton that popped up, came back at just the right time to play us a nice little song. That's what we needed for the holidays, chat, was another verse of the toxic gossip train, and we got that from James Somerton in terms of an apology, non-apology, which, you know, this is a new thing now. Apology analysis, right? I'm known for doing debate analysis. Some people even think I do drama analysis. But today, we're doing apology analysis. How good was your apology? Did you seem sincere? Did you focus on the people that you hurt, or is this still all about you? And for those of you who've already seen James Somerton's apology video, you might know. Don't spoil it for anyone. The song always sounds like the soundtrack to those 90s Skynmax softcore porn. What is 90s Skynmax? Oh, corn movies. Like Children of the... No, not Children. That does not work in this particular... No, we're talking about... That's an 80s movie too, right? That's an 80s movie? Is that an 80s movie? Like today the subject is things that Irene doesn't know about, right? And chat gets to just like throw that in my way. Chat gets to confound me. I don't know if people know this, but like that stuff makes for good content, right? A little bit of sassiness, a little bit of I mean, we're gonna see that later on with George Santos in like droves, right? With George Santos talking to Ziwe, like that actually scratches my itch, right? If I ever am like, you know what, everything's just going, it's from 1984. God, 80s horror movies are so interesting, right? Oh yeah, this is the Christmas. That's the time when. Wait a minute. Okay, wait. You got an '80s horror Christmas movie, don't you? Gremlins. I know I've seen Gremlins at some point. Although, like, I can never remember. No, I think I saw the one. I saw the one where they're in New York City. It's like Gremlins goes to New York, and they're like, "Start spreading the news. I'm eating some people." That's what they're like, right? Do they eat people? Do gremlins actually eat people? Can somebody help me out here? I know I've seen gremlins at some point, right? Never feed them after midnight. But it's always after midnight somewhere. How do you know what time zones the gremlins are operating on? Right? Time zones can be like a really contentious matter, right? People get like all kinds of upset about time zones. Like, which should be the default time zone? Well, it depends if you're in LA or New York, I guess. Good year for Linda Hamilton. She was also the Terminator that year. Wait, Linda Hamilton was Sarah Connor in the Terminator. It's Sarah Connor then? Gremlins is awesome. Both of them, they also have a decent amount of anti-capitalist, anti-boss themes. This reminds you of a... So wait, Skinamax Softcore, we're talking about like a movie that's like... What word can I actually say? Stimulating. It's one of those stimulating films from the 80s, right? No, not from the 80s, from the 90s. We're talking about the 90s now. 90s. Oh yeah, it kind of does, right? The guitar solo. The guitar solo in this, right? Because this is like, I mean, yo, this is actually an actual song, all right? But yeah, like the weird thing about Persona, I mean, you've seen most of you have probably seen or played Persona 5. That's the really popular one. That's the newest one, the newest mainline game. Like, unfortunately, they keep on popping up with like, it's Persona Tactica 5R6789B. Like, oh yeah, we gotta play, like, right, they're stalling us, they're edging us, just like I do to you every day. Yeah, it's a titillating kind of thing, right? It needs more wah pedal. Oh, to really get that. Yeah, because the 90s had like the bounce. No, wait, that's the 70s. The 70s is with the bounce. Wow, wow. It's definitely titillating. I'm getting titillated already. I have to admit, I haven't played any Persona myself. Well, yeah, so if you know, one thing about Persona that they always bring out and they make a big deal about is their music, right? The soundtrack is not just like little video game doodly doodly doo. You know, it's like a singer and sometimes a rapper. Sometimes there's a rapper involved. Sometimes there's a leaf blower involved that you may or may not hear on stream. Hopefully not today, though. Hopefully not today. The way you always bend any topic to, well, that's the music. That's where this music comes from, right? So yeah, like even back in Persona 2, like, right, so people know about Persona 5 and they know about like the Never See It Coming. Yeah, that was the meme. Yeah, never see it coming. Right? And so, you know, obviously like Persona 4 and Persona 3 also had a soundtrack that played prominently in them, but Persona 2 going all the way back to the 90s before, I mean, I guess Squaresoft was doing it, but not a lot of people were doing like, hey, real musician, come in here and make a song for my video game, right? That was not like a common thing back then. You wouldn't have Snake Eater, right? You just have like a little doodly doo, you know, song for what is it? Solid Snake? It's Metal Gear. That's what it's called, Metal Gear, right? So with this one, it's like they did bring somebody in to write like a theme song for Persona 2 Innocent Sin, and then they decided that they liked it so much that they wanted it to be the level music, right, on the map for Persona 2 Eternal Punishment. Like, so the sequel, like, right, you know, 2 is in 2 parts, and the second part of 2 has the theme song for the first part of the 2 as the starting map music, but it's got no vocals, right? And that's important because otherwise we wouldn't be listening to it, right? I know very well now that the vocal version of this song will get copyright claimed because I've had it happen. Chat, that vocal version of that copyright claim was what was playing when I accidentally proved my innocence in some weird shit that somebody accused me of, right? They were trying to claim that I was like on stream doing other stuff. like, right, like it was like the and like I was dancing right at the time that there was a claim made that there was some account like fucking with people, and you know, same kind of accounts that fucked with me, right? When that account was made, I was actually dancing to this song, the vocal version. It's the Dancing with Innocence clip, right? But unfortunately, it's not a clip that I can like prominently show, because if I show it with the music, then I get copyright claimed. But yeah, unironically, just the fact that I sometimes like dance in the beginning of a stream or just in a random time in a stream, right? That actually, that proved me innocent, right? So it really was Dancing with Innocence, and it's from Innocent Sin. And oh my god, chat, I've totally got off track. We're talking about Persona already. Am I ever gonna get time to play Persona, even Tactica? I don't know. Because we got to deal with James Somerton, we got to deal with Alan Dershowitz is back. Alan Dershowitz is always back, right? He has never stopped being platformed, despite the fact that he is a disgraced figure. He is a disgraced figure. He's fallen so far from grace, you know, being Epstein's lawyer, being, you know, Trump's lawyer for a while, right? That guy's a ridiculous ass clown, and yet people never stopped bringing him on television. You know, compare this to Norman Finkelstein, who's essentially been banned from television for the last 20 years and is only making a comeback because he's so goddamn relevant. But yeah, we got Alan Dershowitz this time arguing with Brianna Joy Gray. What do people think about Brianna Joy Gray? Because I've got mixed feelings. Bow chicka brown cow? Yeah, you're right. I honestly, if I'm gonna talk about Persona this much, I need to play it. What are we doing? Yeah, so we've got that going on, and then we've got like one other thing that is like totally escaping my mind at the moment, because I am so distracted by the extremely loud sound that hopefully you can't hear. Hopefully you cannot hear the sound that's going. Oh wait, I can't check there, can I? Oh, that's fun. Yeah, the sound's just extremely loud to me and irritating me, and you hopefully don't have to worry about that at all. Oh yeah, I already said them all. Yeah, I thought there was one more thing. I honestly did. I thought there was one more thing that we had to get to today. All I hear is smooth elevator jazz. I mean, it is. It's like video game music that's adapted from a real song. You can't hear a loud sound. That's good. That's good to know. All right, well, we got to get going. We got to get started. Like, that's awesome. I love that Jesse. I love what Jesse Gender posts. We just accidentally got a Jesse Gender Twitter post injected. What is this from? Dungeons and Dragons Honor Among Thieves? Okay, Jesse, now I gotta watch that. Jesse always watches stuff and talks about stuff that like I haven't seen and like I wouldn't normally look for, but you know, she sells it somehow. So oh my god. So, mods, just a little warning, okay? Just a little warning. I recently got uptaken by the algorithm in the one area that I normally do not, right? I can talk about Vosh and get a lot of views if I'm talking about, you know, essentially debate bros, like, you know, there's a lot of views there, but the algorithm doesn't really push me on things like talking about politics, right? And last stream was all about politics, was all about Trump and his tribulation, his troubles getting and staying on the ballot, and whether or not, you know, he's even going to be on the ballot, right? Which is still sort of up in the air. Usually it's the kind of stream that I just like, I don't get any kind of attention on whatsoever. This time YouTube actually did push that content out, and we got a decent number of views on it. Unfortunately, 30% of those views were downvotes. Yeah, I got the chuds. I got the chuds in my algorithm. I got the chuds in my comments, right? I left a few of the chuds for you if you wanna go over there and argue with them on the latest VOD. They're there. But why is Chris Pine doing a jig in the corner right? I don't know, but somehow it's perfect. Somehow it's mood. I think he's just trying to get me in the right headspace. That's what's going on. He's probably singing, "You have been edging them for long enough," don't you think? The T-word must get a big algo boost? Well, not usually, right? Or at least not for me, right? When I do video, like, this is the thing that's so frustrating. I think some of my best videos have been making fun of Jordan Peterson, right? I think I'm really good. I think I'm one of the best at making fun of Jordan Peterson. There is no better. And yet the algorithm just does not serve it to them. And I always wonder, is it, you know, is there something about the fact that it's a Daily Wire host, somebody who's literally being advertised on the platform? Does YouTube not want to boost somebody that's going to be a detractor to a paying customer? Is it something like that? Or is it that the YouTube algorithm is like, well, you've had big videos on, let's see, these topics: Destiny, Dylan Burns, Vosh, Xander Hall, not even Cuffles. People still don't know who Cuffles is, right? The algorithm does not, let's just put it that way. The algorithm does not know who Cuffles is, despite her best efforts to jump into the orchestra pit every single time and harness that attention economy. All right, let's get going. Actually, I like low-key want to start with this. Is this okay for everybody? We will get to James Somerton's apology video. Trust me. Believe me, folks. But we gotta watch this this first. This is good. This gives me life, okay? When something gives you life, you better pay attention to it, so. Okay.
Oh my God, legs all. Look at you. Let me just say hi to you.
Tonight, one jokester and a national joke sit across from each other in a bombshell interview.
My first question for you is,
Honestly, this is the kind of interview I want to do.
why?
Why what?
How
Like,
would
she's so good at interviewing.
you interview someone without shame? Are rich people stupid? What could we do to get you to go away?
That's sure to be explosive.
Can we speak somewhere like off real quick? Is this hot? We're all hot. All right, whatever.
Yeah.
Can we be mindful with the DOJ stuff?
What do you mean by mindful? Let's assume for a second that you did actually do those crimes.
The fraudster answers the questions on everyone's mind.
What is empathy, if you think you have it?
I couldn't define it.
How could anyone platform the disgraced?
Could you dab?
No.
Allegedly racist,
It's like I don't see color. I grew
You
up.
don't see color.
allegedly transphobic,
Do you believe in pronouns?
No.
allegedly far-right nutjob,
Mira, chica, no piensas.
Are you threatening me?
No.
congressman.
You can't.
Ziwe News Network starts now.
Immediately shamed at seeing the dab. Look, I was afraid because, like, you know, I dance, like, you know, with my arms like this, and I was afraid that somehow I was going to be exactly in this position when he did that, and so it would look like I was cringe as well. But I'm not actually cringe. Spicy chat, if you're listening, understand, I'm not actually cringe. I'm like the light bulb. I'm like the flashlight. I'm like the mag light that shines on the cringe, whether it's Chud Logic or anybody else, and then bops it over the head, right? Because that's what a maglite is for, that kind of thing. Khadijah's ran about Santos? I didn't see that. Do we need to see this? We haven't covered Santos yet. Oh, it's so beautiful. See, this is what I mean. I love this stuff. Like, this is so good.
You've been accused of lying to the American people. How long do you think it will be before you get called to be on Dancing with the Stars?
I'll pass.
So you won't be calling Sean Spicer for advice?
We need Irene's dab as an emote. I almost sort of did it. Yeah. Well, first you have to learn to clip. Daymel, first somebody's got to learn to clip. I feel like we have one clipper in this channel and one clipper only. Although honestly, you know, maybe there's more, right? Because if I get clipped on YouTube, I don't necessarily get any notification that happened, right? So there might be clips on YouTube that people have taken, that people have made. You can make a clip of me on YouTube. It's actually more useful though if you go over to Twitch and do it there, even though it's kind of a pain in the ass and it's hard to learn, right? But because for several reasons, it's easier to download those clips. Yeah, YouTube set up a clip function, but they do not have a download this clip function, and that is eminently frustrating.
Yeah, Sean Spicer.
The dark arts of clipping. That's right. That actually helps a streamer grow a lot, right? People don't watch 9-hour VODs, and I don't usually like to make 9-hour VODs, but I was invited on a panel last week, and I wanted to, you know, continue going, you know, even after the panel, right? We had so much content to cover in addition to that panel that we did a 9-hour stream. Don't come to expect that, right? Don't come to expect anything more than like a 4-hour stream, you know, except for maybe hitting the sub goal.
That I don't want to be Sean Spicer.
Speaking of which,
He's reading already. You've compared yourself to Rosa Parks, saying if she didn't sit in the back of the bus, you shouldn't have to either, meaning you didn't want to sit in the back of Congress. How else are you like our beloved civil rights leaders?
Rosa Parks, believe it or not, is one of my favorite political figures.
Why wouldn't
oh my God, why wouldn't I believe that?
I had a portrait of her in my office. I think that speaks for itself.
How else are you like Rosa Parks?
I used an analogy. I'm not like Rosa Parks. Come on. I could never measure. Let's just put it that way.
Can I list civil rights icons and
Oh, this is so good. This is so good.
you tell me what they mean to you? Marsha P. Johnson.
Yeah, the NCC clipping industrial complex. So
Very respectful, honor.
you clearly don't know who Marsha P. Johnson is. And honestly, with cis people, you can absolutely get away with that. Most cis people don't know who Marsha P. Johnson is, right? You know, I mean, he's gay, so maybe there's like a little bit more of a expectation there. But no, you don't know who. You don't know. Like, watch.
Keep going.
Respectful and honorable about what?
Very respectful. Yes, that's what she's known for being. Extremely respectful and obeying the orders of police at all times. That's definitely Marsha P. Johnson. Like, just very orderly, respectful, you know, person, right? That he's got it. Yeah, that of all the things to say about Marsha P. Johnson, right? Of all the things. Very law-abiding woman, exactly.
On all the stances and all the work.
All the stances, the takes were amazing. I loved Marsha P. Johnson's takes. Nobody had takes like Marsha P. Johnson.
Marsha P. Johnson?
Yeah.
What is that?
Yo,
Keep going. Next.
just keep
I
going.
don't know her.
Yeah, I do.
You don't know her?
Keep going.
You don't know her?
I do. Go. Just keep going.
Oh my God, just keep going. Just keep going. Wait. Do you know what this is reminding me of, chat? Don't push it. Don't push it. This is Jimmy Lee. Do people know who I'm talking about? Any Jimmy Lee fans or enjoyers? I guess you're not really a fan. Like, being a fan of Jimmy Lee would be like kind of a self-report in and of itself, right? But do people know who I'm talking about when I say Jimmy Lee? The Jersey Outlaw. The man who does crowd work in public 2. Nobody knows who Jimmy Lee is. Oh my God, let me see if I can find the clip in the background. I'm not going to derail this though, because George Santos wants us to move on, just like Jimmy Lee would say, don't push it, right? And also make sure to you know, make sure to mention Pink's hot dogs every 2 seconds.
James Baldwin.
Huh?
James Baldwin.
Who the hell is James Baldwin?
He's like, I know the Baldwin brothers. That's not one.
Who's James Baldwin?
Harvey Milk.
I have no clue who that is.
Okay. What about Bowen Yang?
He's like, I'm lactose intolerant. I don't know what you're talking about.
Doing an impression of you on SNL.
I think he deserves an EGOT.
Would you like Bowen Yang to play?
Wait, I deserves a what? Can anybody explain that to me? Oh, somebody knows this. Yeah, good for Gabby knows. Yeah, from the H3 podcast. Yeah, Jimmy Lee is Ethan's politically incorrect friend. He likes to do his old-timey humor. And by old-timey, I mean like blatantly racist and homophobic and out of touch, right? And that's kind of the joke. Is not that he's pretending to be like that, but that he just kind of like he is an old dude from back in the day, and he doesn't like what's wrong? I mean, you know, like gay jokes kill, you know, like just like I don't know. Yeah, so yeah, H3 Jimmy Lee. Yeah, he's one of the H3 people. I just watched the Jimmy Lee documentary the other day. Yo, he's so entertaining. Like, I mean, he's so racist and he's so bad and he's so wrong, and you can't take him anywhere. But he does this thing where if you ever ask him a follow-up question, right? You know, if you're just like talking to him, because you know he's doing his act, right? When you're interviewing him, he's basically doing his act. But if you ask him a follow-up question, right, he's not prepared to answer that, so he says, "Don't push it," and people get it. Don't push it.
The HBO biopic?
That movie's not ever going to happen.
We need an NCC documentary.
Why not?
The book has no perspective of
What?
me or anybody close to me. It's a
Oh, thank you. God.
You love fiction, though.
We all love fiction, don't
Nicki
we?
Minaj.
queen.
Are you a Nicki fan?
Yeah.
Prove it.
Oh, wait, is that TikTok?
I'm not spitting verses for you.
Pull up in the monster automobile.
Gangsta with
No.
a bad bitch that came from Sri Lanka.
Okay, from now on, don't send me TikTok
Harassing me?
links.
Yes, yes, queen.
Can you say that to your camera?
Wait.
Yes, queen, move on.
Can you also say that you're an icon?
I know, you're the icon.
No, you're the icon.
You're the
no,
icon.
you icon.
You're iconic.
Icon.
Icon girl.
Where was Stavros there? Anyway, yeah, it's I don't know how this is gonna play, but here we go. This is Jimmy Lee.
Start. Don't
No,
start.
no. I'm not asking for your real number.
I'm in my mid-50s. Don't push.
This is the clip, though. This is the clip. And wait, does this work? Are we good? We're good. Actually, TikTok works okay. You can see kind of who I follow on TikTok, right? The fact that I really need to post there more. That's another reason you should clip me, right? Because if you clip me, it might end up in a TikTok.
You really got something with don't push, by the way.
Don't
Gonna be a
push.
new
Don't
t-shirt.
push.
So this is what he does.
How old are you again? 49.
Don't start. Don't
No,
start.
I'm not asking for your real number.
I'm in my mid-50s. Don't push.
You really got something with don't push, by the way.
Don't
Gonna be a
push.
new
Don't
t-shirt.
push.
I just didn't realize that TikTok was going to want me to prove that I was like a real person and that I was going to get outed as being a robot right in front of all of you, failing a, are you a robot test?
What if you say icon again?
Icon.
I mean, you all know that I'm software, right? Is that common knowledge? Have people seen the 2B2T video?
UConn.
Coming up,
We can move on. Move on. Move on. We would move on.
You're the only congressman to be expelled without a conviction. Is it safe to say you didn't come to the Capitol to make friends?
I wasn't there to play nice. I was there to expose the rotten corruption, and I did.
That's what he's there for. That's what he does. He shines a flashlight on the rotten corruption.
And I'm going to continue to do it. Republicans and Democrats alike. Swampy, slimy people selling this country down a river.
Okay, Donald Trump has unwillingly just opened up what do you want to call it? It's almost like a parachute cord, right? You know how Hassan talks about the Hassan bad parachute cord? That no matter how much you're getting cooked, no matter how much hard of a time you're getting traction in the court of public opinion, you can always pull the Hassan bad ripcord, right? And the parachute comes out and it saves you, right? Because there will always be people that are like, oh yeah, Hassan is bad. Yeah, that's right. He's a tanky. He loves Vladimir Putin, and he's a tanky, and he's basically, she's best friend, right? He loves Hassan is like America bad, right? Hassan is like the perfect villain. You can always like pull out Hassan, reach into your magical hat and pull out Hassan like a rabbit and be like, don't we all hate him, folks? Don't we all hate his guts? It's so low tier. It's so easy mode.
I would say that you are a messy bitch
Santos shines the light on corruption in a mirror.
that lives for drama. True or false?
You can
I failed the Voight Conf test.
call me a messy bitch.
Is that what it's called, really?
I've been called worse, but I'll take it.
Okay.
Can you make a pin and
George. These are allegations. This one in particular that you are not beating. Like, and people love you for it. This is the weird thing. She's not, I mean, she's kind of kidding when she says he's an icon. You know, it's like kind of that like catty, like compliment, right? But it's true. It is actually true. He is an icon without even trying to be. He is a messy bitch, and people are so here for it. He's not the person that we deserve, but he's the person that we need. The Void Conf is the test to figure out if you're a Blade Runner or not. Wait. Oh, no, a replicant. Oh, God. I get things mixed up, okay? Especially from 80s movies. Like, if you tell me about Blade Runner and you're like, talking about the robots, right? I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, the Blade Runners, the robots, right? No, the Blade Runners, I think, are actually the people that try to detect the robots that have like blended into society and are pretending to be human beings, right? That's what the Blade Runner is, right? But Highlander, the same thing. Somebody had to correct me from this the other day. The Highlander is not, in fact, the name of the immortal that is standing when there can only be one, right? That's what I thought the Highlander was. It's a Highlander, like you defeated all the other immortals, you're the Highlander. No, he's called the Highlander apparently because he's from Scotland and he wears a kilt. That's why he's called the Highlander.
mail it to me?
Sounds like a wrestler.
I'll send you.
I will
Chat, I still have to meet wrestlers.
wear your messy bitch pin any day.
I will send you a gift as long as you declare it
Send him that pen, yes.
on your taxes.
I definitely.
You go down to the Blade Runner store next to the Highlander store and the Top Gun. He was trying to be the Top Gun.
I like paying taxes.
Who else in Congress is committing fraud?
They're all frauds.
Name them.
If you were to
Name
if you
them.
were to put me
Name them.
if you were to put them all
Name
under
'em.
the same screw.
Are you going to tell me that Maximum Overdrive is not the name of the truck in the Stephen King movie? You're going to tell me that that truck's not named Maximum Overdrive? I'm going to have some problems with you.
I was put under, you'd
Name
fucking
'em.
vacate the whole goddamn building.
Can I name them and you just wink if I...
Go ahead.
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
No.
Kevin McCarthy.
Wait. Is he saying, like, who is Swampy? Who is Swampy? Who is not good?
Lindsey Graham.
There is a wrestler called Highlander? Just Highlander, not the Highlander? Is it named after the movie, or is it just named after like I mean, it makes sense. Wait, you got to tell me though. Big Man Dogs. All right, does this wrestler do a move where after he beats somebody, he like squats down on them in the kilt? Is that a thing? Does he like teabag his opponents when he beats them? That's like a classic wrestler move, right? Or am I thinking Fortnite? I need to meet wrestlers. This is why I need to meet wrestlers, right? They're the only ones that will understand me. I have a larger than life personality that is just not like existing in the real world for me is like being a big fish in a small pond. And I need to be like a medium-sized fish in a regular-sized ocean with wrestlers, right? Because they're the only ones with the larger than life personalities to match my energy. So many people, like, right, when I do content with other people and it doesn't work, half of the time it's just because like there is no matching my energy half the time, right? But I mean, it's possible.
Yes.
Matt.
The problem is that some of the people that match my energy are also people that hate my guts, right? Like Demon Mama, for instance, can match my energy. I think so, right? Sometimes she can't match my wit, sometimes she can't match my humor, but she definitely matches my energy, right? Because she's like she's like a weird like throwback to like a 90s talk show host. If they were like instead of being a right winger, they were like a dirtbag leftist, right? It's kind of like that, the thing that she does. Like, I mean, look, I don't agree with her on anything, but I will say that it works, and I admire her energy.
Gates.
No.
Bob Menendez.
Gold Bar Menendez?
Dan Goldman.
He doesn't pay his rent. Dan is owing $180,000 worth of rent right now on his $45,000 monthly rent, which is what most Americans fucking make a year. You let that shit sink in.
The way you know everyone's business is humbling to me.
Coming up,
How many black friends do you have?
Plenty. Seriously. Yeah, too many to count.
Too many to
I have too many. I don't have any open slots. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. It's like I don't
Are you trying to audition? Because you know, we're gonna have to put you on the wait list.
I don't see color. I grew
You
up
don't see
We're gonna have to wait till there's an opening, until somebody calls me out and there's an opening.
in Queens.
Oh my God, I'm sorry.
You were seen walking around the Capitol with a baby in your arms.
Yo, what was up with the baby? I think he was gonna eat it or something.
Yes.
Look at this baby, Mr. Speaker. Congressman Santos,
Like, what? He's stealing a baby. What's going on?
what are you doing to stop the ongoing
Don't stop him! Stop him!
genocide of
Excuse
Palestinians?
me. Do not record this baby.
Don't leave your baby with this man.
When asked
He's
if
gonna. I don't know.
it was yours, you said, not yet.
Not yet. Look, let's see what I'm saying. See what I'm saying?
In a reference to, I'm not.
Look, it's too much of a problem to actually, like, you know, have a baby and stuff like that. It's so much easier to just steal one.
I'm not there yet. Not that specific baby.
So whose baby was
It was
that?
a staffer's baby.
But you were running around with their baby.
No.
You were using the baby as a prop.
No, I was taking the.
You were using it as a baby doll. Yes, you were. You were. I bought a $20 gourmet taco pizza. What? Taco pizza? Oh my God. Soul Life, that's my favorite kind of pizza. The whole thing was covered in ants? No! That's a bad ending to that story. Soul Life, that's a bad ending. I threw it outside and the ants went away? The ants followed the pizza outside?
Baby to introduce him to another member of Congress.
When
The baby is his ultimate, the baby is his stand.
you decide to have a child, would you rather have a gay son, thought daughter, or pathological liar?
I will have a child and I will accept my kid in any way, shape, or form they come. And the best I can do is
That's such a good start to your story, Soul Life, and such a tragic ending, I think.
teach my child to be better than me.
Love that. And do you plan to adopt black?
I wouldn't be opposed to it. Especially because I can probably make a black baby on my own, granted my dad, so, and my entire dad's family, because I'm biracial.
Got it. So when you say you could make a black baby on your own.
Oh, I mean, essentially, physically, like, not physically, but if I were to use my sperm.
To impregnate a woman.
Yeah, I could, that's a high possibility, so. And I'd love it.
On his own, yo, this guy's got, like, he's like an earthworm, right? He can just impregnate himself and pop out. He's like, I can make a black baby, watch.
Will you be running for office again?
Not now, but in the future, I'm not ruling it out.
Wow. As a Republican?
As of now, yes.
Okay. As of now,
Yes.
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 I feel like Santos could start a third party, right? It could be like a joke party. Do you think so? I feel like he could do it. Like, it could be like a meme party.
But there could be a day where you pivot
To an independent,
to an independent.
because I think the country needs more independent thinkers now.
Like Jill Stein.
No, that's a Russian asset, according to Hillary Clinton.
Yo,
And I believe Hillary on that one.
I believe Hillary on that one.
Oh, wow. And what are
He was talking about dark magic. Yeah, he could make a black baby. That's right.
you an asset of?
Of no one?
Not an asset.
Do you plan?
Wait, that actually works. Yeah. I would say that this man is not an asset. He's a liability. clearly, truly.
to run as a Democrat?
See, sometimes he just tells the truth.
Because
Just like Hillary sometimes, I guess, tells the
you've
truth.
been really embraced by like the Gen Z
I love
The Freedom to Grift Party. Yeah, something like that, Copioid. Yeah.
progressives.
Gen Z loves Trump.
Who have you been hanging out with? There is a small little corner of Gen Z that indeed does love Trump, but those are Nazis. Those are literal freaking sweaty groypers.
Define love.
They love Trump. He's an
That's how we define Trump is love. Trump is love. Trump is life, right? Yeah, I want to know, George, honestly, does Trump visit you like in your bedroom at night? Does he come in through the window? Does he smell strongly of onions?
Gen Z loves Trump.
Could you say icon again?
Icon.
Do you know why I love the Gen Z progressives?
Please.
Wait, the Gen Z progressives? What?
I'll tell you why. Because they're the future, and they need to slay the boots house down in the future so that this country can stay functional.
What does slay the boots house down mean?
Conquer everything. Like,
That's what that means?
like
That's not what
yeah,
that means.
it's like you just got to be awesome at everything you do, and they have to do that. They need to be awesome.
Okay. You've connected yourself to multiple historic tragedies, including the Pulse nightclub shooting. You said your mom died in 9/11.
I did not say my mom died in 9/11.
You said that your grandparents survived the Holocaust.
I said my grandparents fled the Holocaust.
Do you think it's appropriate for politicians to use terror for their own professional?
He watched the Lego movie.
Politicians do.
So yes.
No, I'm not saying yes. I'm just saying, just look at all these politicians. They're hacks. They're not doing anything other than lying to you.
Tell me about the hacks,
If
George.
a politician's mouth is moving on Capitol Hill, they're lying to you.
But I'm looking at a politician, and
I'm
your
not a
mouth is
This is not an interview. This is a murder.
moving.
I'm not a politician.
And I feel like you're lying to me.
This is the best content that you could hope
I'm not a
for.
politician. Never was,
What
never
are
will
you?
be.
What's
I was an elected public servant.
Elected
11 months.
official. That's not the same as a politician. A politician is someone who does politics, sweaty.
Proud of it. Never caved to the establishment of politics.
you were in government, but you're not a politician.
No, I hate politicking. Nancy Pelosi had a big hand in the riots in January.
We're not
6th.
talking.
You know who he would go good with, right? If I'm putting together a panel, I believe that I'm going to pair George Santos with a Chet Hanks. What do you think, chat? I feel like that's a perfect, right? Has anybody done this? Has anybody matched them up? George Santos, Chet Hanks. Yes.
About Nancy Pelosi.
That's a Hunter Biden thing, not me. Bush is a warmonger, and I don't like warmongers. And I believe Hillary on that.
That transition made your soul leave your body?
Feels like you're politicking right now.
Nope.
Do you?
Oh, I love that face, though. That face is really precious, right? Like, chat, I want like a George Santos baby doll or something. Yo! Puffy Geek, thank you for the resubscribe. That is 26 months. And yet another reminder to add more faces. Oh, speaking of which, we do have some housekeeping to do, right? I think I mentioned this a few times before, right? But Twitch has graciously opened up, I think, a lot of slots for animated emotes, right? So we now have more slots on Twitch than we have emotes again. And if anybody wants to help me like increase that ratio, the slots are absolutely open. You will get in if you make me an animated emote of any kind. That probably will be become part of the stream.
Bush is a warmonger, and I don't like warmongers. And I believe Hillary on that one.
I'm always talking about my open slot. Look, I've got a blank space, okay? Just like Taylor Swift.
Feels like you're politicking right now.
Nope.
Do you support a ceasefire, or are you afraid of losing your Hollywood representation?
Excuse me?
Do you support a ceasefire?
I hate war.
Wow.
Yeah.
You love peace.
Peace is the way to go.
Do you support a ceasefire?
No.
You don't.
No. We don't negotiate with terrorists. War against terror should never be.
It's not really war. It's just like what do you call it? Like a acceptable target.
Hamas is a terrorist organization.
How would you bring?
And that enables that enables anybody fighting Hamas. That enables anybody fighting Hamas. Blah 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 blah. Anyway.
Bring peace to the Middle East.
Unacceptable civilian casualties. That's all I'll say.
Very simple. Eradicating terror.
I don't know how it became cool to be a little groiper. I don't think it's cool. I think that if you're a groiper, you're sitting like at a very small lunch table.
Cells like Hamas, ISIS, Al Qaeda. I mean, there's so many.
In fact, there's a good chance that's how you become a groiper, right? That there's no other lunch tables to sit at, and that the groiper table is like the only one that's.
To name a few.
No, please name them all.
No. But the point is if we go after
Hamasabi, yes,
the terrorist organizations and cells, we will bring peace to the Middle East and the world.
But
fact.
I need some void coffee.
I mean, sure.
Wait, what? Am I missing stuff here? I am, aren't I? Oh my god, I'm getting so distracted. And there's so many like freeze frames here.
Sure.
Sure.
Yes. Yeah. It's a
Here's
good
one.
cause.
Look at this. I need to just be taking pictures of him like a paparazzi. Look at that. Look, any. Ooh.
Talking about Nancy Pelosi.
That's a Hunter Biden thing, not me. Bush is a warmonger, and I don't like warmongers. And I believe Hillary on that one.
Feels like you're politicking right now.
Nope.
Do you support a ceasefire, or are you afraid of losing your Hollywood representation?
Okay.
Excuse me?
Do you support
Okay.
a ceasefire?
I hate war.
Wow.
Yeah.
You love peace.
Peace is the way to go.
Queer people are expressive in different dimensions than straights. That's true. His face is so expressive. That is also true.
Do you support a ceasefire?
No.
You don't?
No. We don't negotiate with terrorists. War against terror should never be undermined, period. Hamas is a terrorist organization.
How would you bring peace to the Middle East?
Anti-corporatist says, actually, I have a pet theory that young women should date older men and that older women should date younger men. Anti-corporatist, I feel like there'd be some people that would, like, some people would strongly agree with you about that, right? Let's see, Bill Maher. Bill Maher definitely agrees with you about that first part. And Xander Hall, friend of the VOD, Xander Hall agrees with you about that second part, right? You can make all of them happy with those words.
Very simple. Eradicating terror cells like Hamas, ISIS, Al Qaeda.
Do you see the purse of money? Yeah.
I mean, there's so many, to name a few.
No, please name.
Oh, he is bragging. Wait, but he talks about having, did he say Botox? I'm trying to remember. He does talk about like the work that he's had done. Like he's had, he doesn't just say Botox. He says like something like Botox since I was like 22 or something.
No. But the point is
that theory makes me deeply uncomfy.
If we go,
well, I mean, Sarah, if it makes Xander Hall and Bill Maher happy, yeah, it's gonna make you uncomfortable. That's true.
After all the terrorist organizations and cells, we will bring peace to the Middle East.
Okay, so after you've killed all the terrorists, then what? So in other words, you're against peace, right? Like this is like Bibi Netanyahu was very happy to hear him say that, right? Because his whole thing is like he knows that as soon as this military, effort is over with, his goose is cooked. He's gone. He's going bye-bye, never to be part of the government again, right? So he's kind of like, well, I don't know. It seems like we've still got a lot to do. No, like Lebanon. Look at Lebanon up there. That's gotta take care of. Right. He wants to keep this thing going. And George Santos is gonna let him, because it's literally until you kill all the terrorists, right? Which I don't know if you know this, but when you cause massive amounts of civilian casualties in pursuit of a small number of terrorists, you are making more terrorists as you go. You are anyway. This is
in the world.
But
Fact.
via war.
I mean, sure.
Wait, he went to Ohio State, Olivia?
Would you? Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good cause.
Coming up,
You're writing a
Wait. I'm sorry. I'm like trying to keep up with chat and everything at the same time. Did he just say that he would go to war? He himself would join the IDF and...
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good cause. Bring peace to the Middle East and the world.
But
Fact.
via war.
If we go after all the terrorist organizations and cells, we will bring peace to the Middle East and the world.
Was he asleep or otherwise incapacitated during the totality of the post 9/11 era? This has literally been tried.
Fact.
Via war.
I mean, sure.
Would
but
you? Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good
He's a Husker? He's a Corn Husker? He didn't even know who Marsha P. Johnson was.
cause.
Bill Maher is trash, yes.
coming up.
You're writing a book.
Yes.
And what is the name of the book so we can promote the book?
It's an under development. We're doing a market study on it.
A market study development book, and the George Santos story.
Yeah.
Who in Congress could you beat in a lip sync battle?
All of them.
What song would you do?
I will survive. It's cliche. Why not?
That's the name of the students from OSU? Wait, that's Oklahoma State. Wait, is it Oklahoma State? I thought somebody said Ohio State.
If you're performing this song in Congress, who would you be? Katara Ravashe? Would you be Anthony DeVolder? Would you be George Santos? Like what? alter
George
ego?
Santos. I need
Wait, was one of those his drag persona?
nothing other than just plain old George Santos.
Okay.
Maybe I misheard it. Maybe it was Oklahoma State.
Confirm. Katara Ravashe was your drag personality at one point.
Yes.
For a day.
For a day.
For a day. Can we roll that back a little bit? We need to do a little drag analysis here, chat.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Who in Congress could you beat in a lip sync battle?
All of them.
What song would you do?
I will survive. It's cliche. Why not?
If you're performing this song,
He's reminding me of a character from Big Mouth right now. +1 for anybody who guesses which character I'm talking about. Anybody want to guess?
in Congress, who would you be? Katara Ravashe?
Katara Ravashe. So what do we think? Like, this does not look like amateur hour here. So what he's claiming is that it was just like a one-day sort of thing. It was like a Halloween situation, or maybe a carnival situation or something like that, right? It's just like a goof, a gaffe, a not very serious thing. But we've all seen, even Steven Crowder, right? Who assures us that he's not serious about it, right? That Steven Crowder just does it to dunk on the trans people, right? He doesn't actually like dressing in, feminine clothes. It's nothing like that, right? But you've seen that, right? This is a few steps up from Steven Crowder.
Would you be Anthony DeVolder? Would you be George Santos? Like what? alter
George
ego?
Santos. I need nothing other than just plain
Wait, Jay Blazarian?
old George Santos.
Okay. Can we confirm Katara Ravashe was your drag personality at one point?
For a day.
For a day.
For a day when I was 18.
Roll that beautiful drag footage. Do we have that?
super chatted $5. I love this channel.
And this channel loves you, Olivia May.
Years old. Look, if I was a career drag queen then, like everybody likes to claim, then I must be a myth of a drag queen now because I wear far more makeup today than I did in that picture.
Not you dragging yourself.
It's true.
You are dragging yourself.
But it's true.
I mean, he looks good.
I'll drag myself when it's appropriate.
When else is it appropriate to drag yourself?
That's the one thing that you can't take away from George Santos. Like I always say, you know, you don't really have to hand it to them, right? You know, people sometimes say, you know, you got to hand it, like Drill famously on Twitter said you got to hand it to them, and then changed his mind and said, no, you do not in fact have to hand it to him. But George Santos has got drip, and he should probably get it checked out because it could be an issue with the prostate.
Are you alt-right for clout, or do you actually believe that drag queens are a greater threat?
I want to meet somebody that's alt-right for clout. Chad, we need to do that. We need to interview somebody that's alt-right for clout, like that in their daily life. They are alt-right. They are saying all the groiper stuff, but they're not really serious about it. And then they can wear some kind of a disguise, or we can blur their face or whatever, so they don't get outed for being a fake alt-right person. But I would just love to talk to somebody that like does not give a fig about Trump and yet is like faking alt-right for clout.
To children and guns.
Blair White is alt-right for clout. Some people think so, yeah, and some people, in fact, Blair White kind of partially blow the whistle? Do people remember Blair White like subtweeted other figures on the right as not really being transphobic, as not really being, you know, everything that they pretend to be. And she didn't say who she was talking about, but a lot of people think it's like Steven Crowder, maybe Alex Jones. Has anybody else seen the weird interaction between Alex Jones and Blair White? It's an interesting energy. Yeah, I've covered every time they talk. I cover them.
Love drag queens. Let's set the record straight. I don't like drag queens for kids.
You said that they were worse for children than guns.
I still think drag queens are not for kids.
No one is saying that they are for children.
Why are there drag time story hours?
Oh my goodness.
Okay, so drag time story hours is somebody in a costume, which you could classify as drag, reading a book. And in fact, like there's a difference between the costumes that will appear at like Drag Queen Story Hour and the costumes which might appear on a drag show. Like this is what's so frustrating to me is the undertone of this, like drag is bad for children, not around the children. The undertone of all that stuff is that like gay people do not know where to draw the line, right? The gay people are sexual 100% of the time and they just can't turn it off. And so if you have a drag queen around, you know, which again, drag queens are not even all gay people, right? There's plenty of, you know, heterosexual drag queens as well, right? But the idea that like, you know, just by nature of being a drag queen, that somebody is going to be overtly sexual in a way that they either refuse to curtail or don't even know how to post-prostatal drip. Is that what it's called?
Is gracious.
Prostatol.
Not gonna get anywhere with that.
Coming up.
You're disassociating.
I'm sorry?
I was too. Anybody else?
Close your eyes. Picture a criminal. What are they wearing in your head?
A blue suit?
Yo!
White shirt?
No.
I mean, it's a good, like, this is the best I've ever seen him look. Like, this is great. Like, whatever he's doing, it's perfect for him. Like, look, I have even complained about James Somerton's turtleneck, right? I thought that James Somerton looked terrible in that turtleneck, and trust me, chat, believe me, we are getting to James Somerton as well, right? But somehow he is making it work. He is working it. Who cut this? This is Ziwe's channel.
Tell me about your sartorial charts today. What are you wearing?
This is a
He's paid for it on other people's money, I'm sure.
actual Teo from Macy's. It's a black-owned company.
Oh, Olivia, do you have any connections to George Santos? Do you like know anybody who knows? Do you have any inside info on Santos the way you do on Blair?
Wow.
And I love his suits. Ferragamo shoes.
I love it when people bring me the tea. You know what I mean? When somebody knows somebody and they can give us like secret knowledge.
Ferragamo shoe
Yes,
shop.
that's.
Forbidden knowledge, as Xander Hall would say.
I'm known for that.
And are you wearing a black-owned designer because of the circumstances of today?
No, actually, if you go through my entire congressional outfits, a lot of them are from the same designer.
And how many stolen credit cards did you use to pay
George doesn't bring the tea. He is the tea, but he is a little tea top pot.
for this look?
Did anybody guess the big mouth character that he reminds me of?
Ferragamo.
Somebody's got to know. There's one character on Big Mouth that just like.
Hermes. You like the nice stuff, too.
And I don't actually own Hermes stuff.
It's the backpack kid. Ooh.
Oh,
Other than the cologne, that's all I wear from Hermes.
got it.
Oh no, and the bracelet.
Ooh, he's got a Hermes bracelet. Did you see that?
How'd you buy that one?
This was a gift from my husband.
A gift from your
Yeah.
husband.
Yeah.
The American people? Is it a metaphor?
It's the American people, your husband?
My husband.
What's his
Chat. That's his husband.
name?
Matt.
Wait, does he actually have a husband? I love Earl Grey tea. I mean, wait, I haven't had that in a long time, Morbius. You know what I should do? Okay, look, I would do this, but I feel like I'm gonna turn into Keffels. Has anybody heard of Kung Fu tea? Like a Kung Fu tea set? I know this sounds like a joke, but it's apparently very popular right now, right? I just feel like, this is like not really something that I want to do, right? Has anybody seen this? It's like a certain way of making tea that is pretty involved. You know, the people that really like coffee, they really, really, really like coffee, and they got to spend like $5,000 on like coffee machinery and I don't know, paraphernalia, I guess you'd call, yeah, coffee. They've got straight up coffee paraphernalia. They are like the hippie, with all the glass pipes that blows his own glass pipe, but with coffee, right? So there's that. There's people that are way too into, cat poop coffee, actually. But there are some people that are, in fact, I even stayed with somebody like this over the summer, which I can't hate because it was really funny. Like, I was clearly a guest. I was like a friend of a friend. I'm so glad they even let me stay there at all, considering that I only knew their roommate and knew their roommate through another content creator, right? But there was, this person had a full-on espresso setup, right? That and just really nice coffee stuff, and could just take you through and show you. But it's kind of like he spends so much on it that he doesn't really, that's not really like the guest coffee, stuff. So, but for the guest, right? So you assume, okay, maybe you got a little coffee, little Mr. Coffee for the guest or something, right? I understand you don't want to share your really nice coffee with the guests, right? Especially a guest who's you're gracious enough to take in for a week or two over the summer, right? That's a little bit too much. But so instead, the you know what the low tier coffee equipment that I got to use was? An AeroPress, which to me, that's not like low tier at all, right? Like, it's actually something that like presses the hot water and the air through the coffee in order to give you a delicious coffee cup. And it was so good. But like, what I'm really talking about is the tea sets, right? Has anybody seen the tea sets? I'll show you in a second, right?
Last name?
Not telling you.
You could have just said Santos, and that would have been less suspicious than Matt, no name.
Jesse's Tea House is a good example.
You've said that you've had Botox, lip filler, Ozempic. What is a complete list of cosmetic procedures you've had?
I did go under Ozempic treatment for A1C reasons.
He dresses like Tyler Perry, yeah.
Subsequently lost 100 pounds. Botox, yeah, since I'm 25.
Since you're 25, yo, I took Ozempic, but don't worry, there's like a medical reason for that. I'm not just doing it to look good.
Fillers since I'm 25.
It's fillers since you're 25, so he's a true age fighter.
I will never
Wait, is that a mean thing to say?
deny it.
How do you pay for it?
I've always worked Ziwe. So, yeah.
Yeah.
My own money.
Yeah, your own money.
Yeah, well, my own money.
Yeah.
Like everything else I own.
No need for Botox at 25, true. But the other thing about the Botox, right, is we were talking about earlier about how expressive he is, right? He doesn't actually seem like he's had Botox. Like, I don't see, like, isn't generally the thing with Botox, people who have had Botox, that you're not going to see their eyebrows, you know, there's a limited, they have a limited expressiveness in their face, right? No! 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 I pressed the wrong button.
Oh my God.
Oh, good for your husband.
Yeah.
The American people?
The American people.
Neither. I'll never deny it.
How do you pay for it? Complete list of cosmetic procedures you've had.
I did go under Ozempic treatment for A1C reasons and subsequently lost 100 pounds. Botox, yeah, since I'm 25. Fillers, since I'm 25. I will never deny it.
How do you pay for it?
I've always worked Ziwe. So, yeah.
Yeah.
My own money.
Yeah, your own money.
Yeah, well, my own money.
Yeah.
Like everything
I mean, just like it was your own baby.
I own, my own money.
Your own money. Restylane or Sculptra?
Juvederm, XL.
NARS or MAC?
Neither. Estee Lauder. Gotta keep the Republican donors happy.
Like Matthew from Big Mouth or Coach Steve. I guess he's like a number of Big Mouth characters.
Would you rather shoplift from Sephora or Ulta?
Neither.
Nobody's mentioned the one I was thinking of, though.
I don't do petty crimes.
What?
He only does like grand theft, like grand larceny, right? Allegedly. Not even allegedly. I am joking. George Santos lawyers.
Gucci.
You know what? House of Representatives.
Really?
Yes. Slayed the Boots house down, House of Representatives every day.
Well, not every day, since last Friday.
Oh, whatever. Tomato, tomato, who cares?
Well, a lot of, I would say your peers.
A lot of your peers care, yeah.
But, you know, but they did what they wanted to do, so. I'll be back.
Connie the hormone monstrous?
Back.
Yeah, I'm 35. They're all in their 50s.
Can you imagine if George Santos was your hormone monstrous?
I'll outlive them. Each and last one of them.
This is so menacing. I feel threatened, and I'm not even in the House of.
I feel like there's JoJo symbols. Don't do Connie like that.
What advice do you have for young, diverse people with personality disorders considering a career in politics?
You're cute. You're really cute. She's so cute.
In the words of Lady Gaga, you live for the applause. Are you like Tinkerbell? If we stopped clapping, would you disappear?
Oh, so the Botox isn't actually supposed to take away the muscle movement altogether. Thank you for mentioning that. I don't really know much about it. Andrew Glauberman. Oh my gosh.
No.
You wouldn't.
Wait, there's somebody that's been getting in trouble for extracurricular activities in the House hearing rooms.
No.
What could we do to get you to go away?
Stop inviting me to your gigs.
So no Dancing with the Stars?
No.
No RuPaul's Drag Race?
I haven't got that invite yet.
It shouldn't cause a flat affect.
I'd love to go read a
The lesson is to stop inviting you places.
But you can't, because people want the content.
Could you please define the word empathy?
You know what's great about that? Empathy to me is probably, I don't understand it because people accuse me of having no empathy. And I maybe I can't define empathy.
You don't have empathy?
I think I do.
What?
I believe I do.
What is empathy, if you think you have it?
I couldn't define it. But I believe I'm empathetic to causes, to people, to situations.
What excites you most about going to prison?
That's a below the belt.
Do you like the color orange?
Really?
You tell me. I don't know enough about you.
You can make it work.
Judge, jury, and executioner?
I could
Ziwe?
never be. I'm just asking questions.
Those seem
All I
pretty
want to-
pointed.
I would never point.
I'm just saying that like that orange is like a hard look for a lot of people, but with George Santos, it's like really easy to imagine.
The finger at
Oh,
you.
God.
I would never point
The
the finger. At you.
finger.
I believe you.
You're an icon.
Icon.
And that's the show. George Santos, everyone.
Well, he does the spray tan right. Like, right, he's doing what Trump's trying to do. Oh my God, chat, am I looking at our future president? Is that what America really wants? It's just a big orange clown? And if somebody can just figure out how to be a big orange clown without being Trump, they'll be made. Oh yeah, thanks for reminding us. Yeah, there's other reasons to take Botox injections rather than the cosmetic.
Yes.
I want to grab my bag.
What's your bag? Is this your book?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna hold
Wait,
it.
do you have a pen?
Yes, please. I
Wait,
do
let's
want
sit
your
down and sign this book for George.
Did you really bring your Birkin? Is that a Birkin or a Kelly? That's Kelly. Yeah,
Come on, you know.
just be nice.
You're an icon.
Wait, so I'm in love with George Santos?
Icon.
Where's the signature?
Why? Do you need it?
I don't know. I might need it later. I'm kidding.
Here.
Olivia says we need an outrageous maniac. I know I do. Apparently Twitch does too. Apparently they miss me over there, chat. Would you want to see me like make an appearance with some of the Twitch poll people just for funsies? Would you? Because apparently they can't stop talking about me over there.
Someone write Z.
Yeah, so you see, you don't want to actually give him your signature. That would be very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. I don't think he's doing tan or anything else. So, wow. I am kind of mesmerized by his riz. Yeah, his drip, I would even say. His drip, which he should definitely get checked out. But, yeah, this is, okay, so I promised you, look, I'm going to try to do something, okay? Tell me if you like it or not, right? Because I'm here for you, chat. I'm here to entertain. And I don't know, but I kind of think that, oh my God. God, you know, some streamers are really good at entertaining me in such a bad way. Okay, so we gotta avoid using shorts to show you this. Because shorts will always have music that's not okay. Okay, here we go. We got a Gong Fu tea tutorial. All right. So here's what I'm going to try to do. You know, I show you something that's like content, and then we switch to something that's like fun. Okay, so here's your fun. All right, if you haven't seen this before, this is Kung Fu. This is Kung Fu tea. And if you don't know, like gong, you know, the word for Kung Fu, like it usually refers to martial arts. It can also just mean like a practice, right? Like Qigong has got that word in it too. Refers to like a daily practice, something like Tai Chi, but like less mobile, more stationary and more meditative. But yeah, this is a Kung Fu tea set, and this is what the tea people are really like. This is their version of the outrageous coffee set. Wait, the music, I never know about the music, and I guess we don't really need anything more than just the visual. So yeah, this is what this is, right? Okay, so we're pouring hot water into the do you see that though? Do you see where the water gets poured? The water gets poured on this thing over here. That's a teapot. Look at that. We got that's really part of it, right? So the first bowl of tea, the first, like steep, yeah, that's the word for it. The first steep of tea gets fed to the tea. There it is, gets fed to the teapot, right? And you see they got this like tray under there and bamboo. Okay, so now we're getting serious. Now we're talking about the tea that's really gonna get. Oh wait, what? No, they just use that to wash it out. Oh my god, I've never seen it go like this before. That seems like a lot of tea, doesn't it? This is like, did they say pu'er? So pu'er is like a fermented tea, if I'm not mistaken. That looks like expensive tea. That's definitely an expensive tea bag. Okay, so here we go with the hot water. And then this is kind of the tea. Oh, wow. So that first thing was just to rinse it out, right? But now that's the first steep of the tea, right? And you keep on thinking, okay, so they're gonna drink this, right? They're making tea, they're gonna drink it. It's gonna get drank. Now we got real tea in there. Pouring it out. Feeding the teapot. Now watch what happens with this first steep. Look at that. We're still like pouring it out. And definitely pouring it on that tea. Yeah, I don't know what these things are made of, but basically these are little like creatures that get the tea poured on them every time somebody makes the tea. Because like watch this. All of that tea is for the teapot, right? That's the first steep. They have no interest in drinking that whatsoever because being knowledgeable about, Chinese tea, they know that the first steep is no good. It's not interesting. We don't care. That's for the teapot. Okay, so now we're getting serious, I think. I think we might actually so now we're actually waiting for it to steep. Now we're getting serious. And it goes into the we've got some tongs coming out to dry the bottom of the. Okay, so this is almost like, so you can kind of see why they call this Kung Fu tea, is that it's as much of a meditative practice as it is, yeah. So we're gonna smell the cup, right? This is intentional consumption of tea. Smell the tea, you gotta smell it first, right? So that's what that second cup is for. Literally, so you're like enjoying this like wine, like you are getting every ounce of pleasure out of this possible. Optimizing, slurp the tea loudly to express your appreciation. But yeah, that's what we're dealing with here. All right, chat, are we ready? Are we ready to get to the James Somerton? They do this in China too, washing utensils and stuff. Yeah, like I'd never really seen this before, but it's I feel like it's the tea snob's version of the coffee snob. At least, in the United States, but more people are getting into this. I don't know if it has to do with, people wanting to make coffee in a more refined way. Ceramic mostly, it's for fun and fortune. Okay, yeah, it's good luck to feed your tea pet. So this was the only thing to stream back in the Edo period of Twitch. That's what we're entering into, right? This is like Ojeda Julia night or something. Anyway, no, it's not, because that would be Japanese. That's a Japanese thing, not a. Anyway, so China, the water is probably makes the utensils dirtier. It is meditative. I should get into tea. Yeah, I mean, apparently a lot of people are. I don't know how expensive something like that is, but it is. I never realized that. Like I'm somewhat aware of, Japanese tea ceremony culture, but I wasn't aware of that until, recently. Oh my god. Okay, so that's an important note. We got to do a trigger. What? No. Oh my god, you freaking rising. I don't know, maybe we should skip the first part. That's a little bit of a spoiler, right? What gets talked about in the beginning, it's that, right? And this is, James Somerton coming out with a short video called I'm Sorry. This video got deleted, got hidden, got whatever. It disappeared after it got put out there, and of course it got re-uploaded. So yeah, 35 minutes. I don't know how much of the Somerton we're gonna watch, because like I said, this is sad. This is sad. This is, it's not an apology. It's not anything, really meaningful. It's not concentrating at all on the people that were hurt. This is, all about James Somerton, but I need to drink something. Where's the ukulele? Wait, we need the ukulele. Do I have the ukulele somewhere here? Somewhere around here. Chat, the last time I tried to bring out the ukulele, I brought out like the wrong thing entirely. He doesn't even need the ukulele. Yeah, I think there we go. And it appears. Okay. It's ukulele time. It is time for. Oh wait, yeah. Thank you for reminding me. I said earlier that I was going to try to drink void coffee because I was noticing that I was like half asleep and very distractible. Thank you for reminding me.
Hi everyone. I'm sorry for taking so long to make this video or to say anything.
So it's weird, right? Because it's not actually taking a long time, considering what happened, considering the discussion that's gone on. I would not expect anybody to be in the mental space to be able to make an appropriate apology about this, right? And also, you probably just should stay away from content for a little longer. But you were gonna hear what James has in mind, right? And it's definitely not. Really hate that despite the bad lyrics, the bad context, Toxic Gossip Train is a banger. Indeed, it is a banger. This is gonna be very cringe. Yeah, beware of the cringe.
I'm in the hospital. I've been in the hospital for a little over a week. I tried.
Okay, so I guess we can all probably guess what he says next. And just out of consideration for anybody who does have these kinds of issues, who, this would be triggering for, we're gonna skip this because we know you know what he says, and you know it's probably good to know that it gets mentioned up front, and that's what I'm saying. Like, right? So there's two possibilities. There's two possibilities for this, right? Either he's telling the truth. He did go to the hospital, and you know there has been um like over an issue of maybe you know causing harm in some way to himself, right? Either that's true and you're not ready to make this video, right? Like, I mean, you know, ethical analysis of the of James Somerton aside, right? Just physically, personally, mentally, he is in no way ready to make this video, or the other option's even worse, right? That this is a deflection, right? And you know, we can't tell. We can't look inside of his heart and tell, you know, what's really going on, what's really gone on, right? You know, what part of this is to try to deflect, to try to curry sympathy, and what part of this is real. There's just no telling, and he's already lied so much, so I'm not even gonna play guess. I'm not even gonna play the guessing game about what parts, but you know what he says next, and you know why I'm skipping it, right? I hope, at least I hope you do.
But anyway, I want to say that I'm really, really sorry. Really, really sorry. For the stuff in the videos, not crediting people and
Not crediting people, right? It's kind of understating it.
for a lot of videos, you know, I did the opening titles thing, and I tried to put like, this is based on this person's research or this person's book, but I know now that that wasn't enough.
I didn't realize that, like, how you're supposed to credit people and you know, make those citations. And gosh, I sure did make a lot of mistakes, a lot of really silly mistakes that I now understand are wrong, but that I obviously didn't think were wrong at the time. So I'm sorry that I made the mistake that I did.
That wasn't okay. And then there were a lot of times that there were a lot of times that stuff just got put in and there was no attempt at crediting anybody.
Yo, passive voice, stuff just got put in. I don't know what happened. It just got thrown in there, and I read the script, and oh, jeez, I'm sorry about that. Oh yeah, good point, Monope. He's also doing this during Christmas, right? Yeah, this is like like, if you know, if he's really experiencing what he says he's experiencing, then you know he does need to take more time. And if he's not, and like, you know, watch it for yourself. Like, what do you think he's angling at, right? I'm not gonna spoil it for you, but
I'm really, really sorry. And I'm not sorry that I got caught.
that was the fun part. Getting caught was great, but
I'm sorry for ever doing it. I honestly didn't realize that I was hurting people.
This is tough. This is tough because this is just so hard to believe. In fact, impossible. I didn't know I was hurting anybody.
And now that I know that I was hurting people, just really sorry.
So, like, literally, he didn't realize he was hurting people until he watched the H-Bomber. He didn't realize he'd done anything wrong until he watched H-Bomber Guy. This was all a mistake. Stuff got put in there passively by some force of nature, right? Stuff got blown into his script, and he accidentally read it, and he just made a big mistake. It's like he stepped on the toes of those other content creators, where the actual like words that he plagiarized came from, right? It was all a big accident, all a big misunderstanding, and he wants to make everything better. Does he have it back up at the moment?
I lost my best friend because of this. Nick and I had been best friends since 2011 or 12. We'd been friends online, and then he lived in Ottawa, and I moved to Ottawa so that we could be like friends in person. And then we moved back to. I moved back to Nova Scotia, and Nick came with me, and then we eventually moved to the Toronto area, and we lived together for 7 years, 8 years. We lived together for a really long time. And he hasn't spoken to me since this happened. Sorry, I said I wasn't going to make this a sob story. I should have got some Kleenex. But again, I'm really, really, really sorry for the things that I did in the videos. Copying people's work and not crediting them properly or at all. I also want to apologize for the misinformation and just outright lies that ended up in the videos.
They just ended up in the videos. God, again, with the passive voice.
I honestly say that I never intended for any of.
Wasn't there like one person in particular, like one content creator that there were like multiple stolen videos from? Like, I feel like Illuminati's got a better, like, at least with Illuminati, there was plagiarism, there was theft, but it was from all kinds of different places. But like Somerton, there's like videos that were stolen. He just told lies on his YouTube channel. He intended to, yeah. I mean, there's no apology for the intent. It's an apology that you would make if you accidentally stepped on somebody's toes. You had no idea their toes were there, and you stepped on them and you hurt them, and like, right, this passive, like, you tripped and you stumbled and you had no intention of, like, right, this is a kind of an apology for something that you had no intention for, and yet every single bit of evidence we have shows that he had all the intention in the world.
Any of that stuff to be in.
He stole from books. No, both, Steel Lungs, both.
The videos. In most cases, I didn't write it, but I should have you know, it was my face on the channel. It was my name on the channel. I should have.
Yo, all this plagiarism got put into my work, and you know, even though I don't know how it happened and I had no intentionality for it to happen, and it happened by a mysterious accident, the wind just blew this other content into my content. I'm yeah.
I should have been more diligent about fact checking and stuff.
This is like somebody stomps your toes in like very intentionally and then apologizes for it, right?
Because there was a lot of really stupid shit in there. It's just so easy to check, and I just never did. I just took it for granted.
If he had just yeah, this is so weird. This is so weird how all this stuff just happened to get stolen accidentally. Just this is like you this is like you take the wrong cell phone home at a party because the other person had the same case as you and they needed their phone and they were in a bad way because they didn't have it, right? This is that kind of an apology, but not that kind of situation at all.
Any of that stuff to be in the video. I honestly say that I never intended for any of that stuff to be in the videos. In most cases, I didn't write it, but I should have. You know, it was my face on the channel. It was my name on it.
It's my face on the channel. So this is like something where, you know, this is an excuse for when your team. Yeah, this does. So people have been making jokes around the idea that Nick is James's Fall Guy, right? There's lots of Fall Guys memes around this. And he's not outright blaming Nick, but do you see how this paints a picture where like somebody else on my team did this, but in the end, it is my face on the channel. It is my name on the channel. The buck stops here, and I will apologize for something that I didn't even do, something that got done accidentally. And
I should have been. I should have been more diligent about fact checking and stuff.
You just weren't. Yeah, this is not an issue. This is not an issue of you being lazy. This is absolutely intentionality, and that's the one thing that does not get acknowledged or you know, apologized for here.
Really stupid shit in there.
Wait, he's still trying to promote the Amico for the Amico?
It's just so easy to check, and I just never did. I just took.
He was very diligent about changing minor words to try to stay. Yeah, it's not just that like accidentally there's some plagiarized text. It's like there's plagiarized text that is then manipulated in little ways to try to sound like it's not plagiarized. Yeah, the thing about it is like, and this often happens in crimes that you know, crimes a lot of times require some sort of intent, right? That sometimes that's like a part of that's a part of like the crime of not mentioning the top of the hour ad break before it happens. Like, right, you know, so sometimes like intent is part of the crime. And how does the court know intent? Sometimes by an attempt to cover it up, by an attempt to hide it, right? That's one of the ways that intent is shown. And, you know, there we have it. Like, you know, the crime of plagiarism, as well as the red flag of intent being that the words were subtly changed here and there to try to seem like maybe they weren't, you know, to make it harder, I guess, to Google search them.
For granted.
I need to drink more coffee. Ooh.
I want to thank H Bomber Guy and his team for setting up the fund. To make some money available.
Oh, geez, H Bomber, thank you for getting to the thing that I was just gonna do, trying to make my victims whole in some way, trying to put some money back in the pockets of people that I robbed, right? Thank you for oh geez, I'm so glad you got that started out for me. Now let me tell you what my plan is to make things better
for the authors that were wronged.
Welcome back, those of you who just got sucked out by the ad break. I apologize again for not mentioning. I like to mention before the ad break that those ads are somewhat optional, right? There is a way to possibly get around them, especially if you have an Amazon Prime. You can get around that for free through a Twitch Prime sub. You can pay for a sub to get out of the ad break, or if you're lucky enough, you might be gifted a sub. It can happen. It does happen. It's more likely to happen when you're active in chat, though.
Journalists and writers.
I'm so bad about that. Like, it just like the new, you know what? Maybe I could try to put the old Twitch thing in my doc. Sounds weird. It's what it's called. But
I want to help somehow. I don't know how. I've seen a lot of people online saying,
I've seen all good people.
Money I apparently make, and they're way overestimating. Beyond the fact that Nick and I split everything 50-50, they're still way overestimating how much money came in. And the Toronto area is expensive, so there's not really any kind of savings. I'm moving home really soon.
Oh my god.
Without Nick, there's nothing for me here, and like I said, it's really expensive.
Let's see if this helps at all.
And so I want to thank them for setting up that fund, and I want to help somehow. The only thing I can think of right now is to make the videos, most of the videos, public again. And every month I can send the ad revenue from all of the past videos. Because there were plenty.
Look, here's the deal. Okay, I know that I'm the fox, and I know that I raided the hen house, but you know what I could do? I'm gonna just watch this hen house from now on, and I'm gonna guard the hen house and make sure that no fox gets into the hen house, and like just like trust me.
That didn't have any uncredited stuff in them.
Do you see what he's angling for? So I'm just gonna put the stuff back up, the stuff that was plagiarized and everything, but don't worry, I'm gonna contribute to the fund. I'm gonna pay out to H Bomber Guy's Victims of James Somerton fund. But
I can make them public again, and then every month I can send the AdSense to either I can send it to H Bomber Guy's team that they can add to the fund, or I can start a fund myself.
Yeah, we really trust you. We really trust you to do something like that.
And every month I can publicly say how much money.
The problem was not the credits, correct?
Made on the AdSense and show it, and send that to the writers and stuff every month. I don't know what the system for that would be, but I'd be more than happy.
Unless I accidentally forget to send the money to whoops, and then I can make an apology video about that.
Some of the videos, like the killing stalking video, brought in like a pretty decent amount of money every month, so that would be helpful, I think.
That's so weird, though, that he's gonna mention like trying to some scheme of putting the videos back up, right? So all the plagiarized material goes back up, competes with the people that created it in the first place, you know, strangles out like any sort of attention to, you know, smaller content creators, right? That have similar videos. Like, we're gonna do that, but he never says of like, hey, you know, of all this money that I made from these videos, like maybe I should return some of it. That's not even a thought.
I also put either in.
Yeah, and there's we got a pretty big implication earlier that maybe it's Nick's fault. Like, if you're taking this guy seriously, right? You know, I don't know how that got in there, and you know, like I should have checked it. You know, like, how else is it gonna get in there other than you or your co-writer? The co-writer who actually comes up clean, at least as far as like H Bomber Guy. What H Bomber Guy has found, like, no evidence that Nick was plagiarizing stuff. All the evidence points to James plagiarizing stuff, and yet who gets to be the fall guy here?
The description or the pinned comment, the names of the authors.
That was what was wrong. The crediting, yes.
Where all of the information came from. That it wasn't me going out doing journalism. I never thought anyone thought that.
Oh, new evidence does show that Nick knew about things?
I was doing like journalism on stuff. And I don't think anyone did. But the people who actually were doing it should have been given the credit.
Is that in the Todd in the Shadows video?
They deserved. They did the hard work. All I did was edit a video.
God, I mean, I gotta say something. Like, this guy's hard to watch. I was never a fan before. I must have come, like, the stuff that he does content about is of interest to me. So I'm sure that like I watched a video before, but I think I must have clicked away just because, like, I'm not, you know, really feeling the delivery.
They did the hard work, and they deserved the credit. Sorry about that. Phone stopped recording.
So Edwin Rollins says there were Discord chats leaked that show that they both knew what they were doing. Where are you seeing that? Is this on, are you finding this on Twitter, or has this been?
Yes, they deserved credit. And
yo, I just want to point out right now that YouTube, you are ahead in the subs, in the goal to the subs race for once, right? That's kind of amazing. Sorry, did I say YouTube? I got it backwards. Oh my God. Look, poor Twitch even gets credit robbed from them, even when they're the one doing the awesome thing. I'm sorry, I meant Twitch. Twitch for once, right, is ahead in the subs race. Wait, did he say he'd pay himself? Trust me. Well, yeah, he talked about, like, are you talking about when he was talking about like AdSense and stuff?
when it was something.
From what I saw, his style is just like the dictionary defines XYZ as blah, 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 blah.
Something like the recent history of Hollywood videos. Right there in the opening credits, I put Vito Russo's name, that it was adapted.
It was in the Todd in the Shadow. People have been telling me to watch that.
Adapted from his book, The Celluloid Closet.
Like, well, how long is the Todd in the Showers? Maybe Todd in the Showers, Todd in the Shadows. How long is the Todd in the Shadows? Maybe we can watch that.
Same thing went for the Gay Panic video and the Gay Holocaust video. The Gay Holocaust video was adapted from 2 books, and the Gay Panic video was adapted from a lot of journalism. And
I will be right back.
I put their names right at the beginning of the videos. But I understand that that's not how citation works. Now, I understand that. I get it. And I want to do better. I know a lot of people hate me now. I did bad shit. But I want to try and do better. At some point, I'd like to make videos again. I'd like to do videos that are fully sourced, where I will put a link to the script where you can find all of the sources, so that everyone is
Apparently I had my door open and my roommate was trying to sleep, so
properly given the credit that they deserve.
I'm loud, chat. I'm a loud roommate to live with.
Any kind of research that's done.
Oh, Molten Panda.
Credit for any B-roll that's used.
That is a classic Friday evening.
It's like stock footage or movies or TV shows or video games or anything like that. Have it all in there. I would like to become a really, really good example of giving proper credit to writers and journalists. And I know a lot of you watching this aren't really gonna care, and you would rather I just disappear.
This is some Xander Hall energy. My haters want me dead.
But I would like to try to do better. I never, ever intended to hurt anybody. I never thought that's what I was doing. Before I went to the
Todd got into their Discord before a bit before they got shut down, and they were talking about how they were sourcing their vids, showing that they both collaborated in the writing, in the copy pasta process. Yes. That's what they should have done, is they should have tried to play it off like it was copy pasta. We were doing a joke. It was a meme. We were waiting for someone to call us on it and be like, oh, that's this book. That's what was it, like Queens and the oh my god, I'm trying to remember the main book that he stole from.
Hospital. I read a lot of stuff from people who were really hurt. Not just authors and stuff, but people who watched my videos who were hurt by stuff in them. People think that I hate ace people and women and bisexual people and lesbians, and that's not true. It's not true. I'm sorry that stuff made it into videos that just shouldn't have been there. Misinformation and lies. I promise you I did not write that stuff. I should have been a lot more exacting.
Wait, what? What did he just oh, the stuff where... So wait, what's he trying to claim? Is he trying to say that he just came off wrong?
When Nick and I would be editing scripts, but I promise you that those are not, I don't think those things.
That it just... Like, it's a weird thing to say that he didn't write those things, because, like, we do believe, in fact, that you didn't write a lot of, you know, your scripts, but it's funny, like, in the H Bomber Guy video, if I remember correctly, the parts that were, like, hating on women, or like, you know, like, right, the parts that he mentioned, those were, those seem to be not plagiarism. That was the only part of what he said that came up plagiarism negative, and yet
and lies. I promise you I did not write that stuff.
What does that mean? What does that mean? Are you blaming Nick for this? Like, I don't even know. I can't even imagine what.
Been there. Misinformation and lies. I promise you I did not write that stuff.
I can't. I need to get to the Tootsie Roll center of this Tootsie Pop.
It's not true.
Where does this start?
Lesbians, and that's not
Here we go.
true. People think that I hate ace people and women and bisexual people and lesbians, and that's not true. It's not true. I'm sorry that stuff made it into videos.
It made it into videos. Yo, this amazing stuff that can make it into videos through like no outside intervention. Like I'm saying, this is like the perennial like leaves that blow from who knows where and end up in his videos, and it just like he reads the script and the leaves are there, and it makes it sound like he was he was hating on people that he doesn't actually hate.
Shouldn't have been there. Misinformation and lies. I promise you I did not write that stuff.
This is what I don't understand, is who is he blaming here? Is this like God's fault? Is this Nick's fault? Like, how else would it get in here? How else would it even get in there? You approved of it at least, and you said it on camera. Yeah, and you edited it, or at least, you know, I mean, maybe he doesn't edit his own stuff, but. Making eye contact with the lens? I've noticed him like looking up a lot, but.
I should have been a lot more exacting when Nick and I would be editing scripts, but I promise you that those are not, I don't think those things.
Okay. It seems like Nick's the one getting thrown under the bus, and we're going to watch the Todd in the Shadows, at least the segment talking about Nick, talking about the new revelations that Todd found as far as like Nick's involvement, but I don't think this was just Nick that is at fault here. Like you are not like, you know, sloughing it all off on Nick. I mean, that's the feeling that you get watching this, right? If you're a Somerton fan, if you're a Somerton fan, and like, I don't know to what extent they, you know, they still exist, right? There's not a lot of like Illuminati fans out there, right? And I'm guessing not a lot of like Somerton fans out there either, but like the people that that want to hear something that lets them feel good about still liking this content creator are going to come away from, if they exist, right? Are probably coming away from this so far blaming Nick.
Apologize to asexual people who feel like I just completely delegitimized you. Nick being ace, I know it's kind of like, you know, no two gay people are exactly the same and no two ace people are exactly the same, but I kind of, when it came to that,
it was his responsibility. It was Nick's responsibility as the ace person in the group to keep the script ace phobia free. And somehow God, this is so hard to take.
And his observations and stuff like that. And I'm not trying to throw Nick under the bus, which a bunch of people.
No, that's literally what you did. What are you talking about? He's already under the bus. He's been run over. The bus is backed up and gone forward and backed up and gone forward. Nick has been run over a few times now.
That I was setting him up as doing, which is not true. This whole thing, Nick and I were 50-50 partners. It wasn't, I hired him to have a scapegoat or something like that. I never hired Nick. Nick and I were roommates for years before I started doing YouTube videos. And then people started watching them. And I asked Nick if he wanted to help me write them. And he said yes, and we started splitting first the AdSense, and then the Patreon, and then the sponsorships. We just split everything. Nick was never supposed to be a fall guy. I'm sorry. Maybe I should have waited longer to do this.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think those things. I
have to tell you what I'm eating?
Either. I think it was just how fast we were writing stuff and how fast we were putting videos out. It was too fast.
Well, I just hate to say it because somebody's like totally ruined this, another content creator has totally ruined this food, unfortunately, but I'm eating noodles.
And we weren't putting the care into them that needed to be put into them. I've seen a lot of people on social media and other YouTubers even lying about me, but
the noodles, yes.
A bomber guy was not one of them. Just want to be clear about that. Except I was never setting Nick up to be a fall guy and tell him.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of like ramen, but it's just like rice noodles, vegetables, and tofu at this point. But I do need some seasoning packets. That would make it pop.
It was never a scam.
Low carb.
It was never.
What is low carb ramen made of? Oh, I bet I know what you could make it from. I bet you could make kelp noodles low carb. Yeah.
A grift.
Or even zucchini noodles
or anything like that. I swear it was not.
There was no grifting. There was no grifting going on. None whatsoever.
Days, I'm going to send out a message to the Telos supporters on Indiegogo.
Okay, the Telos, that's another question.
In more detail to them, because we were not super clear about everything that was going on with Telos, and so I understand why it seems like
kelp noodles are like 0 calories. They're like all iodine and magnesium.
We weren't doing anything, but we were. We were doing a lot of work on Telos. We just weren't talking about it because we made that initial first announcement for Final Girl, and that fell through, and I'll explain that to the message I send out to the supporters, which I'm sure will end up on Reddit or somewhere.
Does this apology need a ukulele? Well, I mean, we do have one somewhere, don't we?
And after that, we didn't want to talk about it too much until we had something really concrete, and I'll explain all of that in that message.
I feel like I need a timeline to remind me of the Telos stuff, right? Because there was like so many different projects and none of them actually ever got made.
Telos was and is not a grift. I was never going to take the money and run. None of the money that came in for Telos was ever going to be paying me or Nick. it was going to be paying queer actors and artists, musicians, things like that. And I know there's been lots of talk about budgets and all of this stuff, and people saying I'm really
Holding Ideas talked about this on Twitter.
Stupid for thinking that a movie could be made for that little money, but there are examples of it being done, and I actually do have.
Yeah, there is an example of it's like I believe when Jack Black worked at a video rental store, there was an example of him and his friends making movies for much less money. I believe they call it the sweeting process.
Anyway, but yeah, anyway, I do want to keep making videos, and I know a lot of you won't watch them, and that's fine. But I really liked making videos. We ended up making a lot of videos we didn't want to make.
This is like a one-way ticket to manipulation station. A toxic gossip train.
Because people were asking for them, and so there were a lot of videos we made that we didn't want to make, and I think those videos are very clear on which ones those were.
Were those like the ones that weren't plagiarized?
One of them never got officially released. It was released to patrons. Some patrons.
I can't even eat this.
Other people before all the videos went.
Usually pretty good with these.
And a lot of people hate the analysis that Nick and I did on it.
Molten Panda, you are on it. Now we get the real point of the video. I'm reopening the money funnel and starting the content mill back up. That's exactly it. It's been enough time.
And so maybe it's good that never got properly released, because maybe it would have hurt people. And I don't want that.
That's the one thing that we're kind of missing. Yeah, it's like, that's the one mistake I think that he made, is like not saying it in the form of a song. Right? Not saying it in the form of the top of the hour ad break, which is coming at you any minute now, any second. Right, you're going to get hit with an ad on Twitch. So if you don't want to see those ads, if you no longer want to see those ads, you can get out of it with a Twitch Prime sub for free. It puts money in my pocket. It gets us closer to our sub goal, and it gives you the emotes that you so crave, as well as getting you out of the ad break. You can pay for $5 to get your own. Wait, is it discounted? Something's like discounted. Maybe it's bits. Maybe bits are discounted right now. But whatever it is, right? Or you can, if you're lucky enough, possibly be gifted a sub, although that sort of thing more likely to happen when you're actually active in the chat. It's the toxic copy train, yeah.
But I do want to make videos again sometime. I'd love to.
James, listen, okay? I'm going to start a weekly panel show in which I would love you to attend. If you want to make content, you can still do this, but I feel like you should stick to live content. Any other content you do, there's, oh my God, look at that. Wow, indeed. But I have to scroll back to see who I have to thank for this. Janelle M, thank you for the 5 No Comment Check memberships to Peter Martin, Dark Canuck, Michael Kenner, Anthony Draper, and Michael Fong. You all got gifted by Janelle M. So appreciate.
Do like retrospectives on important gay movies. If you watch the channel Be Kind Rewind, they're an amazing.
What? The channel Be Kind Rewind? Isn't that the name of the Jack Black movie I was just talking about? See, that's the kind of content that, like, he just needs something where, you know, if you're gonna steal from people, steal from, like, movie studios, right? Just rip off Ghostbusters, rip off, like, you know, just like all the classics, right? Irene Raptored, yes.
Channel that do a lot of retrospectives on older Hollywood movies, and I would love to do that for gay movies. A lot of gay movies, people my age and younger just have never heard of. Things like Torch Song Trilogy and Long-Term Companion and stuff like that. Movies from the 70s and 80s and the 90s and things that were like really influential for gay cinema that no one...
Okay, now I feel obliged. Okay, so just so you know, and I don't want to spend too much time, you know, advertising essentially, but yeah, I do appreciate the contributions towards the continuation of the show and everything. But just so everybody understands, like, right, we've got like the ad break that is skippable with a sub is the one on Twitch, right? So unfortunately, YouTube does not knock off ad breaks for those who sub. I think they, but it does it for Twitch. So when I'm saying the top of the hour thing, that's like an ad break that we know is coming. As far as the YouTube ad breaks, I don't think they're even the same between one viewer and the other. I think it's kind of random, like when you get the YouTube ad breaks. And I don't know if there's much I can do about that, but I do appreciate the gift memberships, and they do help people to emote, for instance, right? You get all the emotes on YouTube, and you get access to content, exclusive content, some exclusive content, like, right, I don't want to make it all
And you know, I'd like to talk about those, not just those movies, but
I'm doing such a bad job. But yeah, essentially what I'm supposed to do is like every 30 minutes before, like every 30 minutes, I'm supposed to say that, like, the thing about Twitch, just so that people know that they can get out of the, they can get out of the, you know, ad break on Twitch through that neat trick of using an Amazon Prime sub.
They got made and stuff like that.
Wait, Pokimane had an apology song about the cookies thing?
I would love to do something like that. I swear.
This is a bad video.
Grave.
I was just gonna offer him a job on a Frenemies like podcast, right? I was just gonna offer him, like, be like, yeah, no, come on my podcast, right? We're gonna do a Frenemies thing. We're gonna have like all these sussy rumblers and bring them all. We're gonna bring them all in, and we're gonna make content every week. And you won't have to steal stuff from people, because your personality itself, you know, just you being your morally questionable self will be entertainment, much like Trish Paytas is. But yeah, I just wanted to make sure everybody understood, because like I don't want people, like, you know, thinking that the, you know, the Twitch memberships like erase the ad breaks, because I don't think they do, unfortunately. They should.
There will be no copying people. No copy and pasting.
Never again. I will not be doing that again.
Every source will be cited in a document and on screen. Because I actually liked doing research. I loved doing research, reading the books and articles and stuff like that. The part of me that was...
I loved copying this source and pasting it into my script. It was so awesome. And then reading it out for the first time on while recording the video. I'm sure there's a ton of other people who could make more illuminating content on queer cinema history than James. Yeah, not everything is about you, James. Now it's our fault. That's right, Sasha G. I was thinking about Colleen Ballinger. Well, yeah, you know, like that's what I want to. Oh, you were thinking of you got Colleen Ballinger mixed up with Pokimane. That's interesting. Yeah, Pokimane had a cookie scandal where she was selling cookies that were, I guess, kind of, you know, yeah, sound like they were kind of expensive. And when people complained about them being expensive, she just did the, I don't know how serious she was about it, but it was like the, oh, what are you, a brokey? Right? The same thing that you see every day in like red pill content, and yet when Pokimane does it, you know, the whole internet. But yeah, like those were legitimately expensive cookies, right? Those were I think that they're the same cookies that you can buy elsewhere, but like with what do you call that when you like there's a way to raise prices on something by including like less items, like less cookies, right? But you charge the same price. It's somethingflation. Anybody know what I'm talking about? Like, so, right, you know, if you wanna charge more for an item, like, you know, and you had like 7 cookies per pack, right? You could reduce that to 5 cookies and charge the same price, and you're essentially raising the price on people. Shrinkflation. Thank you, Globbits. That's what it is. Shrinkflation. Yes. Chat knows.
Lazy was the copy and paste part.
You're not doing. It's your job to keep track of the Twitch tea. What's going on Twitch?
Instead of just putting,
I should pay more attention to it. It's a source of great.
And just citing them properly and giving them credit. That's where the laziness came in. That was it. I wasn't trying to be malicious. That was just laziness. And I promise, for anyone who does watch the videos that I make going forward, I promise that will never happen again. And I welcome the highest level of scrutiny on the new videos.
I don't know what to like, right? Because I said this was a sad, strange video that he does here, a sad, strange apology that he does here. But there is something actually sad in that he doesn't get it, that there aren't going to be more videos. They're not going to be like much like Illuminati, right? You're not really gonna.
As for Patreon,
like, he's in a very different place than the rest of the internet is. He's in a place of like, hey, what a screw up. Wild that happened. I am like so totally sorry for that. And the whole thing where I was taking content and copying and pasting it and not giving attribution, that's never going to happen again. Can I please get back to my videos? Can I please get back to my Patreon? Let's open up that Patreon again. Let's get that Patreon money rolling in.
I'm going to reactivate it.
Yes, there he goes.
Because I saw
the other thing, it's sad because he thinks that the viewer is like this, like clueless, right? I mean, it's sad in one way and it's villainous in another way, right? It's like he's a villain, but he's a really like out of touch villain that doesn't really recognize the situation that he's actually in, that is unwilling to obviously own up to his own actions, and is not, really comprehending the gravity of those actions, and the way the internet feels about him. It's
people on social media saying that I was probably going to reactivate it right on January 1st so that everyone could get a surprise billing and I could take the money and run. And no.
So instead I did it on December 21st.
First of all, that was never my plan, and I'm not going to do it. I'm going to reactivate it now so that anyone who wants to leave, which I imagine will be the vast majority, can leave and not have to be worried about being billed again in January.
Oh my God. You're so grateful. Yeah, you want to contribute to stuff like this, right? He's basically Dr. Evil. He says, I know that everyone thought I was going to do it at the stroke of midnight. on New Year's Eve. But aren't I nice? I'm giving you 10 days. 10 days to cancel your Patreon.
Yeah. So
didn't Pokey's cookies come at a higher price, but it was a bulk quantity of several bags of cookies shipped? I actually have not followed that enough to know.
in closing, I again.
Chad, do you want me to cover stuff like that? Like, for instance, like XQC stuff. I mean, there's a lot of garbage on Twitch. I do cover, I guess, Chud Logic, right? That's the last Twitch personality I've covered. I don't really even know who else to cover. I mean, I guess Loserbox is on. I don't even know. No, I think did Loserbox switch to YouTube?
And again, I'm not sorry because I was caught. I'm sorry because I honestly didn't know how much I was hurting people. And how much harm I was bringing.
I mean, she didn't literally say brokies, but yeah, I'm just like, brokies is the thing that you see the dude streamers always throwing around, like, you know, what are you, a brokey? But what did she say exactly? It was something like, yeah, if you're too poor to, people are complaining about the price of the cookies, which, you know, were available at, I think, a similar price, but for like more of them, there was, you know, kind of a bit of a ripoff. And instead of being like, yeah, no, that really sucks, you know, inflation, what can you do, right? She says something like, well, if you're too poor for that, then you're too poor for cookies, I guess. I don't know.
The community, because that's not.
Oh, it was a single chatter?
Ever what I intended. I wanted the channel to be a safe place. I spent so much time deleting comments that were hateful. I've recently found out that I wasn't being notified about, that I wasn't seeing comments that were in replies to other comments, so there were plenty of hateful comments.
Molten Panda is voting against the trivial Twitch drama
in the comment section that I wasn't seeing that were plenty hateful. And I didn't know that. But I wanted the channel to be a safe place. And it ended up not being a safe place.
And the other thing that it does is it kind of paints like a narrative, right? And it's an unfortunate thing, but when you're in a marginalized group, you have people trying to paint you with tropes regardless of what you do, right? And like, for this kind of malfeasance to be associated with like queer content creators is extra bad.
And for the misinformation, that kind of falls into two categories. One, I did the wrong research into historical things, and other things, they're not what I wrote. Again, thank you to H Bomber Guy and his team for making the fun.
Thank you so much. I never would have known that I'd hurt people without your help, H Bomber Guy. Thank you so much. Oh my god.
For the writers.
Okay, we gotta do a poll. Look, I teased it before, but we gotta do a poll for real, okay? I want to know what you think. More... Wait, no, that's not how you do a poll. You know how to do this, Irene. Okay, more brazen liar, or most brazen liar. And your choices are James Somerton. And if somebody wants to do this on Twitch too, that would really help. Or George Santos. Anybody else that we want to throw in there? Come on, Irene. That is a classic song. But I feel like I've heard that somewhere else too. Anyway. George Santos. Anybody else we want to throw in there? Most brazen liar. The Grinch. Oh my god, wait, the Grinch doesn't lie though, right? Like, the Grinch owns his shit. Santos is in a league of his own. Oh, so we got some people. Okay, well, I'll let this poll go. If chat wants to go ahead and take the poll. I can't think of anybody else to throw in there. I mean, obviously Trump, but like, people are we're so used to Trump lying. It's just like, yes, who is the most brazen liar? Thank you, mods. There we go. We're asking you on both platforms. Who is the most brazen liar out there? Donald Trump has got to win if I put him on there. So we got to do it between Santos and Somerton. I don't know if that's a fair fight, but that's a fairer fight.
I'd like to try to contribute to that somehow. So if it's okay.
The Grinch was more moral. The Grinch was just like a legitimately jaded person, I guess, right? Is that the story of the Grinch? He was just like, had nothing to live for except for his dog. And he was mean to his dog. Wasn't he mean to his dog? And so he's just like, you are going to have Christmas? I don't think so. I'm the Grinch. I'm coming down your chimney. I'm stealing all your Christmas decorations. I'm taking everything. I'm taking absolutely everything.
Make the videos public and send all of the public again and send all, it won't be all the videos because some of them had.
He's a massive liar without the Riz of Santos. Yeah. George is a bigger liar. He also has Riz to back it up. True.
Taken down. But I can put the videos back up with the sources properly put in.
Oh my god, Zara, yeah. That's right. That's right. They were like waking him up early on Christmas morning.
I guess for the videos
he did have a motive.
Up from 0, I could actually put sources like in the videos, which would be good. For the other ones that would just be.
Oh my god, I also want to know, chat, do you think that the Grinch is an evil queen?
Made live again.
Does the Grinch would qualify as an evil queen?
I think people read pinned comments more than they read the descriptions. Descriptions like disappear in a lot of places. Something like that. Something so that I can try and it won't make up.
You tried to vote, but it deleted your comment? Oh my god. The Grinch does become nice at the end. He's like really nice. Like, I got the feeling that he's going to take over Santa's job, or maybe in this world, Santa's not real, but the Grinch maybe that's how what if Santa's the Grinch? How gay-coded is the Grinch? It depends on who's playing him. I would say that in some ways, like, everybody played by Jim Carrey gets a little gay-coded. And I'm not sure why. Not so with Adam Sandler, though.
So I'm really, really, really sorry.
We gotta know, who's the most brazen liar? You have a limited time to vote. Give me some feedback. Oh my god, that was some good noodles, though. Dude lied about such major parts of his life, right? The animated special as canon. Wait, is that Ralph Bakshi? Who draws the Grinch? No, wait, the Grinch is like, it's the same people that did that one where the guy goes to the world and there's like the numbers people and then there's like the letters people and they're like fighting. They're like, oh, numbers are better. No, actually letters are better. And then like, right, there's like the, and then he has to go and to the top of something and there's some, it was Chuck Jones. Yeah. Wait, is that the person who did, what am I thinking of? He has a watchdog. He has a watchdog that sits in the car with him. And they all have that curled up smiles, right? Just like the Grinch. Except not as evil. Toxic. I just want to sing to you, chat. I really do. I don't know, for some reason. Why are you stalled? Why are you paused? There you go.
You're probably not. But
Yeah, Phantom Toll Booth. Oh my god, it's the Phantom Toll Booth. Yes.
no, I miss you.
He goes through a machine that turns him into a cartoon, and then he goes off into cartoon land, and he has to make peace between the numbers and the letters, and there's the dodecahedron. There's a dodecahedron. You thought I was flying a plane? Wait, did you hear like a loud noise? I do. My house is loud. It's a loud place.
Yeah, I want to do better.
Well, now you've got the ukulele, so you can do better. Just write a song for us next time. Jesus Christ, what do you think, chat? Like, I really think that I appreciate... I never thought I'd be saying this at the end of 2023, but I appreciate Colleen Ballinger. I appreciate Colleen Ballinger. Did not want to make a real apology, just like James here, but at least had the decency to give us a song.
I want to do better.
It was like a song in place of the apologies. George Santos just like destroyed on Twitch. What's going on YouTube? Why does he keep pausing?
I want to prove that I can do better. I don't expect anyone to just give me the benefit of the doubt.
George Santos is winning.
But I want to show that I can do better.
You still have time to vote on YouTube.
Again.
Morbius Dragon says Charles Manson was a really big liar. He convinced all those people to follow him. What do you think he told them? Like, what do you tell people to get them to go? Oh my God, I don't even want to say. I don't even want to say what the Manson family did, but...
I'm really sorry. I'm sorry that the things I did. I'm sorry that I disappointed you.
Oh yeah, you're right, Zara. Zara's right. Yeah, that's right. That's what he promised them. Oh my God, Chad, if you don't know this, what Zara's referring to was that Manson thought that he and his family would be the only white people to survive a conflict between races, a war that he thought was going to happen. And he would use the Beatles. He would, like, they would, I guess, listen to, you know, like, so what Charles Manson is, right? What the Manson family is a bunch of heads in the 60s. And like, look, there's a bunch of groups of heads in the 60s that didn't do anything like this, but no, this was like wait, was it in the 60s? Yeah, I think they started in the 60s, right? And when I say heads, I mean like people that like to enjoy expanding their mind with pharmaceuticals, which were legal in 1966, became illegal in like 1967, and have been illegal since then, right? That's what we're talking about. And that was what Charles Manson and his family would do. And apparently they'd like listen to the Beatles, and he'd be like, you know what this means? And they're like, I don't know, Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band is cool. Like, no. This means there's going to be a war between, right? So, but his idea was that all other white people would be not surviving that, and that he and his group would, and therefore they would be the leaders of society. Anyway, it's a super racist conspiracy theory.
I promise.
The Beatles tried to warn us, right? No, I don't think it was actually Sgt. Pepper's. I think it was like Helter Skelter, right? Which I think, isn't Helter Skelter literally a song about being a child and going down one of those circular slides, you know, the tornado shaped slide? Isn't it literally, like, if you listen to the lyrics, they're talking about like kids going down a slide.
Go.
He wrote a song for the Beach Boys. Which one?
Going forward. I will do better. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, thank you. I'm so glad we watched. Okay. Alrighty.
And I'm really sorry.
Yeah, in case you didn't get that. Sorry that all that stuff ended up in my videos. I promise you it will never ever happen again. Okay, so Zara was nice enough to find the exact moment that Todd in the Shadows talks about the further information that was discovered. So we're starting off here with H-Bomber guy again.
And having now seen it, I noticed that, well, one, it's way better than mine, and two, H-Bomb goes out of his way to spare and exonerate James's...
Yo! Did anybody else get jump scared? Did anybody else get jump scared by H-Bomber guy? Is that just me? I just got a legitimate... Oh wait, it's a song... Okay, so it's a song called Never Learn Not to Love. Ooh. That's classic 60s schlock, isn't it?
Forget. Now, I did not have anything that would exonerate Nick. I knew it was entirely possible Nick was feeding him bad information, but I wasn't going to accuse him of anything.
Anybody else get that, though? Like, the way that H-Bomber guy pops up in the video, I think it's because there's, like, an auditory cue in the H-Bomber video, but we're not hearing that because it's the voiceover.
It's James's name on the channel.
It's like if somebody showed you, like, a Five Nights at Freddy's without the... Did I do it right? Does it sound like that? Do you know what I'm talking about? The thing that they do when they come and find you if you do not... Wait, if they get it, if the animatronics get into your detective cave, into your goon cave. No! No, but that's kind of what I feel. Does anybody else feel that way? That like the room that it kind of looks like, I don't know. What is the security guard doing like normally in that room? And is it a one-handed type of activity? That's what I want to know. Right? Yeah, we're back to the turtleneck. Yeah, we were talking about like how George Santos actually wore the turtleneck well. Surprisingly well. Looked great in the turtleneck. And James Somerton, I don't know what to say. Not so much. Always lock the door. Yeah, you look, but you can't keep... Wait, what's the deal? You like can't keep it locked because it takes energy? It takes power to close the door. Isn't that... Or no, to keep it closed, right? Like the natural state of the door is like open. And so you've got to constantly be using power in order to keep the door closed, right? And to turn the lights on, you know, costs power. And that's the big thing. You've got this tiny little battery. It's all hooked up to like a cell phone, like battery or something. And
it's him saying the words. So I figured responsibility has to fall on Somerton. However, H-Bomb mentioned a Discord server that they had, and I may have gone digging in it. And
hopefully it wasn't called the Goon Cave.
I found something Nick posted last year. I've been informed there's some misleading information presented in...
Wait, what is a Goon Cave? Do I need to explain this?
The Fat Nazis video. Ooh, do tell.
What? What? The Fat Nazi? Is that like a soup Nazi?
We could have done more.
Wait, the Fat Nazis video. What? What does that mean? Oh my god, chat, I'm missing it. I'm missing it. Elaborate on the points regarding the fitness movement leading up to the Nazi spin cycle? Oh. Oh my god, these Nazis and their exercise cults. Like...
Or to elaborate on points regarding the fitness movement leading up to the Nazis spin...
Hi, Jose.
...cycle cult, sure. Why...
So, spin cycle, I'm sure everybody knows what spinning is, right? That's like... There was some kind of Nazi spin cycle cult, right? As opposed, not to be confused with the 4chan femboy cult, right? This is a different cult, not the same cult. So what is a Goon Cave? Oh my god. I don't know, like, I'm no expert on these matters, okay? But I am told that there's an activity called gooning, which is somebody, uh, stimulating themselves to a point and then like keeping themselves stimulated for a long period of time without that stimulation culminating in any sort of release, if you get my drift, right? That is the activity known as gooning. And where does the goon? The goons in a goon cave. It's a special place that is private. First and foremost, I would assume. Goon Cave probably needs to be private and just has everything for the gooning needs of the gooning, and then they can goon in their goon cave. That's why the phrase exists, gooning in my goon cave, which somebody's definitely gonna clip.
That's not how you spell Weimar. Weimar did have a large fitness campaign that the Nazis sprung off of, I'm told. Okay, that's just
what? Wait, are we talking about the Nazis? Not like some Nazis? We're talking about the famous ones? There was actually a fitness cult? They didn't have spin cycles back then? No, I'm getting trolled. I'm misunderstanding this or something. I wish you had a Midwestern accent while gooning. Wait, why do you want me to say gooning? You're talking about like that kind of accent? Oh, I'm just gooning in my goon cave. That's my Sarah Palin. Is she Midwestern? No, Alaska's not Midwest, right? That's like Alaska's Alaska. The plot of the Goonies. I've never seen that movie. God, that would be one disturbing version of that movie, which I'm sure exists, right? Because every single movie ever made got made into a parody, a corn parody of itself at some point. I think that's Rule 35. Am I right, chat? Is that Rule 35 that says that? Definitely my request, and it said it violated our content policy at work. Oh, the cave was your request, but yeah, look, like the weird things that you find out, like doing research for the stream, Chad. It's research. I was doing research for the stream. Okay, I've got to be apprised of these things. These activities, these trends, right? Because like
narrative. I'm not going to complain about that. You can't cover everything. However, the association between the Americas co-opting Nazis' fitness ideology is based on observation. The J-Shark, that's James. Perhaps in the future...
That's James. He's the J-Shark?
We could do more to use language to highlight what is an observational claim. An observational claim? What does that mean? Well,
this is a good video.
A lot of the claims, at least that I make, are kind of based on just raw observation.
Raw.
Kind of fucking lazy.
Observation.
Don't want to look things up, so I just kind of take something and ruminate on it. Are you kidding me? What do you mean raw observation? Did you go back in time and interview World War II vets? Did you look at pictures of...
So we are talking about
and just
the Nazis.
That they got their looks from the Nazis? What could that possibly mean, Nick? I wasn't able to dig much more because Nick shortly thereafter nuked the server, but I did snag this from him about how he'd want to go back and correct any mistakes if their essays were to be put in print. We have to produce content very quickly. No, you don't, Nick. You absolutely don't. And sometimes things we write in passing make it through to the final draft. Once or twice, I have not been able to find supporting evidence. Once or twice, huh? Because I have a lot more than once or twice, Nick. And one last thing, right before I lost access to everything, Nick defended himself from plagiarizing by admitting that he doesn't read anything or do any research. That's funny, Nick. I do a lot of research, especially for this video because I didn't want to accuse you falsely. I poured blood, sweat, and tears into the research for this video, and
I got a request to roll this video back. What do you say? What do you think, chat? Should I watch this segment and then roll it back to the beginning? I've got at least one request. One person wants me to watch this from the get to go, or at least watch the intro of it, right? Meow. No, that's The Rising. Why does The Rising keep it feels like Robbie Suave and Brianna Joy Gray won't leave me alone.
You saw fit to just present your daydreams as reality. Gotta admit, I find it a little galling. Like I said, the server got immediately nuked, so I don't have any more, but I'm including this because H-Bomb was kind to Nick, but I am not. I don't think Nick is entirely to blame here at all. James was spreading bullshit long before Nick signed on, and it's James's channel, the buck stops with him, so I'm going to keep referring to Somerton in the singular in this video. But for the record, Nick, if you're listening to this, your name is on a lot of these videos too. You had a responsibility to be accurate, so you absolutely share in the blame. Back to our regularly scheduled programming. 23.
Pictures of them in the gym and their workout journey, so it feels like gym and fitness culture has actually taken over our media diet. There's another video by the YouTuber intellect James Somerton from Canada, who I think is a really brilliant person.
So this is the intro to the video.
Who actually does the
Is this gonna explain the spin Nazis to us? Because that's interesting in and of itself. Like, really, there's like of all of the things to be Nazis around, like spinning, right? I mean, it could be, I guess yoga would be more. Somehow I would expect yoga though.
Connection.
No one expects the spin class to become a hotbed for Nazism, but what do I know? I'm just a kickboxing coach.
Now see as modern fitness culture with its roots in Nazi Germany and Nazi propaganda and the kind of bodies that Hitler thought were the most desirable, and how American soldiers look to compete with those things.
Yo, what? Oh my god, you just changed World War II for me. I am now imagining World War II as like a ballroom competition.
And I thought this was a really interesting challenge around,
which is totally inappropriate.
We share our journeys in a way that does not continue oppressive ideologies that really are rooted in, I don't want to say just rooted in Nazi Germany, but that's where it came from.
Miles, I'm happy. This really...
Am I getting this right? Are we talking about the Hugo Boss drip? Is that what's going on here? How did I get dropped into the middle of this? No wonder people wanted me to watch this. No wonder people needed me to watch this. I should listen to you, chat. I was like, look, it's bad enough, right? Because I have this, oh my God, chat. I just want to let you know how I'm like constantly managing perceptions, right? As a content creator, you know, there is like what I do, and you know, if you're a viewer of me, you know what I do, you know what I cover, you know what I talk about, you know what the show is about, right? But if you aren't that person and you're looking at me through like, I don't know, the thumbnails on my videos or something like that, you might have a very different impression of me, right? And so I, you know, I'm always fighting off the perception from some people that I do not dislike, people that I appreciate, who might view me as like somebody that is like lost in the sauce of drama, because I can see how if you looked at me from the thumbnails, right, especially those video thumbnails, you might think exactly that, like, right, that this was all about it's time for the tea, like we're doing the tea on BreadTube. But I mean, if you've watched me, you kind of know that it's like that's not exactly the point of what I do. This is, yeah, so but I didn't want to cover more of James Somerton because I kind of categorize it, even though, like, you know, what I always say is that sometimes there is something to drama, right? Drama is just like two people arguing on the internet, right? And that can be pretty vapid. That can be pretty meaningless. That can be pretty petty. That can be pretty juvenile. I've seen all those things, right? But if there's like a point behind the drama and people are interested in hearing about the drama, I say, like, why not talk about the point? Like, if there's actually something there, and, you know, here there is more in the sense of, you know, the ethics of content creation and the power dynamics that exist between content creators than say like a political or theoretical or any historical point to it, right? But I do still think there's a point to that. But I know that when I have James Somerton on my thumbnail, that people are thinking a certain something about me, right? And I'm not talking about you who know my content. I'm talking about other content creators who, I also have to think about how I appear to them. So that is why we didn't take like another day to cover this stuff and go into the Todd in the Shadows thing. But now I can see why so many people wanted to. So
Gave me language.
God, how's that for a stun lock? How is that for a stun lock? Pretty good? No.
Hi, my name's Todd. I review music on YouTube, now for something completely different. So, through the YouTuber grapevine, yes, we all talk, I heard that H-Bomber guy was...
See, that's what I'm talking about. There's a YouTuber grapevine. Do you get it? Do you get it? And when the YouTuber grapevine, they're like talking about Irene, they're talking about like a vapid, petty bitch that doesn't exactly exist in the form that they think it does. Fitness culture was hardcore pushed by state media in social democratic countries during the 1920s, because they wanted to decrease hospital expenses. Even back then, there was like the whole wellness as a prevention mentality. Makes sense though. Todd does not generally make drama videos, so you could be pretty sure that it must be pretty substantive. Yeah, I mean, like, look, I know this. Like, I'm here for, like my stream, and honestly, I think I would get, if it was literally just like I don't know, like Vosh is mad at Connor points this week, right? Or like something like that. Like I would be bored covering, just like being the TMZ. Oh yeah, who? Like I seriously get called stuff like this. The TMZ of BreadTube.
On a piece about plagiarism.
Am I the TMZ of BreadTube?
Including a segment about a YouTuber named James Somerton.
Fantasy contains a possible critique of dominant...
Ooh, good point, Damal. Fat phobia has some old and deep roots.
...heteronormative culture, as well as allowing for a proxy to exist.
Somerton is a gay YouTuber. He covers a lot of queer media, history, theory, stuff like that. Somerton had gotten into some minor arguments on Twitter with people I know, and that's how he got on my radar. So when I heard...
Are you ready for some ASMR?
Somerton stuff out of curiosity to see this, to see all this plagiarism for myself, and I did catch some of it, but I was struck.
We gotta have some sody pop,
which was his tendency to just straight make shit up, and I'm not talking like flubbed facts or sloppy analysis, or even that he was spreading bad information from bad sources. I'm talking really wild, made up shit that he pulled directly out of his ass. And over the next 6 months.
Yeah, it's a weird. I that hit me too, Molten Panda. Now sometimes like that is, just like you kind of sound a certain way that you don't mean to when you record yourself, and you don't want to go back and overdub that, because like that would be the answer. If you say something in a way that sounds kind of weird, you might want to go back and overdub it. Like from the little bit of like creating, prepared content I've done. That's not as easy as it looks, and it's like a hugely long process. So I don't know. I'm willing to grant that maybe somebody just said something in a weird way. Maybe
I don't know why, but I just
maybe there's no real intentionality behind it.
Kept watching his stuff, collecting his crazy fake sounding facts, and doing a lot of research.
I mean, this is good though. I mean, it's not good. It's bad, but it's bad in a good way, right? We're talking about a messy bitch.
To him, I fully admit that's kind of weird, but I was...
God, now I sound like a drama streamer. What's going on, chat?
Just fascinated with what crazy thing he was gonna say next. I didn't even know what
Am I gonna have to bring Naomi Klein on to discuss my doppelganger?
I was gonna do with this information, but I asked H-Bomb if he was gonna be covering any of it, and he told me he was mostly focusing on the plagiarism. And I agree that is pretty serious. But Somerton has also used the credibility he got from stealing people's work to spread some really wrong information into the world. I hesitated on saying anything about this because Somerton is not the biggest YouTuber in the world or anything, but he's certainly not nobody either. He's about as big as I am. He has a decent-sized following, and more importantly, he has a lot of respect among that following.
That's not big. That's only 2.5 million?
You just heard his ideas being repeated on DeRay McKesson's podcast there, so serious people do take him seriously. And considering...
Wait.
The severity of the things he said, I just feel like the record needs to be corrected on this. So this is just a straight, just the facts, debunking.
Just the facts,
every
debunk.
Untruth I saw him spread. I hope
Slay.
H-Bomb doesn't mind me piggybacking off of his video. I didn't consult him on this or coordinated with him, except that he asked me to let him publish his first, which is fair.
Okay, so there's the YouTuber grapevine. Look, I gotta get a hold of this YouTuber grapevine, but chat, it's gonna be really hard. As long as people think that I myself am the messiest of bitches, covering all the other messy bitches so that nobody will look at my mess. Like, as long as that is the perception, it's gonna be really hard, right? But I would like to collab with more people.
This idea first, I wasn't trying to scoop him on it. For all I know, he's gonna cover all this himself, and I did all this work for nothing. Which honestly, I am fine with.
So Todd in the shadows, if you're watching.
I've never done a video like this before. I don't love it. It stresses me out. But if H-Bomb doesn't cover this stuff, I want the truth to be told. And if you watch this video...
He's like, oh, I want the truth to be known.
All the way through, I hope it's clear why I felt like I had to make this. So...
He bought a ticket to the world.
Without further ado, I give you the many bullshit claims of James Somerton. Number 1. Gay porn invented Skype.
What? Yo! This is so good. How did I miss this? This is so good. Zara, you suggested... Wait, no, who suggested this? I think Zara found it. Whoever suggested it, I want to know. Like, right? And I feel like somebody suggested it maybe even before. This is really good. This is really, really good. This is like... Look... I mean, I covered the H-Bomb video because I'm interested. You know, I like H-Bomb and everything, but, you know, it was a little bit tough to get through. It was a little, you know, you want to know what the pot of gold is at the end of the rainbow, but you know, there's a lot of that you process through in getting there. But this is like the yellow brick road, but it's made of gold. So like you're getting the gold like up front. It's like just front loaded with gold, gold, gold. We're good. We're happy, right? We immediately get the instant gratification of like, what the fuck? Of like, this is some messy bitch shit right here. And I'm just like, I feel like Dorothy, okay? I legit feel like I went somewhere over the rainbow and landed on a witch, and you know, the munchkins and the scarecrow and follow the yellow brick road. You know what I'm saying, chat? I feel like just got to remember that if I get the ruby slippers, there's no place like home. That's how you get back, right?
Those hired coding specialists in the mid-90s.
That's the, did I summarize? What? Okay, I'm glad you got this nice and pixelated. I hope it's pixelated enough. No, it was coming unpixelated. Can I trust this video? Is this video okay? Is this video gonna get me in trouble? Is it gonna violate Twitch's community standards, chat? Are we gonna be okay? Well, I mean, it's just like, there's a lot of blurring.
Video. Technology that would later be adopted by Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube.
The Ace video, the Ace couple made a video about how James harassed them.
European gay porn studio Bellamy was the first company to stream live video over the internet, creating a whole...
So his claim was that Korn invented Skype. That's what he was saying.
New industry of webcam sex shows. In 2003, their streaming technology was bought by a small telecommunications startup called Skype.
James is like Hassan's Turkish uncle who says that all ethnic groups are actually Turkish.
Okay, we're gonna start off with an easy one.
Yostiel says, I posted it in videos, but not on stream suggestions because I thought it was too much. That was what I thought too. I thought it had to be too much drama.
You can just look that up on Wikipedia. It's not true. Skype was invented by some of the people who made Kazaa. They have no connection to porn. Also,
what? Okay. Kazaa. Where have I heard of this? Oh, shit. It's like what my sister used to download music.
So the gay porn company Bellamy definitely did not invent live streaming.
It was like one of those Napster things.
They didn't even have a website until 1999. Cam shows and live video definitely existed way before that. And just in general, to the extent that porn did create the internet, it seems obvious to me that the much larger straight porn industry would be leading the way on this. 2. J.K. Rowling once said you could magically gender transition at Hogwarts.
In 2014, J.K. Rowling stated very clearly that gay, lesbian, bi, and transgender students could, of course, attend Hogwarts.
Oh.
She even said that they may use magic to help deal with gender confirmation. She didn't use those exact words, of course, instead clinically stating that one could use magic to change their genitals, but the meaning was still there. So it's no wonder her being a TERF came like a punch to the gut to so many.
Wow, what a wild turnaround from J.K. Rowling.
I mean, she did say all the ooey gooey nice, like, PR stuff. That's true. But she probably wouldn't have said specifically, by the way, like, you know, magic is great for, you know, gender confirmation, right? And I totally approve of this, that, you know, it's like, especially for students at Hogwarts, right? You know, they like doubly against, you know, trans kids. And with J.K. Rowling and a lot of TERFs in the UK, they are like against the existence of trans people, basically.
Okay, this is probably obvious, but
allegedly, I meant to say it's allegedly is the. I didn't say basically. I said allegedly. Okay, that's
about LGBT students being
very important because J.K. Rowling is very litigious.
Hogwarts is real. The second part about changing your genitals is just obviously not real. If it was, you'd have already goddamn heard about it. It'd be the only thing anyone talked.
No one should live in a closet. Oh, because Harry had to live in a closet. Yeah, that's great.
Wrong, and you managed to dig up this phantom quote. Please tell me. In fact, if any of these claims turn out to be real, just let me know, and I'll clip it from the video with, you know, the YouTube tools. And if you see any missing numbers in this list, that's what happened. Anyway. The reason Hitler murdered Ernst Röhm is because he was fat.
Furthermore, due to the fact that a fat German man spat in the face of their master race propaganda, there was a precedent for punishing those who did not conform to these standards. There have been plenty of historians who have even postulated the idea that Ernst Röhm, Hitler's gay BFF while he rose to power, and the man who ran the progenitor of the SS, the SA, was executed not because of Hitler's anxieties or Himmler's disdain for gay men, but because he was fat, and therefore didn't fit the ideal image of the Aryan man.
Alright, this event is called the Night of the Long Knives, where Hitler ordered the execution of Nazi party member Ernst Röhm and all of his allies.
Pig news, yeah. Pig news. God, we need a pig news emote. That would be great. Or like a full hog. We have a full hog. No, I did not just say that. I did not just say that, did I? That's literally not true. That's gonna excite entirely the wrong audience. Anyway.
And the reason for that was just power struggle. It wasn't because he was gay, although Hitler did use that as an excuse. And it certainly wasn't because he was fat. Lots of Nazis were fat. Hitler did have a fitness obsession, but it had nothing to do with this. Somerton claims plenty of historians say this. No, they don't. Name one. 4. England had a homophobic
I didn't even realize that could mean that. I just said, like, oh my god, chat, it's like a really old video. I'm not even sure if it's up anymore. Has anybody seen the full hog video? No! No! Not that there's a full hog video. Why would there be a full... No! Chat, this is not good. This is really not good. This is... Wait, I need President Sunday. President Sunday, can you help me express, like, when it...
This is going bad. This is going bad.
This is
going bad.
Yeah.
This is going bad.
Yeah. I'm just like a...
Dingus Gambit.
Or something.
propaganda campaign against Italian tourism because Italy was turning their kids gay.
This was at the same time of European history when...
I mean, this is literally them taking out the... This is literally... taking out the full hog. No! I have to stop. It's not right.
England had to launch a multimedia effort that included posters, pamphlets, Anglican church missives, fiction, and even spreading via word of mouth, not to send your boys to Italy. Rich families noticed that after their sons toured Europe, something about them would change after they spent a few months in Italy. the combination of a prevalent casual approach towards sex, a culture focused around pursuing artistic romance, and simply being one of the most scenic landmasses on the damn planet, usually culminated in cold English boys' sexual hang-ups being eroded by the hordes of beautiful Italians with a when in Rome attitude when it came to 69ing with other guys.
One challenge I had throughout this list is that it's hard to prove a negative. Like, I do know that parts of Italy and parts of history were widely known for having large gay scenes, and all the countries in Europe have been calling each other gay for centuries, and I'm sure
that's a thing.
One young Englishman
that's a pastime in Europe. Yeah.
Discovered himself in Rome. But here he's claiming the existence of a widespread propaganda campaign that allegedly spanned government, religion, and popular culture about a very specific topic. I'd love to track that down, but he doesn't give me a time frame, a quote, a picture, anything that would help me figure out what he's referring to. I tried many different avenues trying to prove it true, and I just couldn't find anything. And there are comments on that video that are similarly frustrated and lost trying to track this down. Now, he'd also brought up this supposed fact about Italy in a previous video, but with a much more toned-down claim.
This is obvious in early English writings about
Italy makes you gay. That's what I heard. James Somerton, Illuminati, Elon Musk, Donald Trump are examples of why you don't trust business types to do art, science, technology, engineering, education, research, or politics. Yeah, it's all marketing with them. That is true, actually, isn't it? That's literally, yeah, that's the connecting thread.
Italy, where wealthy parents were informed not to let their sons travel there, because the much more sexually fluid Italian Catholic
There's a gay city in Italy, but
boys would corrupt Englishmen into same-sex engagements.
I'll admit that maybe there's a scrap of truth in there. Italy did decriminalize homosexuality surprisingly early, so
1890, yeah. Wait, what was when did Paul Valère? That was like the lover of Rimbaud that got like punished for being for participating in same-sex activities.
probably someone said this about Italy at some point, but suspiciously he doesn't mention the associated propaganda that
Or am I mixing up my poets?
I would mention at every opportunity. So based on that, and the fact that I couldn't find anything, and the lack of corroboration, I'm just going to venture that he made it up. Now maybe I'm wrong, or maybe it's just an exaggeration rather than a lie, which is why I can't find it. But if it is real, then I will say that as a fellow YouTuber, and one whose videos are much less visual than his, not having these supposed posters and pamphlets on screen is just absolutely terrible video making. If they're real, why would you not include that? Number 5, Disney did a gay charity event and stole the profits.
During the 1990s, Disney's parks also tried profiting from their LGBT fans by creating Gay Night, a one-night-a-year event at the parks where LGBT folk would be the main guests.
I went to Italy once and now I'm gay as hell. Like, I feel like, if anything, this is like a JoJo reference, right?
It was a big hit, and threatened boycotts against the company never seemed to materialize. Initially, the revenue was all to be donated to the Aid for AIDS Foundation, but by 1995, donations to the charity had dried up. And Disney was keeping all of the profits for themselves.
Okay, this is a thing that happened, but it wasn't Disney. Disney Gay Days was an informal, unsanctioned event organized by an outside travel agency. They had no official connections to the actual park. It was discovered that the agency wasn't giving the profits to charity like they promised, and after that, they went out of business. This had nothing to do with the actual Disney Corporation. 6. Marvel Comics writer Alan Heinberg did a PR blitz to force his editors to let him write gay characters.
When Alan Heinberg, the creator of the team, initially pitched the idea to Marvel execs, they weren't too fond of the idea of having a gay couple in an Avengers title.
And so he bought them tickets to Italy, and all of a sudden their opinions changed.
In fact, word came down from Isaac Perlmutter, the reclusive CEO of Marvel, known for being an arch-conservative, racist homophobe.
No way, really? Really? Oh no!
Absolutely not.
I don't know anything about comic books, chat. I only know about the manga.
Be a gay couple in an Avengers title. They did like the idea of a young Hulk and Thor, though. Billy's original superhero title was the Asgardian. So the compromise was that Teddy, Hulkling, being a shapeshifter, would actually be a girl who shifts into the big tough Hulkling when it's time to fight. This is the only reason that Wiccan and Hulkling actually made it into publication. But there was a wrinkle. See, Alan Heinberg was a well-known gay writer who had written for Sex and the City. So when word got out that he'd be writing the new Avengers series, the gay press...
So a big part of what he's writing is stuff that you want it to be true. You need it to be true, but it's not true. But it works because you want it to be true.
Interviewed him as much as possible, and he made sure to tell them that he would be writing a gay couple. So now the media was flush with stories about how Marvel would be featuring gay Avengers and how awesome and progressive Marvel was. They practically got handed a GLAAD award before a single page was printed. So they decided that Teddy would remain a boy.
He just lies, yeah.
Oops. But then word came down from Perlmutter to stop the run at 6 issues. He would not have gays queering up his comics. The thing is, though, money trumps hate almost every time. And when the pre-sale numbers came in for the Young Avengers, the run was extended to 12.
This one wasn't easy to check because a lot of the comic book sites from 2005 don't exist anymore, but I did find a couple interviews with Heinberg preserved on LiveJournal, and assuming they're real, they completely contradict what Somerton says. Heinberg says specifically that Marvel didn't do any pre-release hype for his gay couple because he asked them not to. Because Billy and Teddy are just 2 characters in the ensemble, they're not what the comic's about. It's the new millennium, let's not make a thing of it. He also says that his editors did not try and stop him, they actually pushed him to make it gayer. It is true that Teddy was going to be a girl, but the idea was that later, through alien magic or whatever, it would turn out she was actually a guy, and the whole reason for that is Heinberg was scared to come right out of the gate with a gay couple, and that's how he was going to sneak him in there. But his editors told him, that sounds pretty complicated, why not just make them gay to begin with and be done with it? So there you go, assuming those interviews are real, that entire narrative is just completely out of his ass. And finally, according to Wikipedia, the series was always originally conceived as 12 issues instead of being bumped up from 6. The citation is a dead link, but I found the writer of the article it was sourced from and he confirmed it, so even that little detail is false. Bonus claim, he says Brian Michael Bendis also wasn't allowed to write gay characters, and Bendis made Iceman gay right before quitting as a fuck you to Marvel.
Basically, Jean Grey, a psychic, outs him to himself. This was mostly a parting fuck you from Brian Michael Bendis, who had been trying to add queer characters to Marvel Comics for years, but Perlmutter wouldn't let him. So as he was fixing to leave the company, he made a mainline X-Men character gay, and, following the outline made by Heinberg, whipped up a storm of publicity about it so that Marvel would receive maximum backlash if they tried to shove him back into the closet.
Yeah, I don't have the killer quote from Bendis disproving this one, but this claim is still very dubious. First off, obviously I couldn't find any verification for it. Secondly, the timing is really shaky. Bendis outed Iceman 2.5 years before he announced his exit from Marvel. That seems like a long gap to me for a guy supposedly in the process of quitting. Then again, I don't necessarily know how long these things take to complete and announce, so who knows. But thirdly, according to then editor-in-chief Alex Alonso, Bendis sold him on the idea just like any other storyline, and they ran the idea up the ladder as per usual. So it sounds like Bendis didn't and couldn't run it unilaterally. And finally, it of course builds off the previous lie about Heinberg, who, for the record, says that Marvel was very open to having gay characters. So all of this, no. 7. Jeffrey Dahmer inspired violent hate mobs.
In many sections of the United States, this fear of gay men never went away. Even today, these people are influenced by Dahmer when they fight against gay rights. They associate his heinous crimes with others in the queer community, because if one of us could be a monster, that means we all could be.
Extra level of irony appreciated. Anybody else with me on this? I just appreciated that extra level of irony there. That was beautiful. Yeah, like but who's the real monster? James, who's the real cannibal in this case?
After the discovery of Dahmer's crimes, there was a rash of hate crimes against gay men across the United States, with vigilante mobs out to make sure that the next Jeffrey Dahmer, the next monster queer, wouldn't get a chance to find his victims.
Okay, I did a lot of hunting for these supposed anti-gay hate mobs, and I came up with a big old nothing. The closest thing I found was a reference to a spike in hate crimes in Milwaukee after Dahmer was arrested there. But that turned out to be mostly harassment, not violence. The only violence it mentioned was school bullying. So if Somerton's talking about stuff that happened elsewhere, or he means like a more indirect link between hate crimes and Dahmer, I can't prove or disprove that without more details about what he's referring to. But I would point out that anti-gay bigots were mostly pro-Dahmer, not anti. The popular perception of Dahmer was as a killer of gay men, not a gay man himself. That was a relatively obscure detail until recently. At the time, hate groups would do things like call Dahmer a hero, or they'd invoke him as a threat against gay people, the same way neo-Nazis invoke Hitler to threaten Jews. In fact, Somerton himself talks later in the video about how Dahmer's homosexuality was buried in the news coverage.
The media became so concerned that their reports not appear homophobic that they largely dropped any mention of Dahmer's sexual orientation.
Yeah, so while I cannot be 100% sure on this one, I think the evidence I found points to these mobs being made up. 8. The SS was teeming with homosexuals.
But Himmler soon found himself the topic of mockery, as more and more people began to realize that the SS was becoming dominated by gay men. Leadership positions were teeming with homosexuals, and it was an open secret among many in Germany that if a man were to offer sexual favors to an SS officer, most any crime could be forgiven.
See, this is the thing. It's just like these are lies that like I somehow they're easier to believe. There is no lesser of two evils, true.
No, it wasn't. That isn't true. Bonus claim, the Hitler Youth was also run by homosexuals.
Still more embarrassing proved to be a second inquiry into same-sex felonies.
Oh my god! Look, I didn't realize this, but like I think there's like a homophobic book that is like talking about like just it's going off about the Nazis being gay and finding any evidence, or I don't know, probably making up evidence that like, you know, of like, you know, homosexuality within the like the Nazi ranks, right? And its point is that being gay is like being a Nazi, I guess. Like it's not, that's obviously what I'm disagreeing with here, the book that I am talking about, right? But I think it was called something about like the pink, like it had some reference to pink triangles in it, and like the sort of association, you know, I don't know like what the, I mean, point of James's, you know, work on this was, but it's just like it's one that's been weaponized against you know, the queer community, right? And it's just, it seems like an odd like topic. I've watched James' videos, but I've never seen some of the videos people have criticized him for. James needs to learn to do research and fact check. Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit more than that too.
15% of upper management, Chirac's closest confidants, had been discovered committing homosexual acts, and the organization hid it from public view.
What? I wonder where James was going with this.
Okay, the thing about Somerton is that sometimes he will cite his sources, and you can just read along and see where he's adding things. He got most of this video from Richard Plant's The Pink Triangle.
Is that the book? No, wait, no, that's not a, that's like, that's... No, I think it's a different book, but there's, yeah, there, I mean, like, anyway, it's
And the passage he's quoting from actually says that 15% of the teenage boys kicked out of the Hitler Youth were kicked out for being gay, not the adult leadership. Also, there's nothing in there about any cover-ups. And that's also how I know the SS stuff is also made up. Like, the book specifically says there couldn't have been gay men in the rabidly homophobic SS. You'd have to be crazy. Now, I have seen a different article arguing that Himmler maybe didn't drum out all the gays from the force like he claimed he did. But, you know, that's more to the level of arguing that, you know, the SS was as gay as the general populace. not so gay that they were infamous for coercing gay blowjobs from people. Also, the whole idea of gay Nazis is a wild,
That's what I'm saying.
homophobic myth.
That's what I'm saying.
And you shouldn't spread it. Alright, let's do something less heavy. 9. There was a big outrage about the gay sex scenes in Red, White, and Royal Blue.
And yeah, it got some heat, of the not-so-great kind.
Actually, I'm going to cut them off right here so I can walk you through how hard it is to find out where Somerton gets his narratives. Red, White, and Royal Blue is a gay rom-com that came out on streaming last summer. There is sex in it. It's not graphic, but it's not chaste either. According to Somerton, there was a backlash against it from viewers, mostly straight women, who thought the sex was...
Leave them surprised.
I'm worried that they're going to show more of somebody's body than Twitch is comfortable with, so...
I believe that all these women were fans of the cute gay teen drama Heartstopper for some reason. Anyway, according to Somerton, this became a mini firestorm on Twitter that lasted a few days.
They were so taken aback that they criticized the film for having an excessive amount of sexual content. They were shut down online pretty quickly by a huge swath of fans, made up mostly of women, but to my delightful surprise, a lot of gay men as well, who told them to pipe down and accept that sex exists, thank you. But for a few days, this very, very vocal minority were making it seem like Alex and Henry having sex in the most basic position known to humankind, while using a condom, and even to my recollection being under the bed sheets, was compared on a one-to-one basis as the third day of a meth orgy.
For the record, I don't find this remotely plausible. I don't believe that there is any substantial demographic that willingly watched this gay rom-com, adapted from what I've heard is a much more explicit book, and then got offended at how sexual it was. Who are these straight women who like gay stories but not gay sex scenes? Name them. Show them. But he goes off on this for 5 full minutes.
So why is it that they were perfectly fine with Nick and Charlie kissing up a storm on Heartstopper, but basically formed a covenant the minute Alex pushed Henry's knees up to his chest? Were they homophobic? Were they secret?
Yeah, it goes on like this. And he goes into enough detail that I began to doubt myself. It is, after all, a wide world of people out there with many different perspectives, and if I find even one tweet about this, that makes his narrative true from a certain point of view, even if I think it's wildly blown out of proportion. For the record, I did not find even one tweet about this, and I looked. But I cannot search and read the entirety of Twitter, especially since search engines all suck ass now. And of course he doesn't give any evidence of his own, he never ever does, meaning
search engines do suck ass.
That there's a lot of things he says I can't definitively say is wrong. However, in this case, he does bother to add a few more details that we can check.
We're talking about think pieces from places like the Huffington Post and the BBC getting their knickers in a twist over the movie's excessive sexiness. The twist? Some of these naysayers were gay men.
Gay men were offended, huh? Alright, he named the outlets, the BBC and the Huffington Post. I found the HuffPo article he talked about, you can see it here, and if you actually read the article, you can see that the writer is interrogating his own discomfort, which came from constantly being told by the world to hide his queerness so as not to offend the straights. The writer is fully aware that this is his own hang-up which he is trying to get past because, quote, straight people have seen other straight people love each other on screen since the beginning of TV and movies. It's time we got that too. If I were this writer, I would be deeply insulted to hear Somerton describe me as a naysayer who was getting my knickers in a twist because of the excessive sex scenes. He didn't say any of that. Somerton also cited the BBC. I didn't find anything that matched that description. All I found on that site was a negative review from someone who basically just thought it was cutesy and flat. None of the criticisms about the sex. He liked the sex. In fact, the reviewer said it wasn't as good as Bros, and the sex in that movie was a lot more explicit. But again, I don't necessarily know that this is the think piece Somerton was referring to. In any case, he's named 2 places so far, and I couldn't find any of these alleged prudes in either of them. But he said the backlash was mostly from straight women, so what about them?
Straight people seem to be confused and shocked that gay men had sex at all. The blowjob references and the one particular sex scene, which seemed like a Rubik's Cube to some straight viewers, were too much for an audience that had been raised on the sexless gay best friend sidekick character. It's almost as if someone asked, do gay characters have sexual encounters? How do they do this when they're both facing each other? What kind of witchcraft is this? As a result, they rushed to the internet, first to investigate how the missionary position could possibly work with gays, and then to express their dissatisfaction.
See, again, it's like a story that, like, kind of works, but
with the situation.
Straight people.
It's so funny though that the guy has this thing of like, ripping off like nonfiction, like ripping off other people's ideas about stuff that did happen, and then when he adds his own touch, it's just pure lies. Or I mean, I guess you could say inaccuracies. Like we don't know on every single one of these, was it a lie? Was it an inaccuracy? What was going on, right? Because he does seem to kind of like lie for the sake of lying sometimes, but also, he's a messy bitch, and so the research could easily be lacking as well.
Not knowing how gay sex works, that I do find plausible. But then getting offended about it,
and then to express their dissatisfaction with the situation.
That doesn't sound right to me. Why would they be watching this movie? So I looked for it.
He's just making up, I
was able to find a few articles from LGBT websites on the topic, all citing the same one tweet, which you can see here. For the record, I hate articles like this. Trend pieces were the...
Wait, really? This really did shock people, or no? Because like at this point, like I'm just expecting everything that he says to be a lie.
Only evidence is a single tweet identified.
Yo! Thank you for the raid, Germanall. Welcome, streamer. Welcome, chatters. Welcome, raiders. Yes, that's what I'm trying to say. We're in the middle of exploring what a messy bitch James Somerton actually is. This is the Todd in the Shadows video that I never ended up watching when the H-Bomber video came out, because I didn't want people to think I'm just like a drama streamer. Like this is like my main gig, right? It's not. Usually I do very different kinds of content, but I mean, there's a point to this, right? There's a point to this about intellectual honesty, but mostly about straight up stealing stuff, right? Because that's how James Somerton tried to play off his apology. And in reality, most of it's not about you forgot to cite your source. It's like, no, you straight up stole that. And then you changed enough words to try to have plausible deniability, but it's really not when like every third word is like the exact same, when it's like the same structure. Yeah, you can kind of tell.
People tweeting about the one tweet, but unlike Somerton, at least they do have that one tweet, and you can see clearly that that person wasn't offended in the slightest. She was just confused about the mechanics. Also, she's not even straight, so that's another dead end on finding these supposed sex haters. I also asked some queer friends who liked the movie if they'd ever heard of this. Nothing. I asked its fans on Reddit if they'd ever heard of this. Nothing again. I cannot discount the possibility that I'm just looking in the wrong places. It's not like there's a definitive index of social media flare-ups. But I can tell you that 1, it doesn't pass the sniff test, and 2, he provides absolutely no evidence that this actually happened. Again, he goes off on this for a while.
There's a strong undercurrent of hypocrisy here. When it's gay, it's sexualization, echoing a sentiment.
This supposed controversy is the basis for this video's entire thesis about gay people not being allowed to have sex scenes, and as far as I can tell, he made it up from whole cloth. I am not even trying to defend straight people here. It took me 5 seconds to find an actual example of straight people whining about gay love scenes. But for some reason, Somerton felt he needed to make it about this movie so he could make up a guy to get mad at. Why? I'm going to pause for a second. If you're still...
Yeah, I mean, that's really interesting, right? Because, like, the big thing that people know James Somerton for in the H-Bomber video is his propensity to steal other people's work. But what's almost as interesting is the way that this almost connective tissue, this mesh of lies, is wrapped around the stuff that he's stolen. When he actually does try to add something to a story, it's like just not true, and in some cases, like, it's pretty clear that he lied, sometimes even just apparently for the sake of lying. And in other times, I guess you could imagine that it was an error of omission or ignorance or laziness, which that's what he's trying to portray himself as in the apology video, that he's sorry that he was lazy, that he's sorry that stuff got messed up. There's no actual like acknowledgement of like, I am sorry, I consciously, intentionally stole other people's work and passed it off as my own.
Watching at this point, you're probably like, okay, I get it. The guy's videos aren't accurate. You made your point. Do you have to exhaustively catalog every single thing he got wrong? Yes. Yes, I absolutely do. And we got some doozies coming up. If you've heard enough, though, you can skip to the conclusion where I explain
What? Nazis invented abs?
why I did it like this and all my thoughts on the topic. But please trust me that for my own peace of mind, I do have to correct them all. All right, back at it. Number 10. Oh boy, whole mess of stuff here about the life and death of gay porn star Joey Stefano. There's a lot here about Stefano, so we're going to take it one by one.
He created a hit clothing line and was featured in multiple Madonna projects. The singer was so smitten with Joey that she was apparently devastated when she found out that he was actually gay and not gay for pay.
All right, I don't want to say for sure what Madonna thought of the guy. Maybe there's a tabloid or something I didn't read, but the few reputable sources I consulted said that Madonna's attitude towards him was coldly professional, or at best, they hung out a few times. Couldn't find anywhere suggesting she thought he was straight. All right, next part.
Talent agent David Del Valle, who represented multiple Hollywood actors and some of the biggest stars on Broadway, was thoroughly convinced that he could turn Joey into a leading man, and began shopping him around to casting directors. Shockingly, they were pretty open to having him read for upcoming parts, gay porn history or not. He was a talented actor, oozed charisma, and had the type of movie star good looks that are rare. Like Tom Cruise with prettier eyes. Joey also took frequent trips back to Pennsylvania to visit his older sister Linda. On one trip back in 1994, he told her that he planned to leave porn, since David Del Valle was busy lining him up auditions for mainstream movies. In the meantime, he was willing to mop floors or wash dishes, whatever it took to keep the bills paid while he waited for his Hollywood dream to come true.
First of all, David Del Valle did do some talent management in his time, but he's mostly known as a journalist and historian. I don't think he was as big an agent as Somerton is saying. Anyway, the only connection I could find between Stefano and Del Valle comes from this article, and Del Valle is specifically quoted as saying that he failed to convince Joey to try mainstream acting. The article says he never tried to go legit, and that he was actually trying to get out of the industry altogether and leave LA. Thirdly, Stefano's tragic death.
Before leaving Linda's house that summer, he told her that he had some unfinished business in LA. It was in LA that he received the news that he was HIV positive. There was still no effective treatment for the disease, and he felt hopeless. Joey Stefano was found nearly lifeless in a Hollywood motel room, his ashen body spread across sweat-soaked sheets, garbed in only a red hoodie. He was pronounced dead later that day at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center. The cause of death was an overdose of cocaine, morphine, and heroin, a lethal combination that everyone who knew him said was obviously suicide.
Right, so, as to Stefano's overdose being intentional. Yeah, I couldn't find any proof of that except idle speculation from outside observers, not close friends. If he did decide to kill himself, it wasn't upon his AIDS diagnosis, because that happened 4 years earlier. If he even had HIV at all, which is disputed. I'm just trying to lay out the facts here with minimal commentary, but to me, this is damning. A lot of this video, you could say, well, he just got the wrong idea in his head somehow, and then he never bothered to go check it. Lazy, but oops, my bad. But in this case, this is the only article about the guy that mentions Del Valle. Somerton quotes big chunks of it.
Like Tom Cruise with prettier eyes.
So we know this is where he got it, and he completely rewrote what the article says. 11. Tolkien was nearly laughed out of Oxford because Lord of the Rings was soft. Nice chapter title, James. Anyway, here's the important part.
The Lord of the Rings is brazenly anti-war, pro-racial cohabitation, collectivist, anti-industry, and pro-nature. In fact, these themes are so explicit in the text that Tolkien himself was nearly laughed out of his academic position at Oxford, and not just because he wrote a fairy tale for grown-ups, but because it was just so soft. So much of it was dedicated.
But you know what's not soft? The top of the hour ad break. It's coming up, folks, in about 5 minutes, and if you don't want to have to watch those 1 minute and 30 seconds of commercials, there is a way out of it. You can use an Amazon Prime if you have it. You could purchase a sub for yourself to get out of the ad break, or you could possibly benefit from a gift sub if you were lucky enough to be the recipient of somebody else's generosity. Although that kind of thing, I will tell you, more likely to happen if you're active in the chat.
To men learning how to talk about their feelings and protecting forests and dismantling industry in lieu of pastoralism. Yuck. We want real books, John. Like 265,000 word books about a guy who goes on a walk in Ireland while his wife cheats on him. Not 575,000 words about why protecting the natural world is important.
Okay, I don't know what he means exactly by laughed out of his position. Like, I certainly don't think it's literally true that his job was ever in danger. A lot of you probably already know that Lord of the Rings got an initial rough reception from critics, but only some.
Really?
Critics. A lot of other critics were pretty ride or die.
Wait, but what? I mean, I guess I don't know. I'm trying to put myself back in like a 1955 mentality of like how somebody would see like what is it? Is it called high fantasy? Is that what it's called? Is that the genre? And I guess just the idea that this is like a genre that's for children normally, and to write a serious
for it right off the bat. It wouldn't become a phenomenon.
I'm trying to understand.
For another decade or so, but it certainly wasn't this massive critical or...
He practically invented the... so he really did have trouble finding his place in literature.
Commercial bomb either. It had wildly mixed reviews and solid sales, so I don't think it's fair to say that he was nearly laughed out of Oxford in any sense. Secondly, of the bad reviews it did get, none of them even...
I mean, was it cringy? Is that how they took it? Did people say that Lord of the Rings was cringe?
Remotely resembles Somerton's description.
It is high fantasy, right? It's common misconception that conflates pastoral conservatism and anti-modernism with environmentalism.
Critics thought Lord of the Rings was juvenile. They thought it was one-dimensional. They thought Tolkien's style of writing was bad, but I just can't find anyone slamming it for being environmentalist or anti-war or anti-industry or that it was pastoral, except one Marxist critic who thought pastoralism was conservative British nationalist imagery. Not for being soft. There's nothing about Lord of the Rings being too soft.
Soft? What does that even mean?
Not manly enough. If anything, critics thought it was too manly. And I'm dead certain no one complained that it was about men learning to talk about their feelings, simply because that does not happen in the books. I read...
So we're just like learning more about the character of James Somerton, right? You got like a certain degree of laziness, a certain degree of brazen dishonesty, even to the point of I don't know, pathologically, like I don't know. So and then you've also got this this desire to connect the dots with in just the way that his mind kind of connects them, like right, without like either like without consulting the truth, the history, right? He imagines like, oh yeah, well maybe people were mad about this or at the time, they must have been like this, and he just throws it in there. Yeah, people were mad about that. People were seriously giving them shit, and it's like you can't find the shit that they're being given because they're not really. It's something that he made up. Somerton was just making shit up. Books were positively received, but not universally, and they sold well and established a genre that is still going to this day.
It doesn't happen. 12. The record box office for a recent Chinese blockbuster was obviously faked.
In fact, a lot of people who work in the industry are pretty convinced that China fudges their numbers all the time. Avengers Endgame had been the biggest opening weekend of all time at a domestic box office with $357 million in the US and Canada. A record most industry professionals were convinced wouldn't be broken for years. But then earlier this year, Detective Chinatown 3 opened in China to a reported opening weekend of $400 million. These numbers weren't released by any studio or production company, of course. They were announced by CGTN, China's global television network. Basically their English language propaganda channel. The news wasn't even announced on local Chinese news, only the English language variant, making it pretty clear that it was a dick-wagging move, allowing the Chinese film industry and by...
Excuse me, what kind of move? What kind of move are we talking about there?
By proxy, the Chinese government announced on local Chinese news, only the English language variant, making it pretty clear that it was a dick-wagging move, allowing the Chinese film
that kind of move,
and by proxy, the Chinese government to flex how well they were doing economically.
Flex even.
While most of the rest of
wagging and flexing, that's a pretty powerful dick.
The world's cinemas still stood empty because of COVID-19. And since there's no way for Hollywood studios to confirm these numbers, they're just forced to take the Chinese government at its word.
What?
The germ of truth here is that there are reports of Chinese theater chains jacking up ticket sales, including at least one case that was probably because of pressure from the government. But that was for a specific government propaganda film, not a blockbuster. The only person who suggested that this one movie's numbers are fake is film journalist, vlogger Grace Randolph.
Oh, it's Grace Randolph.
She literally has a section of her Wikipedia dedicated to shit she's made up. Now,
Wait, Grace Randolph sells pork pies?
watched her video. She doesn't have any evidence. She just thinks it's suspicious that a movie could do that.
Wait, is this a thing about Grace Randolph? I don't really know.
Well, during COVID.
They doubled their last biggest opening, and that seems to me like a ridiculous jump. There's no way it would jump that high.
Oh my god.
She's all like, I'm just asking questions. It's nonsense. Everyone else agrees that this movie's high box office was thoroughly normal, because it was a highly anticipated sequel, had a holiday weekend, there were a lot of COVID travel restrictions, so no one had anywhere else to go, and also China has a lot of people in it. Also, when the government does put their thumb on the scale for a movie, rival studios tend to call it out and complain about it. No one did that here. And the idea that China only announced it in English and we have no way to verify it, as far as I can tell, the only source for that is Somerton himself. These numbers get reported on box office tracking sites that track every ticket as they're sold, and they get that information directly from the theater chains themselves, not the government or the state media. If there's any fraud happening, it has to come from the theaters. The government actually has to go out and buy tickets, or force the theater chain to ring up fake screenings. It's not just, the government or the media said it, so we have to take their word for it. That's not how it works. Also, 14. Rocky Horror saved 20th Century Fox.
Cleopatra's budget was so inflated and audiences were so disinterested in spectacle that it nearly tanked 20th Century Fox. They were only saved by the Rocky Horror Picture Show. More camp. Look it up, it's true.
That's a cult classic, right? That's like a movie that's, strangely still shown in theaters, and just like a cult developed around. I shouldn't say cult. I don't mean like Scientology. I just mean like people who like the Rocky Horror Picture Show. They really like the Rocky Horror Picture Show, and they've got a character that they definitely are, and they go to those shows and they do all the cues and right. So yeah, it's like, obviously, I would say that over time it made a lot more money than a lot of other movies. But was it really was it like a hit at first, or was it like a midnight movie?
Okay, the movie he's thinking of is The Sound of Music.
Oh my god, I'm gonna get sued. You can't show that.
Which came out
okay, thank you.
Years later and bombed and slowly caught on.
Yeah.
It's a midnight movie. By which point,
oh my god, chat! Even I knew this.
Also made Star Wars, so no, it didn't save them from anything. For what it's worth, I am trying to keep this list to the more fanciful lies, not the basic factual errors.
Dingus
like this,
Gambit,
because I don't want to seem like I'm nitpicking. But this was just like so wrong that I had to say something. Also, he said look it up, which it annoyed me.
15, look it up in a book.
Legend of Korra was moved to streaming
don't push it
because it was too gay for television.
Nickelodeon fought tooth and nail against the creative team of Legend of Korra, who wanted to present a queer woman of color, which were at the time 3 words that the network did not want to hear in a pitch. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, there was little effort made to code Korra as queer in the earlier seasons.
It's 4 words, but whatever.
Studio note to force Korra into a number of love triangles with male characters and a continuing on-again, off-again relationship with a male supporting character. Eventually going so far as to push the final 2 seasons of the show onto their web-only platform because they knew Korra and Asami were going to hold hands in the final shot. And well, we can't have that on TV now, can we?
Okay, reportedly there was some resistance from Nickelodeon for a female protagonist in a quote-unquote boy show. But that resistance didn't have anything to do with Korra being of color. I mean, that'd be weird as a sequel to Airbender. Nor did it have anything to do with Korra being queer. The writers say they didn't even decide there was anything gay going on initially. It just kind of gradually grew that way over the course of season 3 and 4, and they didn't decide to make it official until they were already actually working on the finale. So, right at the end, well after it was moved to streaming in the middle of season 3. And it was moved to streaming because of low ratings. It didn't have anything to do with 2 girls holding hands in the final shot. Okay, and speaking of hand-holding, 16. I Want to Hold Your Hand was controversial because any kissing or touching was taboo lyrical content.
Well, how is two boys holding hands any more inherently sexual than a boy and a girl holding hands? Bear in mind, the Beatles owe their skyrocket to fame thanks to their song, I Want to Hold Your Hand. But at the time, this was...
What is SHTV? Chat, I mean, this says something to me. What does SHTV say to you?
Essentially a scandal. My daughter holding hands out of wedlock. Rock music before that.
Oh, we are talking about the Beatles.
Pretty your girl was. Touching and kissing was considered to be absolutely unsuitable for even teenagers. Elvis was so racy because he made songs about dancing with girls. His gyrating pelvis had women fainting.
What? Alright, he's making some kind of point here about the straights being weird about hand-holding, but... I mean, like, does this even need a rebuttal? No, hand-holding in general has never been controversial. I Want to Hold Your Hand wasn't controversial, and there were songs about kissing before 1963. Ask your grandparents. Or just know anything about the past. 17. Weird Dahmer fangirls are shipping him with his first victim.
And we get an extra layer of that with Dahmer's victims, since the vast majority of them were not white, but the vast majority of Dahmer's thirsters online are white. There's further license for disconnection. They get to look at them even less like people than if they were white gay men. It's telling that the person fans ship Dahmer with the most is Stephen Hicks, his first and whitest victim.
So he's making a point that the weird Jeffrey Dahmer fandom is not just creepy, but also homophobic and racist.
He seems to have a lot of smoke for, like, fan fiction people. Right, that's what I'm noticing, and it's such a weird thing because it's like there's not like a definite target for that anger. It's just like this sort of notion of like that, you know, almost like imagining a person to be.
Since they're so disrespectful to Dahmer's victims, most of whom were gay men of color. I think that's...
Does anyone not like I Am the Walrus? I mean,
but. Then Somerton backs it up by pointing out how these fans ship Dahmer with his only straight white victim, Stephen Hicks. I decided to go see this quote-unquote popular ship for myself, and I
didn't find it?
Spent my morning searching through the dark corners.
Did not find it.
Twitter, Reddit, TikTok, Facebook, AO3, Wattpad, LiveJournal, fanfiction.
LiveJournal? Wow.
.net. And based on what I saw, I don't think shipping is actually a huge part of this fandom, unless you count shipping with yourself, because a lot of people want to fuck Jeffrey Dahmer. But to the extent that it is, the most popular pairing appears to
I didn't need to know that.
be with one of Dahmer's black victims, Tony Hughes. Now that ship mostly took off after Somerton's video. Before that, the most popular ships seem to be with other serial killers like Ted Bundy or Richard Ramirez, with the actor Evan Peters, who plays Dahmer in the TV show, and with childhood friend John Backdorf, who wrote the comic My Friend Dahmer about him. I also saw all sorts of one-off crack pairings, like with Harry Styles, Eleven from Stranger Things, Chainsaw Man, a character from Teen Wolf, member of the K-pop group TXT, character from Danganronpa.
I mean, so, like, yeah, that's the weird thing. Like, when weird things happen in, like, the shipping community, it's kind of like...
Pitt from South Park, at which point I decided I had to stop looking at this shit, but...
That's, you know, and weird things do happen in the shipping community.
I didn't see a single one involving Stephen Hicks. You can say many things about Dahmer fans. This isn't one of them.
There's ships all around.
Number 18. Disney CEO Bob Iger has a strong pro-gay rights record.
Iger was well known in political circles as a progressive on social issues and had spearheaded multiple
Oh my god, if this isn't true, this does not help.
Initiatives while working under Michael Eisner to increase the rights of LGBT employees at Disney and to empower...
Right, this is something that you will hear on, like, conservative channels, that, like, Bob Iger is a, like, super left-winger, and that's why Disney is woke.
LGBT Disney fans. Under his stewardship, Disney switched from the once-a-year gay night at Disney parks to the full Gay Days event, rebranding the occasion into a more family...
Okay, now H-Bomber talked about this one too, right?
...with the intention of helping bring LGBT families into the mainstream. He was vocally opposed to George W. Bush's crusade to ban gay marriage and donated to the Obama for President campaign in 2008 under the caveat that Obama not defend the Defense of Marriage Act or Don't Ask, Don't Tell if he were to make it into office.
Yeah, I couldn't find any of that. If Iger ever did anything for gay Disney employees, I didn't find it. If Iger ever did anything for gay Disney fans, I didn't find it. Literally the only connection I could find between Iger and LGBT issues was that he was head of ABC when Ellen DeGeneres came out, which was under the Disney umbrella, but not really Disney, you know. Any initiatives for gay Disney employees during the Eisner era happened before Iger ascended to the Disney Corporation proper, so I don't think he was involved. And I know Iger didn't redesign Gay Night into Disney Gay Days because, again, Gay Days was never a Disney-sanctioned event. Disney didn't do a Pride event in America until this year. And for the record, it was a gay night. And then the stuff about opposing Bush's gay marriage ban. Look, if a major executive at a family-oriented American icon brand like Disney took a bold stance against the president on this very controversial issue, you'd think there'd be some coverage, but it just doesn't come up anywhere. Not in searches, not in his memoir, not in 2017 when he was briefly floating a presidential run. He talked about climate change, gun violence, immigration, nothing about gay rights. If he had ever taken a stance that brave and ahead of the curve while running as a Democrat, it's political malpractice not to bring that up every chance you get. He has made some pro-gay rights statements more recently, but that was after he left the company and well after Somerton's video came out. And, okay, all that stuff about Obama. You can see people's donations, so I went to opensecrets.org, which does have a listing for all of Iger's donations. It doesn't list any donations to Obama in 2008. And none of the committees Iger donated to gave to Obama either. I think because Obama was not accepting any corporate PAC money that election. Now, Somerton adds to this point in a later video where he compares Iger to his successor at Disney, Bob Chapek.
Well, the CEO went from being a guy who argued for gay marriage legalization, even threatening to stop donations to the Obama re-election campaign in 2012 if the president didn't come out in favor of it, to a guy who kept silent when the Florida government started passing legislation that erased queer people from classrooms.
I think he's implying that Obama came out in support of gay marriage in 2012 because of pressure from Iger. That doesn't seem likely. We know why Obama came out in support is because Biden blundered into the issue, forcing Obama to finally make an official statement. Iger did donate to Obama during that cycle, but only before Obama made his statement, not after, meaning this threat to cut off funds unless he supported gay marriage.
Did I pause it in the right place?
Good for Gabby super chatted $19.99.
Thank you, Good for Gabby. Yeah, I think I paused it a little too early. I was trying to time it, you know, because I know it's on a delay. Like it happens, and then you hear the sassy voice saying that it happened. Thank you so much for the 19.99 Good for Gabby. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably not true. Also, he only...
It's not an interruption. This is dry material, right? It's like what you did is you added a layer of like cheese or like tomato sauce to our lasagna that was getting a little too bready. Do you know what I'm talking about? Have you ever had the bready lasagna? Like it's good, but it's like a little bit much, right? And you want to have like a little bit of flavor in there. Thank you for adding flavor to the lasagna of of watching this content. I don't know, chat. We've got a few other things to get to. I mean, like this is really interesting. It's amazing what a messy bitch we have in James Somerton, but I don't want to take away from the other messy bitches that we're going to be covering tonight, including Alan Dershowitz, fan favorite, right? Am I right, chat? Do we all love the Dersh? Are we all here for the Dersh? Meow. Have some cheese. Yes, indeed. Oh my god, cheese. Just cheese. That's what you made me think of, cheese.
Ever gave Obama $5,000 anyway. Iger was more generous with the Democratic Party in general, which might be what Somerton meant, but I'd point out here that while Iger is both very rich and somewhat politically active, he is not a billionaire and he is not a power donor. He is nowhere near the level of like George Soros or the Koch brothers. I don't think he's out here making sweeping.
I don't know. Let's switch over and see what the Dersh has to say. Now, we saw the Dersh versus Norman Finkelstein. I think that's the first place that we saw him. We've seen him go on Wait. Oh, yeah, that was on Piers Morgan versus Norman Finkelstein. And we've seen him go up against Alex Novell. Alex Novell tricking Alan Dershowitz into appearing on his video. And now we're going to see Alan Dershowitz versus Brianna Joy Gray. I hate the intro to The Rising.
Fallout over the Colorado Supreme Court decision to bar President Trump from the ballot continues to rock the nation. Conservative commentators like Tucker Carlson were quick to decry the move as the end of democracy. Here's a little bit of Carlson's monologue from yesterday's show.
We get to watch some Tucker Carlson. Thank goodness.
Listen.
That's what you wanted, chat. You wanted some Tucker Carlson.
Despite the fact Donald Trump has never been convicted by...
Why does it feel like his hair is like purposefully messed up?
...any court of insurrection, and although the 14th Amendment specifically does not apply to the presidency, Donald Trump cannot run for president because he's an insurrectionist. This seemed like lunacy, because it was...
Why does Tucker stream from a sauna?
...lunacy. 3,000 miles away in El Salvador, there was no question about what was happening. The United States has lost its ability to lecture any other country about, quote, democracy, wrote Salvadoran President Nayib Bukele.
Meow.
And yet in this country, no one on the left dared say that. Instead, Donald Trump's enemies celebrated. The Atlantic magazine expressed gratitude that unelected judges had, quote, rescued the country from the desires of voters. Because actually, that's democracy.
Conservatives seemingly have good reason to fear this could become a trend, as following Colorado's move to oust Trump from the ballot, 16 more states filed lawsuits to do the same. Michigan, Oregon, New Jersey, Wisconsin, Alaska, Arizona, Nevada, and New York are just a few states where lawsuits to remove Trump's name from the ballot have made their way to the courts. The country is split on Colorado's decision, as The Hill reports. More than half of Americans do approve of the Colorado Supreme Court ruling to bar former President Trump from the...
That's so weird. That's split. You know, that like more than over half. Okay, that's not as split as I expected it to be. In fact, I would, I don't know. That's something that you're not hearing in a lot of reporting from conservative media, right? The sense you get from them is that like the overwhelming majority of Americans want to see President Trump run again, and it's just not true. They don't want to see Biden run again either. That's also true, but they definitely, you know, the majority of people are through with Trump. That's the one thing that gives me hope about maybe not having another Trump administration. Remember how we were talking about that on the letter hack the other night? You know, like it's something that you definitely is not outside of the realm of possibility for him to win again. But there are some things sort of counting, you know, against that.
State's primary ballot, according to a YouGov poll.
Meanwhile, Trump and his legal team are urging the Supreme Court to deny special counsel Jack Smith's request to consider...
Please don't give me a speedy trial. I don't want a speedy trial. I waive my right to a speedy trial. No speedy trial here. Take as long as you possibly can.
Trump's claims of presidential immunity from criminal prosecution.
He comes out, he's like, he's a fucking wrestler, this guy.
The court is currently considering...
Not the kind of wrestler I want to meet, chat. You got to give me some names. Like, what wrestlers should I meet? What wrestlers should I try to talk to on stream? We need to bring on wrestlers, yeah.
Bypass the D.C. Circuit Court and decide whether Trump is fully shielded from criminal prosecution surrounding his conduct on January 6th and beyond. Here to discuss the legal ramifications and what happens next for the Trump team is lawyer and legal expert Professor Alan Dershowitz.
Here's our expert right here at the Dersh. Wow, we're right in the Dersh's face, aren't we? Should I be bigger in the picture? Like here, is it like... The Dersh.
Policy demands of the president. And one minor bonus.
The Dersh. Welcome back to the show.
Thank you.
Professor Dershowitz, I want to take on some of the bigger legal questions with respect to the Colorado case first. As we mentioned in the read, and I think as Tucker Carlson just alluded to, one of the components of this lawsuit that are being questioned is whether or not it applies to the President of the United States, the section of the 14th Amendment. Many legal commentators that I've listened to say that that is the weakest part of Trump's objection. What do you make of that?
Well, it's a technical objection because the term that's used in the 14th Amendment is support, and that's not in the presidential oath. Presidential oath says preserve, protect, and defend. It's a highly technical argument. The much, much stronger argument is Section 5 of the 14th Amendment, which is as clear as could be. It says the Congress shall have the power to enforce by appropriate legislation the provisions of this article. In other words, it's Congress, not the states. And that makes so much sense when you think of how the 14th Amendment was passed. It was passed by radical Republican Lincoln Reconstructionists. And the last thing they would want is to let states make that decision, because the states include Mississippi, Alabama, all the Confederate states. So it would have been lunacy.
Chat, should I do a video about examining what Dershowitz said? Oh my god, chat, I would get so much heat for this, but I just had an idea, okay? You know how when we watched Destiny versus Jink, and then we watched Dershowitz versus Finkelstein, which happened 5 days before Destiny versus Jink, there was way too much similarity between not just singular points that Destiny made, but almost like the order of the way things are brought up between what he said and what Alan Dershowitz had said. Now, I don't know if there's been plagiarism here, but I do know that my sense of deja vu was definitely triggered when I listened to Stephen debating Jink. In retrospect, it kind of sounds like it was a rehash of what the argument that Dershowitz made to Finkelstein. Do you think that'd be worth investigating? Because the problem is this, chat. If I'm going to call Destiny a big old plagiarist, oh my god, are they ever going to be mad at me?
For the framers to allow the state courts, like the Colorado Supreme Court, to decide what is an insurrection and whether it applies to the president or not. This is a decision that's allocated by the Constitution solely to Congress, and it's a power grab by the Colorado Supreme Court. Now, I'm shocked that constitutional lawyers like Lawrence Tribe and Jamie Raskin and
they're going to get into the question of Israel-Gaza in a second.
Judge Michael Lutek never quote this Article 5. Congress shall have the power to enforce. It means what it says. It means that the states.
It means that at the top of the hour, there's a 1 minute and 30-second ad break on Twitch. And if you're on Twitch, you can avoid that ad break by using a Prime sub for free, costing you nothing and putting money in my pocket, making the sub goal go burr and everything else, also giving you emotes too. You can also pay for a sub for $5 for yourself, or if neither of those two options work for you, there is some chance that you might be the recipient of a gift sub. That sort of thing, though, more likely to happen when you're active in the chat.
No business interfering in a federal election.
So I want to ask you two questions. One being, I'm seeing you brought up the insurrection term. I've seen some people, including, I should say, some liberals and some Democrats. There are people who want Trump not to be president again, who have
13 out of 9
recognized some weaknesses in this ruling. The term insurrection, which is used in Section 3, whether that, even if one thinks Trump has committed some crime or had tried to remain in office beyond legal means, whether that's the same thing as the kind of violently overthrowing or occupying or forming a breakaway state the way the Confederates did, the term insurrection implies. And I'll let you address that first, and then I've got another.
He wouldn't have needed to form a breakaway state. He was trying to stay on after he got defeated. Like, he wanted to keep being the president. That's why breakaway state does not really apply here, sir.
Claim
Robbie is I cannot opine as far as the punchability of anybody's face, but
question.
Of course, insurrection doesn't apply to demonstrations or other kinds of even riots that have gone bad.
I will say that he's very annoying.
An insurrection has a particular and precise meaning. You know, we've had insurrections in this country early in our history. We've had some insurrections before the Civil War, but they were attempts to take over the government. Aaron Burr put up an army to try to from Louisiana. That may have been an insurrection, but this is no more of an insurrection than Black Lives Matter or what's going on in New York now, where these Hitler youth are marching and calling.
What is he even talking about at this point? Is he talking about college students at Gaza protests, or like I don't know, like this guy's so bad faith, like I don't even know what he means. There also have been like literal like Nazi gangs like showing up in places and stuff, but I don't think that's what he's talking about. But he said that this isn't any more of an insurrection than Black Lives Matter. Can you explain to me the point at which Black Lives Matter attempted to illegitimately gain control over the executive branch, the legislative branch, or the judicial branch of the government? Because I don't remember that happening. And there's a reason that I don't remember it happening, and that's because it didn't happen. It is a lie, Professor Dershowitz. It is a lie.
Calling for the overthrow of the United States government because they support Israel.
Oh my God, I don't even know if they can. Can we show this? I'm like worried now. It's not working, is it?
Remove somebody from the ballot.
If Trump were, just one quick thing, if Trump were convicted,
I don't think we missed anything of value.
In one of the 4 indictment prosecutions he's facing, I've seen some commentators say they think that would make the legal argument for what Colorado has done stronger. Do you agree with that?
His name is an onomatopoeia?
I do not agree with that. I think the issue is one of jurisdiction. Of course he could be convicted of insurrection. If he's indicted in the District of Columbia, they'll indict and convict a ham sandwich if his name Trump is on it. 95% of the voters of the D.C. Hate Donald Trump, and so it would be very easy to get.
Now I wonder what he said about the Media Matters case.
A conviction, so I think it's a big.
Because that's the exact kind of thing that they bring Alan Dershowitz on for.
For Trump supporters to focus on the lack of a conviction. By the way, I am not a Trump supporter. I want to see Trump defeated fairly. I want to see him on the ballot. I want to have the right to vote against him, and people should have the right to vote for him.
Who do you think he's voting for? Who do you think that Dersh is voting for if it's not Trump?
But I don't want an unfair election, even though
it's got to be DeSantis, right?
I would welcome a result of Trump being beaten. I don't want him to be beaten unfairly.
Addressing the comparison between the January 6th insurrection and the protests that have happened around the country, whether during Black Lives Matter or currently at the Capitol, where Jewish Voices for Peace and a number of other groups, largely led by Jewish Americans who are protesting the 20,000 Palestinians that have been killed in the last 2 months and are calling for a ceasefire. The question is not whether or not the actual events at the Capitol on January 6th are the insurrection. The question is whether or not the weeks-long alleged fraud attempt to submit a fake state of electors that these Republicans that were involved in the scheme knew were fake and did not reflect the electoral will of the people in 7 states across the country. Hopeful that there was enough ambiguity for Mike Pence to be able to say, let's throw this to the House, which would then vote, because of the numbers of the representatives in the House, would end up being able to throw the election to Donald Trump, despite what the will of the people in those states were.
So what she maybe is not understanding is that Alan Dershowitz knows all this, but he doesn't care. And he's not mentioning that. He's just pretending that there is a realistic comparison between a BLM protest and what happened on January 6th.
That is a different scheme, right? And do you think that focusing on that scheme as opposed to just the riot on January 6th is credibly an insurrection or the same kind of desire to undemocratically overturn the government that you describe in the Civil War context or in some of those other historical
wait, is he muted?
Contexts you alluded to?
Did he get muted?
Absolutely not. An insurrection requires violence. By the way, I want to comment a little bit on Jewish Voice for Peace and Jews. Jewish Voice for Peace is not a Jewish organization. It's a fraud. They're mostly non-Jews. They're radical
Source?
Revolutionaries.
Source?
And they use the word Jewish, but they're not Jewish. And the same thing is maybe 1% of Jews support Hamas, but they're vocal and they use the word Jew when they go and they protest. But don't be fooled. A Jewish Voice for Peace is not Jewish. It has no voice, and it doesn't favor peace. But I think an insurrection requires violence. What you're describing is a legal tactic. Maybe
it requires violence? What do you think happened there?
Maybe it's illegal, and maybe the lawyers should be punished for it. But it's not.
It requires Trump himself to do violence? Is that what he's saying? I mean, we know he's full of shit. He's, this is full on attorney mode.
An insurrection does not involve making legal arguments, even if they're frivolous legal arguments.
So, for one, I have interviewed leadership at Jewish Voice for Peace, both Jewish. One woman's father is a religious figure, a rabbi, I believe. I have spoken to many members of Jewish Voice for Peace who are themselves Jewish, and I would agree.
I wonder why their mute doesn't work. Like, you're getting little pieces of what he's saying.
I agree with you that most Jewish people, of course, don't support Hamas, but neither does Jewish Voice for Peace, which is very specifically advancing a demand for a ceasefire after 20,000 civilians have been killed in Gaza. Go ahead.
Jewish Voice for Peace started to condemn Israel.
See what I mean? It's like he's not like fully muted somehow, but he's definitely trying to cut in, and they're not letting him.
And blame Israel for the rapes and murders before Israel fired a single shot on October 8th. It's in my book. I wrote a book called War
Storming the Capitol was just a legal tactic.
Against the Jews. I document Jewish Voice for Peace. It started blaming Israel for the rapes, the murders, and the beheadings on October 8th. The ceasefire is just something that they've come to lately in order to increase their power. They are pro-Hamas. There's absolutely no doubt about that. Ask the Anti-Defamation League. It's an anti-Semitic organization.
Oh, yeah, because we did the Anti-Defamation League, the organization that bowed down to Elon Musk, acted like a fig leaf for his anti-Semitism. That's who we should trust.
With the name Jewish. And when they interview you, they send their 4 or 5 front people who are Jews to persuade you that it's a Jewish organization. But it's not. It's a fraudulent organization.
Well, let me ask you about this. There has been not an attempt, but a successful effort to, at a congressional level, conflate anti-Semitism with anti-Zionism the way that it seems like you're doing now.
Krystal, I am right there with you.
Since Jewish Voice for Peace, very specifically, when you talk about condemnations of Israel, more specifically what they did following the horrific attacks on October 7th, was to point out that there's been an ongoing occupation of Gaza, that the people who live in Gaza are largely those who were forced out of their homes during the 1948 Nakba, or the descendants of those people, and that to have real peace in the region, you have to have self-determination for that group of people who cannot continue to live in conditions that humanitarian groups have described as an open-air prison. Is that, are you saying that you think it's appropriate to conflate that kind of a criticism with anti-Semitism itself in the way that Congress has done, which many people on the right and the left have criticized as an abridgment of the free speech rights of Americans to associate freely and to criticize a foreign government?
You're testifying now, so please let me speak and make my point.
Absolutely.
I don't Zionism.
Testifying?
I do
testifying? What's he trying to say?
Equate support for Hamas with anti-Semitism. Jewish Voice for Peace supports Hamas. They praise Hamas. They think the rapes and the murders were good things. And the National Lawyers Guild praised Hamas. And 33 Jewish groups at Harvard, groups at Harvard praised Hamas.
This guy is so bad faith.
Semitic
all kinds of accusations, zero receipts, zero.
Can you provide a citation, Professor Dershowitz, for that proposition that Jewish Voice for Peace praised Hamas?
You're dominating this conversation. You're going to let me finish. I am in favor of a two-state solution. I have been critical of Israel. I am a Zionist. I don't believe that anti-Zionism is necessarily equatable to anti-Semitism, but it often is when you combine it with pro-Hamas sentiments and support for butchery and murder. Yes, then it becomes anti-Semitism.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I would like to ask if you have I apologize for that, Professor Dershowitz, so perhaps you could provide a citation for the proposition that Jewish Voice for Peace praised Hamas, in your words. That's a very specific allegation for a Jewish group that I am very familiar with, have interviewed with at length, and have never seen any evidence of the like.
Book is in my book, and the quotations and the statements that were made and the signs that were held up at Jewish for Peace demonstrations have praised Hamas, have supported Hamas, and they're fooling you. They're sending you the 6 Jews in the organization to fool you. They're not sending you the hundreds of radical socialist non-Jews who formed this revolutionary group that really, in the end, wants to overthrow the government of the United States. And they were very clever. They used Jewish Voice for Peace to pretend that Jews somehow support Hamas. And they
I don't know. Is this defamatory? I mean, it's harder to prove in the U.S. than it is in the UK, but
they don't.
So, Professor Dershowitz, is your
one thing? It's bullshit.
Intention that you have a book and a citation in front of you, but you're unable to give an example of Jewish Voice for Peace actually condemning Hamas?
I've seen it. Condemning Hamas? No, they never condemned Hamas.
I'm sorry, praising Hamas, defending Hamas, praising Hamas, in your words?
With my own eyes, I've seen signs that Jewish.
That's what he's got. I wrote the book on it. What are you talking about? Why would you question me? I literally wrote that's his defense, is I wrote the book on it. Here it is. Here's the book. You see? I wrote the book on it.
Voice for Peace demonstrations. Palestine will be free from the river to the sea.
I see.
Clean Palestine of dirty Jews. Yes, they support Hamas. And
okay, so do you have evidence? You've seen a sign of a Jewish Voice for Peace member holding a sign that says "Clean Palestine of dirty Jews"? That's a pretty remarkable sign that I feel like would have gone quite viral if someone had some evidence of that.
Say clean. Clean is a Nazi term that was used in the 1930s and 40s to refer to dirty Jews. Palestine will be free from the river to the sea.
So you're saying you did not see a sign that said "Clean Palestine of dirty Jews." You're saying that you saw a sign with the word "clean" and you're reading into that?
Of course I'm reading into it. Wouldn't you?
I see. Earlier, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Like, I don't even, like, he doesn't even have proof that he's got, like, seen signs that say, he says he's seen signs that say "Clean Palestine," but he doesn't even seem to have proof of that.
Somebody
Robbie
talked about get rid of the unclean African Americans. Wouldn't you read something into that? Of course you would read something into that.
Yo, like the idea that she needs to have it put that way, like, right, that she didn't get it until he's like, you know what I mean? Like, that her only problem was like, well, it's about somebody else, so I really don't care. Oh, but if it was about, oh no, now I see what you mean. Now I like, right? It's so, he's so freaking pedantic.
Said get rid of the unclean African Americans, I absolutely would, but you just said that you did not see a sign that said "Clean Palestine of the dirty Jews." You're editorializing from a sign that I don't know what it said, but used the word "clean."
I'm not even sure the sign used the word "clean."
The word "dirty Jews." I said I saw signs that said "Clean Palestine" or "Clean the world." They're all.
It said, so I don't remember what it said, but it was like something like "clean the stuff" and
all over the place. You see them in almost every demonstration.
I have not seen a sign that talks about cleaning
in Europe and in New York and all over the country. And Palestine will be free from the river to the sea has been deemed calling for the end of Israel, calling for the Hamas charter to be satisfied. No two-state solution.
He is so freaking disingenuous.
I have a question for you. Have you seen a single sign at any demonstration calling for a single-state solution? I will give you $100 for your favorite charity if you can find me a single sign at any demonstration that supports a two-state solution, which I support.
Oh, well, that's interesting. Let's talk about a two-state solution. I wanted to come back to that, actually.
Let's talk about it briefly.
He's getting edged out.
Benjamin Netanyahu has been very publicly speaking, especially to his own constituents in Israel, about how they should continue to support him because he will guarantee that there won't be no two-state solution. Of course, he's been saying this for a number of years, long before October 7th. That's obviously widely out of step with what you and what President Biden are saying are their long-term policy goals. What do you make of that? I'm sorry.
Does he think? Yeah, he said 100. I didn't catch that. He said $100.
Answer, please. Let me answer. Israel offered the two-state solution in 47, 48, 67.
Here we go again.
94, 2000, 2001, 2005, 2007. Israel has repeatedly offered a two-state solution. The Palestinians have said no. I sat down with Abbas in Ramallah, and I said to him, if you say that you would recognize Israel as the nation state of the Jewish people, I will make a phone call right now to my friend Benjamin Netanyahu, and I will get him to agree to a two-state solution. But they have to go first, and they have to say that they recognize the right of Israel to exist as the nation state of the Jewish people. The Palestinians don't want it. They could have had a state repeatedly. They are the worst candidate for support. The Kurds couldn't have ever had a state. The Uyghurs couldn't have ever had a state. The only reason
the Uyghurs? I mean, I've never heard it pronounced like that, but I get who he's talking about.
Because they're alleged oppressors of Jews. It is anti-Semitic to the core. The Palestinians are lucky that they are allegedly oppressed by Jews. If they were oppressed by the Syrians, like the Kurds are, or the Iraqis, or the Chinese, like the Uyghurs are, they would get no.
No, he says it correctly here.
I cannot understand the support allegedly for Palestine, although it doesn't support a two-state solution, unless you look deeply into the anti-Semitism that lies behind much of that support. Not all of it, but much of it.
There's a lot to get into there, and we obviously don't have time to get into it all here. I would note that the right of return was a crucial aspect of what Palestinians wanted that was never offered to them, and along with I'm sorry? Wait, but wait a minute. You accused me, sir, you accused me of filibustering. Well, Israel has given a right to return to people from the Jewish diaspora who have no personal ties to Israel at all. But
many others. But let me.
Professor Dershowitz,
let's each get a final word in on this subject.
I haven't even asked my question. I wanted to ask it to wrap it up.
You don't ask questions. You express points of view. You should be a guest, not a host.
That's fine. Well, that's why I'm going to ask you this following question. Norm Finkelstein,
just one more question, please.
An expert on this issue, has offered to debate you. If I could just ask this, Professor Dershowitz.
His heart, every part of his heart, to see these murders, rapes. How dare you cite Norman Finkelstein? He's a bigot, an anti-Semite, and a supporter of Hamas, isn't he?
All right. Well, no, I actually think that he's a renowned scholar whose parents survived the Warsaw Ghetto and is the foremost authority on what's going on in Gaza. But I wanted to put to you, would you be willing to have a longer form conversation with Norm Finkelstein either here or in another format of a show to unpack some of these debates?
Very pleased to be joined.
I did it on the Piers Morgan show, and he just monopolized the whole conversation. He went 14 minutes, and I was given only 8 minutes.
Well,
I would only do it at a clock and the exact amount of time accorded to everyone.
So he wants to do like the chess timer.
Then I might do it, but I'm not going to do it with getting 14 minutes.
I agree. I agree that Professor Finkelstein can be a little long-winded. I would be happy to host an unbounded, time-bounded conversation of that type with the two of you if you were willing.
Let me be very clear. You are not a moderator. I will do it with you as an opponent. I will have a debate with you moderated by the gentleman on the other side. But you're not.
You just volunteered Robbie into something that I'm not sure if he really wants to be a part of.
Moderator.
I'd be happy to do that as well, Professor.
You consent. I don't.
Well, I'm sure we can find someone that satisfies you.
All right, we will actually work towards setting up a fully functioning debate on this subject between the two.
She'll probably bring him on, if I'm going to guess, she'll probably bring him on Bad Faith.
Two of you, where there's enough time for both to respond.
But yeah, would they have? Who would be the interlocutor? Sorry, who would be the moderator? Who really would be the moderator?
And we
could get George Santos. Brianna Joy Gray versus Ellen Dershowitz with George Santos as the completely objective moderator.
That actually sounds like a really good idea. I was joking when I said I don't consent to do it. I would happily do it.
He's gonna do it. Robbie's gonna do it. We don't need George Santos. We've got our messy bitch already.
I want to get in one more question on the subject at hand, and then we do have to let you go. Can you just predict for us whether you think the Supreme Court will take up the Colorado case, how likely it is that we'd hear from them if they're going to do that?
Yes, I think they will give a stay in early January, set oral argument probably for February, and have a decision likely in March.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Dershowitz, for joining us. We will be in contact with you again.
Yes, I'm sure they will. Watch this space, I guess, if I'm Rachel Maddow here. Watch this space. Oh, speaking of Norman Finkelstein.
Professor Norm.
He's just popping up everywhere, isn't he?
Finkelstein. He is an author. He is an activist.
He is a norm.
Scientist, author of many books, including Gaza: An Inquest into Martyrdom. Great to see you again, sir.
Thank you for having me.
So I wanted to start with, I know there were a few interviews recently, including one that occurred on our program, that caught your interest and that contained some inaccuracies or claims that you thought were worth responding to. And so the first one that I wanted to get you to take a look at was a recent monologue from Bill Maher. Let's take a listen to a bit of that.
Oh my God.
Everybody comes to an accommodation.
Chat, this is pure tea. Krystal is our messy bitch here.
Except the Palestinians. Was it unjust that even a single Arab family was forced to move upon the founding of the Jewish state? Yes. But it's also not rare. And no one knows more about being pushed off land than the Jews, including being almost wholly kicked out of every Arab country they once lived in. Yes, TikTok fans, ethnic...
So we watched this the other day. Since I've already reacted to it, I will use this time to take a really quick break of the biological variety.
Ethnic cleansing happened both ways. In Fiddler on the Roof, the family is always moving to stay one step ahead of the Cossacks, but they deal with it. When they're leaving Anatevka, they say, hey, it wasn't so great anyway. Nobody was a bigger colonizer than the Muslim army that swept out of the Arabian desert and took over much of the world in a single century. And they didn't do it by asking. There's a reason Saudi Arabia's flag is a sword. Arafat was offered 95% of the West Bank and said no. The Palestinian people should know your leaders and the useful idiots on college campuses who are their allies are not doing you any favors by keeping alive the river to the sea myth. I mean, where do you think Israel is going? Spoiler alert, nowhere.
So the sort of core of the point he is making is Jews got kicked out of a lot of countries too, and it's effectively time for Palestinians to get over it and move on.
Well, just as a general point, I find it rather amusing when I hear Bill Maher pontificating about, if you see the longer clip, about Byzantium, about the Roman Empire, about Muslim expansion. He knows as much about these topics as Joy Behar. The only difference between him and Ms. Behar is she reads her factoids off of index cards while he reads them off of a monitor. And neither of them is, in my opinion, particularly funny. And I find it in very poor taste in the midst of a genocide, making these rather impoverished attempts at humor, where half the audience laughing uproariously sounds as if they were paid to laugh. But let's leave all that aside and let's get to the factual matters. Here are the facts. The Palestinians, on the Zionist project, I'm not going to go through the whole history, I promise you, listeners. The Zionist project begins roughly at the end of the 19th century Their aim was to establish a Jewish state in Palestine. Palestine was not empty. It became obvious to the indigenous population that the realization of the Zionist enterprise to create a Jewish state would, at minimum, reduce them to second-class citizens in their own place of birth, or at worst, result in their expulsion. And the Zionist movement coined a locution they called a transfer. They didn't want to use the vulgar, gross term expulsion, so they called it the transfer. And as Israel's leading historian, who, by the way, at this point is extremely right-wing, his name is Benny Morris, and you'll see him in all the right-wing talk shows like Coleman Hughes and others. Benny Morris said, and now I'm quoting him, the idea of transfer or expulsion, the idea of transfer was inbuilt and inevitable in Zionism, okay? Now, it happens I wrote my doctoral dissertation on Zionism. I know about the subject, but I never belabored the terminology because sometimes I think it obfuscates the critical facts rather than enlightening them, sort of like nowadays when Palestinian supporters talk about settler colonialism. I don't find this kind of terminology enlightening. I think it obscures more than it enlightens.
Question: does anybody remember? Did Krystal ever talk to Dershowitz? He's like responding to. I thought she was going to ask him about stuff that people had said on her show, but they started off with Bill Maher, that ghoulish rant that he had about just basically telling Palestinians to get over it.
But as a factual matter, as Benny Morris said, the idea of transfer or expulsion was inbuilt and inevitable in Zionism. Okay? And so the indigenous population of Palestine, the Arab, later they came to define themselves as Palestinian, but the Arab-Palestinian population of Palestine naturally revolted against that prospect. In fact, Benny Morris writes, remember, he's now a right-wing historian, but Benny Morris writes that the driving force, the motor force of opposition to Zionism was the prospect that the indigenous population was going to be expelled if this idea were realized. Now, skipping far ahead and not to tilt the scale in my direction, but just to bring us to an end before this one question consumes your whole program. Come 1948, a war breaks out. I'm not going to talk about who's right and who's wrong in the course of the war, but now, as David Ben-Gurion, the first prime minister of the state of Israel, said, he quoted the famous French expression, which is still quoted, when in war, do as in war. Namely, here is a prospect. Now we have the opportunity to realize the Zionist dream, and the population from the area that became Israel, 90% of the population from the area that became Israel was expelled. Exactly what you would expect, given what the ideology was, and an opportunity now availed itself. And they became the Palestinian refugees. So now Bill Maher says, well, basically he says, it's a done deal, get over it. I'm not going to pass a judgment on that. Now, you know, Krystal, and if you don't mind, I'd rather look at you than I look at myself, because I'm more concerned about persuading you than persuading myself. I'm already persuaded. And body language is sometimes indicative, so I'd like to look at you, and where I see your...
Wait, what is Krystal's point of view on this? I guess I haven't really, listened to her specifically.
Demurring, I'll stop and we'll continue. So he says basically get over it. Now, Krystal, let's say you were fired from a job wrongly.
Wait, I feel like, wasn't she fired from a job wrongly? What is her backstory? Does anybody remember? She went to a Halloween party with like some sort of a device, right? On her face, like some sort of a dong on her face or forehead or something, right? Am I completely what, like, I don't think I'm making this up. I'm not trying to James Somerton this, right? I think she did some kind of Halloween costume that people thought was inappropriate. But I should forget what she got fired. But didn't she get fired from her job?
What do you expect your friends to do? Do you expect them to support you? Or do you expect them to say, Krystal, get over it?
I would hope they would support me.
Exactly. So there is an obligation, a kind of moral obligation among those not directly the victim.
She lost Democratic support for running for Congress. Is that what happened? Yeah, because she was like at a Halloween party with a slightly inappropriate costume.
To support those to the extent they're able.
She was dressed like a French maid, and her opponent. Oh, it was just like a French maid. There was no sex toy involved.
To rectify a wrong. That's, to me,
Meow.
a moral responsibility.
I should do a quiz of, well, I feel like I'm the one who needs to be quizzed now because I don't remember what Krystal Ball did to get fired from, it was like was she running in the Democratic Party? Is that what it was? And she lost their support over her Halloween costume, which people are telling me maybe it was just a French maid costume. Was there no face dong? Am I completely misremembering something so weird? She was at a Democratic candidate. People leaked photos of her with someone else. Oh, somebody else had the phallic costume element. Yeah. She was just a French maid. Who knew? Oh my God, we got accusations of ergogenic AIDS in chat.
And then you might come to the conclusion, you know what, this is going nowhere. And I hope this person understands it's going nowhere and move on, okay? The fact of the matter is, and I have to tell you, I watched the Bill Maher segment this morning, and several times I had to just, take a breath because
yeah, it's disgusting.
Such an ignorant sack of shit. It just nauseates me.
Red.
When I'm listening to this. He hasn't a clue what the history is. He really doesn't know anything. This is the reason Bill Maher doesn't want kids to go to college. He says it's a waste of time. Yeah, in college you learn that before you speak your mind, you should actually know a few facts. You're supposed to read books, not just have note cards passed to you. So what are the facts? And I'm perfectly willing now to say to Bill Maher to his face, if you disagree with me, have me on your program. Have me on your program, and we'll go through it step by step. Already as early as 1976.
Okay, prediction. Bill Maher will not have Norm Finkelstein on his program. Bill Maher knows that he would get chewed up by Finkelstein. And so Finkelstein will not appear on late night or club. Can you imagine a club random? Chad, do you know what I'm talking about? That's Bill Maher's sit down podcast. I don't even know what to call it, right? Because it's not like the Joe Rogan podcast. When Joe Rogan has guests on, the guests talk. The guests, talk a lot, and Joe Rogan just like nods his head the whole time and says, wow. And this is the opposite of that. This is the opposite of that, right? You're there to listen to Bill Maher if you're on Bill Maher's show. You're there to receive an extra long zucchini that he's grown in his own garden, and you're there to watch him drink and roll stuff up and smoke stuff and like just get all kinds of effed up, like while most of the guests have the good sense to like stay,
Now, if I'm not mistaken,
of course, chat, if I ever went on Club Random, I would have Bill Maher slapping my hand. I would be like, no, I'm gonna roll another one of these cigars.
You were probably born around that time.
A little bit later, but yes.
Okay, later. So before you were born.
We got to get me on the Bill Maher show.
And I'd like you to sort of let that sink in. You're an adult woman already. You have children. I'm talking about before you were born. Already in 1976, the Palestine Liberation Organization, which at that point was a representative organization, the Palestine
Exactly, Molten Panda.
people, was supporting.
See, but if I had wrestler friends, then they would get me on Bill Maher's show. Like, he wouldn't want to have me on, of course, right? But the wrestlers would make him.
Two states on the June 1967 border. They were supporting the compromise. They were already giving up before you were born. The representative organization of the Palestinians, universally recognized, the PLO, they already were ready to compromise. They gave up. And I hope this will sink into the minds of your listeners. It's impossible that they will sink into the mind of Bill Maher because there isn't a mind. There's a blank space that's filled in with desperate attempts at being clever and funny for his paid listeners. But for everybody else, before you were born, the Palestinians had already compromised. They had already moved on. They had given up on 80% of Palestine, the area that became the state of Israel. And they had resigned themselves, reconciled themselves to the prospect of a state just on the West Bank, including East Jerusalem and the Gaza Strip. But the whole area that became Israel, before you were born, they had.
So we were, excuse me, wow. We remember Destiny's talking points, right? And you see how Norm Finkelstein is the equivalent of like shoving a stick through the gears of Destiny's bike, right? It's like coming along. It's like, and they refused it, and this time, and this time, and this time, and this time, and here's Norm with the, like, you know, and as long spoken as long winded, I guess is the word, as what Brianna Joy Gray said that he is stating a fact that a lot of people even have trouble like coming up with on the fly. And like Jake definitely didn't have anything like this, but he states it fairly succinctly.
Acquiesce in that reality. Now, there is a question about the fate and future of the Palestinian refugees, those who were expelled. And I will grant, because I am an old-fashioned believer in truth, and as a radical, I like to quote the better part of the radical tradition that says the truth is revolutionary. Namely, there is no contradiction between the truth and having revolutionary or radical aspirations. So I'm not afraid of the truth. It's not like truth is the enemy of revolution or truth is the enemy of a radical transformation of our society and our world. So it is true that this refugee question has been a gray area. But if you look at all the negotiations, and I've studied it very closely, in all the negotiations, it was clear that the Palestinians were willing to, or the representative organizations, were willing to make drastic, colossal compromises on the question of the return of the Palestinian refugees. So any honest reckoning of the factual record will show you that the Palestinians
he's talking about right of return, right?
Had already compromised, had already given up the aspirations of one state from the river to the sea. Now, if there were any doubts, just let me give you a few examples. So in the 1980s, we're now going ahead, okay? We're going from 1976 to in the early.
How do you do that thing where you're like riding a horse Like when you said Old Town Road, I was like just imagining like, is it like that? Or is it just like that? No, that doesn't seem right. It's like more, isn't it like this somehow? Why do they do that? I'm just trying to ride my invisible pony, chat.
Early 1980s. The Palestinians were making it very clear they were ready to compromise on 2 states in historic Palestine. Their state would only constitute 20%. The Israelis began to panic because they were
You got that in my head now.
that international public opinion would force them to relinquish control of the West Bank and Gaza, which they were determined to keep. And so an Israeli political scientist, his name is Avner Yaniv, a very mainstream fellow. He's since passed. Actually, I think I'm the only one still alive. Everybody involved in the conflict is dead already. He said,
Hillary ruined that?
The Israelis feared, and I'd like this expression hopefully to sink into the minds of your listeners as well. What the Israelis feared was the Palestinian peace offensive. The Palestinian peace offensive. They were terrified that the Palestinians were becoming too moderate, and therefore pressure would be exerted by the international community to force on Israel its withdrawal from the West Bank and Gaza to its pre-June 1967 borders. So what did Israel do? Israel fabricated in June 1982 an excuse to invade Lebanon. Why did it want to invade Lebanon? Because that's where the PLO was located at the time, the Representative Palestinian Organization. They wanted to destroy the PLO, not because it was radical, not because it wanted to create a state from the river to the sea. They wanted to destroy the PLO because it was too moderate. The Palestinian peace offensive, okay? And in the course of that attempt to liquidate the excessively moderate PLO, Israel killed between 15 and 20,000 Palestinian and Lebanese, overwhelmingly civilians. As a matter of fact, this last Israeli genocide in Gaza, it for the first time exceeded the amount of death and destruction since the Lebanon War in 1982. People already have completely forgotten. And what was the cause of the war? Why did Israel kill 15 to 20,000 Palestinian and Lebanese, overwhelmingly civilians? Because of, and Bill Maher, I'll be happy to come on your program, take out Avner Yaniv's book and shove it in front of your face. Now, I know that will be—
When he said shove it, I had something else in mind.
Torture. I understand that will be torture, not the phrase, but having to look at a book. Having to look at a book. Now, maybe you think you're protected under the 8th Amendment against cruel and unusual punishment. Okay, we'll go through that in court. But yes, the Palestinian peace offensive. Now, come 1987, the Palestinians, absolutely despairing of ever ending this occupation of their lands, they went into a civil revolt. It was called the Intifada. Okay? Here's a side note for you.
This is not a debate. This is a lecture.
And Krystal, I like you. I know you're a good listener, and I know you suck in information, and I appreciate that. I saw you with Robert Kennedy, and it was a good show.
Wait, is there lore between Kennedy and Finkelstein that I don't know about? How would he feel? He's not like pro RFK, is he? I mean, he is a weird dude. Like, make no mistakes about it, right? You know, his takes on Palestine, as a scholar, or what are being, people are talking about now, but there are some other issues that he does not, he has some pretty messed up views on, right? I wouldn't want to really show you or like we have looked a little bit at what he said about trans people.
No question about that. You came up with arguments.
So I mean, I guess it's possible. I guess anything's possible. It just seems weird, right? Because RFK is I mean, see, in my opinion, not legally binding. RFK is anti-Semitic.
Have come up at the spur of the moment. It was good. It's very good. You and Brianna Brianna Joy Gray represent a new generation, a generation that's not afraid of the label anti-Semite, even though RFK kept trying to use that particular.
We didn't watch the right RFK one, chat. We didn't watch the right one. It's my fault.
His arsenal.
Nobody's nerfed indeed, Molten Panda.
Recoil, you persisted. It's a new generation.
Yeah, like Hillary Clinton. No,
I mean, my generation, you were terrified of doing what you did. Terrified because of the charge of anti-Semitism and then the practical repercussions.
Well, you were never terrified, Norm.
I wasn't terrified, but, I don't have physical courage, but I have moral courage.
That's clear.
I will never say something I don't believe. It's not possible. I got that from my parents, and I will take that to my grave. In any event, so 1987, December 7th, 1987, Noam Chomsky's birthday, or December 8th. Some people say December 8th, my birthday. So in any event, the first intifada, it's a civil revolt. Literally, it's the Arabic word for when a dog.
What a weird discussion.
Shakes off its fleas. And the quiescent Palestinian.
They're probably, I don't know, I don't like that metaphor, right? Because metaphors are, I don't know, he's trying to show that like intifada does not have like a violent or, the way it's been described, like genocidal, like, connotation, right? But like when you say shakes off the fleas, I mean, like you're talking about like a classic sort of dehumanization trope. But I think I get what his point is that intifada is like escape from, kind of, that's the vibe.
People for so long are now shaking off their fleas and going into civil revolt.
In the sense of getting away from, not like.
I know I'm digressing a lot, but it's actually.
I don't know if he made that like right, because like this is, I don't know. I'm a stickler, chat. I'm a stickler for metaphors, right? If you're gonna give details in a metaphor, assume that they might be interpreted in a certain way, right?
Relevant. When you hear, the claim was made against the college presidents during the hearings in Congress.
You made stroganoff?
That the phrase intifada.
Seriously?
Means genocide. They say intifada, the only solution is revolution. Okay. Intifada was a civil revolt. I lived there at the time. I was there every summer from 1988 to 1995, every single summer. Everybody knew I was Jewish. Everybody knew.
Like, I'm not saying that Dr. Finkelstein is being anti-Semitic here. I'm just saying, like, of all the metaphors, like, that's one that's like, I don't know. I think the fleas part is unnecessary. Is like adding more to the metaphor that needs to be there. Shaking off, is enough. I
was Jewish, and the only ones I fear. I'm not trying to make jokes. I mean, I have a sense of humor, but as Ecclesiastes says, there's a time and place for everything. Now is not the time for humor.
Oh, is that from Ecclesiastes? I thought that was some 60s thing.
The only one I was afraid of was the Israeli army. It was very scary. They were killing with abandon during that civil revolt. There were times when I was in my apartment at night because I live with Palestinian families.
It's not the vegan I don't think. Have I ever had vegan stroganoff?
In Beit Sahor.
I could make it.
Outside Bethlehem and in Fawar refugee camp, right outside Fawar refugee camp. And the Israeli army invaded at night, came into.
I want to do a cooking stream.
My apartment. I was completely terrified. and there were roads you don't want to travel down.
What is stroganoff? It's like a noodle dish. Traditionally, I think it's made with beef, and it's got like a creamy white sauce.
Because the settlers were throwing these stones. But no, I wasn't afraid for stones. Genocide. The people were so wonderful, so forthcoming, so generous.
Yeah, I could make it like beet stroganoff, right? Instead of beef, like just add beets.
Even Hamas members, though I have to admit, there was some concern with Hamas at the time when they found out I was Jewish. In any event, come November 1988, Yasser Arafat, I mean, I have to laugh at how stupid Bill Maher is. Really?
Wait, what is shit on a shingle?
Joy Behar.
It's like sour cream. Oh yeah, there's like sour. I forgot there's sour cream. That's what makes it tangy.
Joy Behar, without the drag. November 1988, Arafat.
What?
I should say.
What did he just say?
The head of the PLO. That's how stupid Bill Maher is. Really, he's
Bill Maher is Joy Behar without the drag? Clearly, here's the drag right here.
Joy Behar. He's Joy Behar without the drag. November 1988, Arafat formally, I should say, I use these terms like everybody knows, the head of the PLO at the time, Yasser Arafat, he formally declares a Palestinian state, calls for a Palestinian state on the June 1967 border, a two-state solution. That's just a commonplace piece of knowledge.
Why is there a cat?
Anybody who knows anything about the subject knows November 1988, he declares for two states. And he felt that, I don't want to get into all the dynamics, but people are willing to compromise from a position of
cat in my room.
Not from a position of weakness. That's just the nature of politics.
There's a cat snuck into my room.
Because from a position of weakness, you feel like, well, if I'm not going to get anything, why not ask for the whole thing? Because it makes no difference.
Right.
If I can't hope to get a half a loaf, if I can't hope for half a loaf, then why not ask for the whole loaf?
Right.
So in November 1988, it was during the first Intifada. And it did become a global issue, the first Intifada. It did seriously dent Israel's public relations image because I'll tell you, I was teaching at that time.
I'm going to let the cat out.
And I remember one student who was neither pro-Palestinian nor pro-Israeli, whatever those terms mean. They're just totally stupid. He said one day in class, he said like this, the Palestinian civil revolt was famous, what was called for throwing stones, and he said like this in class, stone, he held up his hand like this, stone, Uzi, that was the known Israeli weapon, sort of the brand of Israel, the Uzi. Stone, Uzi, that's not fair. That's what he Stone, I remember it, it's 30 years ago, more than 30 years ago. Stone, and that was the image that was being communicated, transmitted internationally. So Israel was facing a major PR problem. And Arafat, from a position of strength, because he thought he could win something now, that the civil
You hate Brussels sprouts, really?
Revolt had shifted international public opinion.
I mean, I could see getting tired of them.
He thought he could win something, and he announced.
Oh my God, chat! Do you know what I have in my fridge right now? 3 pounds of Brussels sprouts. How about that?
Or formally,
3 pounds of Brussels sprouts. Oh wait, I forgot. It sounds weird when I whisper. Like it doesn't come through right on the mic. It sounds super weird.
2 states on the June 1967 border. Now, come 1990.
I mean, the only thing that makes Brussels sprouts better is like some kind of balsamic like glaze and roasted walnuts, right? But yeah, I mean, I guess if you get like, I mean, it is easy to get tired of them.
1993, the civil revolt was effectively repressed by the Israelis. They were very brutal in their repression of it.
No, but I remember Brussels sprouts being like the food that would always be like a joke of like the kids don't want to eat Brussels sprouts. Like that would be like to like a kid, like that is like the grossest food that you could possibly have forced on you by your parents. Like that's like the eat your Brussels sprouts is like, oh, is there a good fake bacon? Maybe. I don't know. I haven't had fake bacon in a long time, but yeah, a lot of people put bacon on Brussels sprouts too.
And Arafat entered from a position of weakness, not strength, what came to be called the Oslo Accord. And basically what the Oslo Accord was, it said, we recognize Israel, meaning Yasser Arafat. We recognize the state of Israel and its June 1967 border. All of that forgotten by Bill Maher, who's so clever. He's so smart with his factoid supplied to him by the Israeli consulate. The Oslo Accord has vanished. And he says, and what the Palestinians get in return? Well, actually, they got nothing in return, because he was negotiating from a position of weakness.
You had Brussels sprouts a few years ago and it was actually good. Yeah, I think they're good, but I never had them as a kid. Like, I'm trying to remember what was the gross food that my mom always wanted us to eat. Oh, asparagus, right? She has this thing where she cooks asparagus for way too long. And because of that, it's not very tasty. Because asparagus needs to have some al dente, needs to have some bite to it in order to be good. That's just I'm sorry, Mom, that's just the facts. You are objectively wrong when it comes to asparagus. But I grew up thinking that I hated asparagus because all I ever had was asparagus mush. And yeah, maybe if it could be like in a dip or something, asparagus mush would be okay. But in general, if I'm eating asparagus, I need to crunch into the asparagus, and also the flavor gets ruined. And I just have so much of a problem with like cooking asparagus too harshly. And that was like all I ever knew.
At that point, Arafat, what he got was a promise that we'll figure out what to do sometime in the future. It was supposed to be 5 years, what was called the interim period. The 5 years passed, they got nothing. I've already gone through in a previous show what happened in 2000, where Hillary Clinton's imagined.
Needed the texture of snap peas or snow peas in stir fry. Snap peas in stir fry, I am not a fan of. Oh, the string. Yeah, the string is bad. What's up, Danny boy? I'm gonna have to be a contrarian and say that instead of a vinaigrette, I'd opt for an avocado oil plus lemon juice. Okay, you've got my attention. A bit of salt, pepper, and minced garlic. Okay, I mean, that would be good. That would be good too. I love walnuts, and somehow they pair really well with Brussels sprouts. But I haven't, like avocado oil and lemon. Yeah, I actually haven't. You're talking about like marinating them, right?
Hope to have a longer discussion on the Israel.
This is gonna become a cooking stream. I'm just gonna take you into the kitchen and start cooking food.
She got carried away, so I'm not going to.
You didn't hear about the walnuts?
Not that she's ever been very well. Yeah, at a certain point in her life, she's actually.
Ooh, walnut oil.
But her memory is now very selective, to the extent that it ever makes any connection with reality. But the bottom line.
Oh, somebody made pasta that tasted like chemicals, and it's because she cooked it for 20 minutes? Oh no, that's too much. My parents now cook asparagus in their air fryer. It's not bad. That sounds good. That sounds really good.
Period afterwards. Now, we have a very simple way of testing who is and who isn't, or which side is and which side isn't, willing to compromise on this question. I would say we have an unequivocal record. And the record is this. And I would hope your viewers who have an interest in the subject would simply go and check out what I'm
Wait, that one guy in Menu starring Ray Fiennes?
I have to say. Every year for about 2 decades, about 2 decades, maybe a little more, every year, let's just check if you allow me. I have it. Okay. No, actually, it's from 1997. So, if I can ask you in my book, Gaza, An Inquest into Its Martyrdom, turn to page 28.
Okay.
Okay. Now, the United Nations.
You got in trouble for spitting. Wait, what out in the bathroom? Like, oh my God, this is reawakening. Like, oh, like Brussels sprouts. Yeah, because like I can remember, as a kid, like at least my family like they did really try to make you eat everything, even if you didn't like it. It was like that whole thing, like, okay, just take one bite, and you don't get any dessert. You're gonna take one bite. Brussels, yeah. Yeah, these are like a terror food for a lot of kids.
General Assembly, based on international law. Can I look at you again? I find it troubling looking at myself because it becomes a distraction. Thank you.
What an interesting moment.
Every year, the United Nations General Assembly, it's contrived a resolution, terms for resolving the conflict. As the title of the resolution says, peaceful resolution.
Oh my God.
And its resolution is based on international law. Now, international law recognizes the state of Israel. That's not a quarrel in international law. It's a member state of the United Nations. As a member state of the United Nations, it has the same rights and duties, rights and obligations as any other state. So the General Assembly contrives a resolution based on all the elements of international law. I would stress that the International Court of Justice.
Yeah, Kyle is not going to like this.
Itself in 2004. July 2004, it made a determination on.
Like, actually, like, yeah, Brussels sprouts are the what like that's one example of like a food. Like, I could eat it with no spices, right? Like no salt, no pepper. Like, it's still good, right? There's very few foods that are like that. Most foods need some kind of seasoning.
All the critical questions bearing on the question of Palestine. So.
You just have to like roast them, and that in and of itself gives them a flavor.
This resolution is a synthesis of the opinion of the General Assembly on the one hand, and the International Court of Justice on the other hand, okay? The supreme political body in the world and the supreme legal body in the world, all right? Supreme and most representative. So, if you look at the voting record, I know, Bill Maher, this is going to be very painful. I recognize it's a printed document.
This is wild. This is wild. This is all a debunk of Bill Maher, right? And in the beginning, he's like, at the risk of taking up your entire show with this one little question, but we are kind of sticking on like the Bill Maher, right? There's so many things he could respond to. There's like, so much out there, so much low-hanging fruit for him to debunk. And he's just spending this entire interview is all about the Bill Maher thing, which, to be fair, it was pretty viral, but you feel that way about asparagus?
And having to go through a printed document may constitute torment and torture for you. But if you go through the printed document, I have here the lineup of how did the world vote on this compromise resolution based on international law. Because Bill Maher says the Palestinians don't want to compromise. The Palestinians are so stubborn in trying to return to the past. And why can't they just get over it? Okay? They want from the river to the sea. They want to return to the status quo ante 1947. Well, this resolution calls for two states on the June 1967 border in accordance with international law and all the other aspects of international law. Time doesn't allow me to go through each one, though if you ask me, I'm happy to go through it. So let's look at the voting record. 1997. So the record is the number of states who voted for it, those who abstained, and those who opposed. Or I should say, excuse me, the number of states who voted for it, the number who opposed it, and the number of abstentions. Okay, what was 1997?
We had 155 yes, 2 no, and 3 abstained.
Right. Who are the 2 no?
That would be Israel and the United States of America.
You can't eat ham because your mom made you eat it when you were a kid. I have the same thing with turkey.
Okay. So who is it that's the obstacle to peace? Is it the world or is it the United States and Israel? Let's look at 2001. Or you know what? You do it. You choose arbitrarily because I have to pick every year. Choose a day, choose a year.
Yeah. I mean, every year it's basically, you know, everybody in the world against Israel, the U.S., and a few of our close allies. So, for example, in...
They're not even our allies. They're South Sea Islands.
2006, it's 157 yeses, 7 noes, 10 abstained. The noes were Israel, the U.S., Australia, Marshall Islands, Micronesia, Nauru, and Palau.
2008, what's the vote?
164 yes, 7 no, 3 abstained. The noes are Israel, U.S.,
my
Australia,
God.
Same group.
How did you turn breaking points into C-SPAN, Norm?
Micronesia, Nauru, Palau.
Yeah.
I'm practicing Muay Thai here. This is how...
According to Bill Maher, it's those stubborn Palestinians who are the obstacle to resolving the conflict.
Okay, wow, what a weird way to cut the interview. What a weird way to cut the interview. Okay, now I'm curious. That's 6 months ago. That's 7 days ago, chat. We watched this one instead of this one.
Very.
Chat, do you realize what that means? It's my fault that we watched unnecessarily extra Krystal and Sagar. Not just Krystal and Kyle, but Krystal and Sagar.
Pleased to bring you all today an interview with independent presidential candidate, the one and only RFK Jr. Welcome back. Great to
There he is. He's in the studio this time, so we won't have any weird audio bugs.
see you, sir.
Hopefully.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course.
Of course, sir. Well, you're probably the foremost independent candidate that
No, wait, actually, now their audio is bad.
we've seen in this country for quite a long time. And one of the things that we really want to do in this interview is to take you seriously. So one of the things that you've talked
We're
about
here to take you seriously.
is gaining ballot access.
Let's start off by talking about which groups are more affected by COVID.
So can you guarantee that you're going to be on the ballot in all 50 states? We just saw an Axios report. You've got about $15 million appropriated. You're going to be on the ballot in 8 states that you're targeting. But can you guarantee you're going to be on all 50 of these ballots? We'll be on the ballot in
all 50 states and the district.
Okay. And what's the plan for that? Because as I understand it, you're not on the ballot yet in a single state.
How?
You successfully were able to challenge the law in Utah.
And also, how is this guy still drawing more voters from Biden than from Trump? That is wild. The only thing that I can think of is that there's like low information voters out there that their only information they have is like, okay, this guy's name is Kennedy. Sounds okay. You know, sounds familiar. I don't know, like, right? Is that really what's happening? Are people actually, that it's wild to me to hear from the polling that his votes are coming more from Biden than from Trump. Because I felt like the Trump people really liked him.
But do you have ground operations in every single one?
We're now fully submitted and approved in Utah.
Okay.
So that's our first state. But we have 250,000 volunteers. And we have,
It's extraordinary.
Yeah, we have many more than any other campaign. And we're very confident that we can get it. Most of the states is pretty, it's pretty basic. There's a handful of states that make it very, very difficult. New York is one, California is another, Texas is another. And, you have to pay attention to the rules, and we'll probably have to do some litigation, and they're going to litigate against us. But we're shooting for getting, I think, 60% cushion, so we're going to get what we need plus 60% more. So if they knock out some signatures, we should have a cushion enough to be able to.
You made an interesting comment. I think it was on the Theo Von podcast. You said that when you go independent, that you were going to take more votes away from Trump. So now you've been doing this now for a couple of months. What do your internal polling show in terms of the support, who you're drawing?
Yo, what do you think he has? YouTube analytics?
Trump? Is it non-voters? What do you see?
We're drawing pretty evenly, and we're getting a lot from people, from non-voters. The reason, the Politico did a piece on us that showed where they did a really meticulous breakdown of our donor base. And they said in that
is it like an independent centrist news org? Yeah, I mean, like, so Krystal and Sagar were the Rising before Brianna and Robbie became the Rising. And I don't know how that arrangement ended, if the Hill got tired of them, or if it was more like that they decided to move on and they thought that they could do their own thing. Because they do have, like, I mean, this is, it's got this channel has 1 million viewers, and yeah, it's kind of I guess you could call it an independent centrist news outlet, in that they have like Krystal representing the left and Robbie representing the right.
A shocking number of our donors were people who never donated to a political.
Yo, you're right. His tie is so thin.
Before, and that's what we're finding.
That is the very thin tie. What era was that from?
Totally, the people coming to our rallies are from all across the board. And I think the early polling showed me polling more from Trump. But I don't, the big polls are probably, the big polls like Quinnipiac and Harvard-Harris, New York Siena, that are looking at 3,000, 4,000 people are probably even more accurate than our polls.
You're saying maybe it's a normal tie, but he's just so roided up that.
So, you know as much as I do, but I think it's pretty even.
Do you think you're going to be on the debate stage with Biden and Trump? Have you had a plan with the Commission on Presidential
Debates? I don't
Debates?
know. Do you think Biden's going to debate?
Well, that's a great question for you.
I mean, you're right, Chad. If what you're saying is that body does not look natty, you are correct.
You know him better than we do.
Yeah, but I don't. Yeah. I haven't seen him in years, and I have not seen him do an unscripted event in, I think, a year at least. Yeah. So I don't know.
Yo, I want to see a bodybuilder eat dessert now. Like, eat like a nice little, like a Jello or something, and they're like so huge, and they're just like, it's like this tiny little fork going into the Jello.
What they're gonna do, but the rules are they have 3.
Can they put their roids in the Jello? Can they just like inject them into the roids right into the Jello,
schedule,
then eat it?
So I have at least that much confidence that they'll let me.
Creatine whipped cream.
But the rule that they've adopted is if you have 15% of the vote, you're on, and I'm way above that.
Okay. That's actually a quick thing on that. So you mentioned about Biden not debating. Last time that we spoke, you didn't want to get into Biden's mental status, his fitness for president. You're independent now. You're not running in the.
You're independent now. You can say
just made that comment about
what you feel.
Do you want to go into that? I mean,
anything you want to say about Sleepy Joe?
Well, I was asking you.
Yeah.
What you thought.
Okay.
I think it's an issue that is now publicly debated and publicly discussed, which is, his mental acuity. And I think it's fair, to say, are you able to debate? It takes a tremendous amount of energy and vigor to run this country. And are you up to that, particularly at this point in history? So I think it's fair, for people to ask that, not in a mean-spirited way.
Right.
But, we've seen, I think yesterday he did a press conference in which the answers appeared to have been written out for him in advance. And that's, I think the president ought to be able to debate, and he ought to be able to have unscripted conversations with people.
Yeah. One of the things we've been trying to look at is gaming out.
Ballot access?
So if you're going to be polling
Sean Hannity?
30% possible. My last question kind of for this section is, we watched a lot
Sean Hannity?
Conservative media figures largely. Sean Hannity, a lot of large conservative Twitter accounts. They built you up when you were running the Democratic Party. I watched them kind of turn a little bit on you.
On a dime.
Pretty much immediately.
Here's the tea.
Whenever you decided to run for independent.
Definitely turned on
He
me.
did. We watched it all
We
live.
watched
Yeah,
it.
we watched.
Well, I mean, Sean Hannity is a known messy bitch.
I covered it here. I can't
Yeah, we
remember
did.
it.
What
There was
do you
a lot
make
of
that?
drama preceding that too.
Tell us about it. What is
Well,
it?
I
Yeah.
don't want to go into it, but it was. I had a long relationship with Sean because during the, when I had this weird relationship with Roger Ailes,
Mm-hmm.
who was the founder of Fox News, and when I was 19 years old, I spent 3 months in a tent with him.
No. Yeah, wait. Why does that make me nervous? Why does that make me nervous, chat?
In Africa.
That sounds like a bad idea.
I remember you telling me this.
And then I had this weird relationship.
That's a weird relationship. Okay, I mean that's one way to characterize.
He was like Darth Vader to me, and and we were absolutely antithetical politically, but he was a very loyal friend, and he would. When I wanted to talk about the environment on issues, he would make the Fox hosts or urge them to, like Neil Cavuto, like Bill O'Reilly, like Sean, have me on. So I assumed he was twisting their arm, but maybe they wanted me on. I don't know. But I would talk about the environment on it, and I had a lot of run-ins with Sean. We were like oil and water all that time.
Right.
And then he kind of ambushed me once early on in the campaign. And I just said, okay, that's that. I learned my lesson from that. But then he called me, and he asked to call me on a weekend. And he called me and he said he wanted to talk to me for about 40 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And so I had a very pleasant conversation. He said, I want you to come back and, I'm going to treat you fairly.
I'm gonna treat you better this time. What?
I was like,
That is not a thing to trust a journalist with.
okay. And then I went back and I had a great time on his show. And then he did a town hall and it was wonderful.
Wait, why? He just was.
As soon as Trump announced,
Right.
I got bushwhacked. So, and I just sat there and took it for, 20 minutes. So, it's just part of.
Wait, was bushwhacked mean that you got canceled? You were the guest, but you got canceled? What does that mean? I don't know his old-timey language here. Where is this going? Where is this going indeed? They should have made him wear a Santa hat.
Part of it.
Yeah, part of the deal.
Yeah, it was kind of amazing to watch how quickly though.
Right.
Like it
Yeah.
was literally.
It was a bit on a dime.
Yeah, some people even were openly like.
Yes, actually, we
Yeah.
have covered here before. There was a conservative influencer. He's got over 1 million followers. He said, "Look, I built up RFK when he was a threat to Biden." He's like, "But now we have to highlight all the liberal things that he believes." But you have no problem with that. It is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is.
He's just sitting there sipping the tea.
Turned a little bit.
I'm grateful for them letting me on when they.
Oh, it did mean ambushed?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Take it.
So let's turn to a little bit of policy and specifically the topic of Israel, obviously very much in the news right now. So President Biden's administration, they have said that they have no red lines for the state of Israel and their conduct in this war. Do you have any red lines for Israel?
Well, the red lines are that, you don't deliver, you do everything you can, which I think Israel is doing.
Oh, they ask him about Epstein.
Now to avoid civilian casualties. But, there's collateral damage in every war, and they're fighting an implacable enemy. I mean,
So what do you think, chat? Is Krystal going to push back?
I don't think there's any country in the world that would go as far as Israel has gone to not invade Gaza. I mean, Israel was being bombed by Hamas, took over Gaza. Israel walked out of Gaza. There's no occupation of Gaza.
The blockade, though.
Well, there's a blockade because Hamas declared war on Israel and sent suicide bombers off. So they put up a fence. So it's there. That's like the guy who kills his parents and then throws himself on the mercy of the court because he's an orphan. For them to say that they're blockaded, they're blockaded, and it's not just Israel that's blockading them; it's Egypt. Everybody has a problem with Hamas. In fact, after the 73 war, after the 67 war, Israel tried to give Hamas back to Egypt, and Egypt didn't want to take it.
What? Yeah, exactly.
I mean, Gaza back to Egypt. Egypt didn't want to take it because of the high level of sort of religious militant Islam that Egypt considered a threat to its own government. Let me just finish.
Sure.
Israel, Hamas took over in 2006.
Right.
And they immediately started shelling Israel. So they sent on average 2,000 rockets a year on civilian populations. And their charter and their public statements day after day are it's against Islamic law for them to even negotiate with Israel except as a ruse. It says that in their charter. The only satisfaction for them, the only goal, is to annihilate Israel and kill every Jew, not just in Israel, but all around the world. So Israel, instead of going in and attacking, if Mexico elected a...
You gotta love these rising... Okay, well, I guess this is breaking points that we're watching here, but I'm looking at a video from the Rising from the Hill. The title is John Fetterman is now based. Progressives cope. Are they going to say and seethe? And seethe. Yo.
Communist government, and the communist government began sending shells onto civilian populations in San Antonio and Houston and say, we're going to retake Texas, which they have a legitimate claim to. We're going to retake it. How long would it take us to go in there? It wouldn't take us very long. We would go in and we would do whatever it took to take out the people who were sending the shells. And Israel, instead of doing that, Israel did something extraordinary, which is it invested in an Iron Dome, which is to defend itself against just a little.
I have a feeling that this is going to get some pushback.
Missiles. There's thousands.
This better get some pushback.
Of Israelis that on that part of Israel that have been raised in bomb shelters. Who would put up with that? There's nobody in the world.
No one here is excusing the actions of Hamas, but I think you would agree that one atrocity does not justify another. So how can you hold on? Hold on. How can you say though? How can you say?
But calling it an atrocity.
I haven't finished my question.
Right, go ahead.
How can you say that Israel is doing everything they can to avoid civilian death when the civilian death toll, even by Israeli estimates, and this is the low, this is the best possible number you could put on it, is 61% innocent civilians, thousands of children, thousands of women. That's worse than the combination of every 20th century conflict combined. So how can you look at that and combine with the complete siege of 2.2 million people?
Where is he going to go from here, chat? How is RFK going to weasel?
And say that they are doing everything they can to protect civilian life.
First of all, what you said is not true. We killed 750,000 civilians in Iraq.
She's talking percentage-wise.
What?
She's talking percentage-wise.
The percentage of the average kill rate in Afghanistan, Mosul, in those.
Oh, Chad, I didn't realize this before. People were pointing out the logo's got like a frosting. Is that what people were saying earlier? There's a frosting on top of their logo on their desk, right? And like, yeah, it's like, very festive.
In modern warfare is about 8 or 9 to 1, civilians to military.
And you think that's fine? 80% civilian death, you're fine with that?
I don't think a single civilian death is fine. Not a single, but when we went into Germany to get out the Nazis, we killed 2 million Germans. We bombed Dresden.
Which is why, and actually there's an analysis that just came out that showed the bombing of northern Gaza has been more devastating and more destructive than our bombing of Dresden. I would also say after World War II, that's why we put in place things like the Geneva Conventions, to make sure that we did as much as we could to protect civilian life. So when you say, let me give you a specific report that you can respond to. The Washington Post, we can put this up on the screen, guys. This is the second element.
R2.
The Washington Post just reported.
It's weird how much the main arguments that get made justifying war crimes are arguments that really just refer to other war crimes or like refer to it's just like there's always a justification based on like precedent, and it's a precedent that like should be unacceptable.
Israel dropped U.S. supplied white phosphorus in an attack in Lebanon in a way that is inconsistent with the laws of war, directly impacting a civilian population. Are these, now you might say, look, maybe the report's in dispute, maybe we need to go and investigate, but is this or any other of Israeli conduct in this war, is this something that you think should be investigated for potential violations of international law?
Again, if Israel dropped white phosphorus on civilian populations illegally, then they should be prosecuted for war crimes.
Yeah.
But I don't think there's strong evidence that they've done that, and Israel absolutely denies it. There are legal ways to use white phosphorus because it's used, in war, which is as a concealant. And Israel says that's what it's doing. Here's what Israel has done. Israel has calls people before they bomb them. Nobody else in the world does that. It's made
courteous. Great customer service.
20,000 live calls. So an Arab-speaking IDF member who calls the landlord, they have the telephone numbers of everybody in Gaza.
Thorough.
Now, there's a lot of connectivity problems, so they can't always
barely cell access right now.
Let me finish. They've made 20,000 live calls with people telling you, here's what's going to happen. You need to move out. In your neighborhood, on your building. They've sent 1.2 million robocalls. They've sent
robocalls? No! God damn. This is
1.2 million pamphlets. The pamphlets are color-coded for date and for time, so that you don't see an old pamphlet and say, oh, this won't apply to me. So people know when that building is going to get
conscientious
bombed. And they do something nobody else in the world does because they invented it, which is they send in roof knockers, which is a projectile that hits the roof 2 hours before they bomb the building.
Like Santa doesn't even do this, right? They're knocking on the roof. Oh no, this is terrible. This is so terrible. This is...
Warn the people in that building to get out because they're going to bomb it.
Like, it feels like a dark joke, but it's real.
In warning the civilians, they're also warning Hamas. And so it makes it much more difficult. And, the fact there's many, many nations in the world that would just go and flatten the whole place, which Israel could do. It doesn't have to go in there and put IDF soldiers at risk in hand-to-hand combat. This is Hamas has made this stand. They're putting civilians in the way. What is Israel supposed to do? It can't leave Hamas in there.
But Bobby, I don't think we should accept that from any state, Israel or any other. And I mean, they have rendered. Hold on. They've rendered Gaza City uninhabitable at this point. And there's been reports documenting that some of the procedures that you're talking about that they used in previous wars, they're not using this time. They've emphasized this attack on quote-unquote power targets, which are things like civilian infrastructure and high-rise apartment buildings, not to get Hamas, but to create a, quote, shock in the civilian population. In addition, as I mentioned before, you have a collective punishment of 2.2 million people who are having their access to water, food, fuel, medicine blocked right now by Israel. This also appears to be in violation of the Geneva Conventions. Do you think that it's acceptable to impose a siege on the entire civilian population in Gaza?
If there's a violation, first of all, I don't think that's happening. Let me explain. Second of all, if it violates the Geneva Convention, or if they're deliberately, at any point, anybody is deliberately targeting civilians, they should be prosecuted and they should be jailed and the key should be thrown away. And people say this, But, I don't see any proof of that.
You
We
don't
right
see
now,
proof of
that people
going
are
hungry?
deliberately targeting civilians.
But the government announced they were doing a complete siege on the 2.2 million.
Yeah,
civilians.
okay, you're talking about the
siege.
The siege. Now, we did for 10 years, we did collective punishment of Iraq. We actually
There we go. This is exactly what I was talking about. The fact that the United States did something in Iraq means that it was okay to do? I thought this guy was anti-war.
Not either here.
Yeah, but why are we just going after the Jews? Why is it only when
Bobby,
Israel does it? Let me just finish this
because
right now.
our tax dollars are going to fund what's going on, and the visuals of these children being killed and losing their parents and the rubble and the total destruction. This is something
Listen,
our government is backing.
I have friends.
Of course we have an
I have
interest in
friends in Gaza. Okay, I have a friend who is a father of 5 kids, and what he's living through right now is horrible. I have many Palestinian friends. I've been to West Bank. I've met with the Palestinian leadership. I love the Palestinian people. It's excruciating watching what's happened. But why are we blaming Israel? Why are we
because
blaming
they're
the
the ones
people?
dropping the bombs.
They have
with our dollars.
They have to get at Hamas. They have to destroy Hamas. And Hamas, unfortunately, build tunnels for themselves.
This is absolute, shoot the hostage logic. And they literally did shoot the hostages. Right? Their own hostages.
But they did not build bomb shelters for their people. And Israel has told people, move to the south. There's food trucks there. There's medicine there.
What an asshole.
But there's not.
It's
the
only
area,
not.
The south, which is now getting bombed, yeah.
The area they told them to go to is an area that is the size of LAX airport. It is a desert wasteland. There are no UN flag facilities. In fact, if you ask the Secretary General of the UN, he'll tell you there are no safe places in Gaza. You already have 1.8 million people who have been displaced from their homes. So, at what point do you say, okay, it's enough? Because the other piece of this, even if you say, and I know you're not saying this, but even if you say I don't care about the Palestinian lives, they got to do what they got to do. It's the cost of war. What are you going to do? There's also a lot of evidence that what they're actually doing.
It's even more disturbing what he's saying. The fact that he's like, I care about Palestinian people. I have friends who are Palestinian, but they got to go in and they got to get Hamas. And literally killing 60% innocent civilians, which, let's be real, it's higher than that. Most likely. It's, that is an estimate that's
is fomenting increasing support for Hamas. Because if you think about it, if you're a kid and your parents get blown up, what kind of politics do you think you're going to have when you grow up? Isn't that going to be tremendously radicalizing and incredibly compromising to the security of Israel?
That's what the thing about this whole, Hamas has got to go. You got to get rid of Hamas, then we can start with a clean state. Whenever you hear that stuff, understand what's really being argued for. Eternal war. That is what that is. When they say that, because you cannot end something by essentially ensuring that they will have recruits forevermore, ensuring that they're perceived as the only entity, meaningfully resisting the occupation, right? This is not how you break Hamas. This is how you build Hamas.
Alike.
So how would you get rid of Hamas?
Well,
if you're Israel.
Well, I'm not running for president of the United States, number one.
But I'm
number two,
you.
I think we have a model for this in a sense from the way we went in and approached bin Laden. So it was a targeted raid. If you're actually going to do this, you do a count.
Yeah, Tommy, it's the optics of having Hamas there is extremely useful to people who don't want to negotiate any kind of political solution.
Counter-terror operation where you go in a targeted way, you create a wedge between Hamas and the civilian population. And we see how this works in the past because previously in Israeli society, when there were pathways to peace that were on the table, where the Palestinian civilian population felt that they had a chance at negotiating some sort of a peaceful outcome, guess what? Support for Hamas falls off a cliff. It's almost a one-to-one relationship with the more brutal the response from the Israelis, the more support for radicalism that there is.
You can filibuster.
I'm not filibustering. You asked me a question. I'm trying to answer it.
Yeah, I think you're filibustering. You're not answering the question. You're saying drive a wedge. Well, of course Israel's trying to drive a wedge.
By offering some other path that's not terrorism and not violence.
What is that path?
It's a path to two-state solution or some sort of a just and lasting peace.
And the Palestinians not only have rejected that, but Hamas, its whole purpose was the reason that Hamas was able to get all this popular support and take over was because of its opposition to any negotiation.
Hamas just came out and said that they support Israel's PLO and recognize Israel's right to exist. On the other hand, you have the ambassador, the Israeli ambassador to the UK saying we will absolutely no to a two-state solution.
I just cannot let you tell that's just not true.
Ismail
Haniyeh was on TV on Al Jazeera yesterday saying we're going to do this again and again and again. We will never negotiate.
Which we covered and which is disgusting. But there's no. What about the fact? But hold on. What about the fact that? What about the fact that Netanyahu and his government have said absolutely no? They built up Hamas to try to thwart any sort of Palestinian statehood. Where's the focus on that?
I'm not defending Netanyahu, and I'm not. I don't co-sign. What Netanyahu and Likud do. Israel is a divided country. 80 or 20% of the population were on the street demonstrating against Netanyahu. What I'm saying is Hamas is a criminal enterprise.
Sure.
Yes. The Palestinian, and you talk about solutions for the Palestinian people. The Palestinian people are arguably the most pampered people by trade organizations.
What?
No,
even before this war, 78% of people in Gaza said they had, not enough food to eat.
Right. And why is that? Why are you blaming Israel?
Well, in part, it's Hamas.
I wonder why would you? No.
And in part, it's the fact that Israel imposed a blockade and talked about putting them on a diet.
If your neighbor, first of all, Israel has no obligation. Israel built 3,000 hothouses and gave them for greenhouses. That would have made Gaza completely food self-sufficient, gave it to them as a gift, offered to rebuild the port of Gaza to make it the Singapore of the West. Hamas said, no, we don't want you money, we don't want you ideas. And what do? The international aid agencies have given Gaza more than 10 times the per capita what we gave to rebuild all of Europe after the Marshall Plan. They've gotten $8,300 per capita, every person in Gaza. We rebuilt Europe with $621 per capita in Europe, and we rebuilt it. What did they do with that money? Instead of using it to make this, Gaza's this beautiful country, white sand beaches, it should be a paradise. Hamas said, we don't want that. They take virtually all of that money and they steal it. So the top 5 guys, the top 5 leaders of Hamas are billionaires. Ismail Haniyeh has $5 billion, according to Forbes.
But Bobby, again,
wait, let me just finish. No, because you made you are making a statement that is just wrong. It's not Israel's fault that Gaza is poverty-stricken. Gaza should be one of the wealthiest states on the Mediterranean.
They have no control over their own territory.
Of course, if you go to...
Yeah, I forgot about that, Autumn Leafs. This guy used to be, I don't know, friends with Sam Cedar. He was definitely on a show with Sam Cedar and Mike Papantonio.
If you go
everything that comes in and goes out.
If you go to war, no.
But Cedar now disavows him. Yeah.
Krystal, why are you blaming? Why do you insist on blaming Israel?
He's surprised a lot of people. He was, I don't know. Was he always an anti-vaxxer though?
No,
Hamas.
I do blame Hamas, but you know what else, Bobby? Our tax dollars do not go to Hamas. They go to the Netanyahu government.
And
it's our bombs, 22,000 of which are being bombed, dropped on the civilian population right now.
You know what most of our tax dollars have gone for? For the Iron Dome, which is a way of not invading Gaza. Our country and Israel for 16 years have expended this huge amount of money to try not to go into Gaza, while Gaza sent 2,000 rockets a year, suicide bombers, and of course Israel's
And how many times has Israel come in and quote unquote mowed the lawn?
They've gone in 5 times, and every time they've signed a peace agreement with Hamas, and every time they violated that peace agreement. Let me
Well,
just...
Israel also has been
why
killing
are you-
Palestinians in the West Bank. But hold on.
Listen,
I want to move
if
forward.
Mexico attacked us and we built a fence, would you blame us for caging in Mexico? Well, I don't know what it is, but everything in your mind is telling you to blame Israel instead of blaming Hamas.
Bobby, hold on.
Let me just finish
because I want to get to the end game. Then Sagar has some questions for you on free speech that I want to make sure we get to, because I think this is important as well. What Netanyahu has said and what he's tasked his senior advisor with. We can actually
talk
put
to me
this,
about Netanyahu.
But he's
Let
the
me
leader.
answer your question.
I haven't even asked the question.
No,
Let me
let
ask
me
the
finish-
question.
let me finish
Can we put this
answering your
element
last
up?
question.
Can we put this element up on the screen? Netanyahu
And you can
has
answer
said
too.
that he wants to, quote unquote, thin out the population of Gaza to a minimum. There is simultaneously a proposal that is being shopped here in D.C. with some bipartisan support that would use our aid dollars to countries in the region to pressure them to accept Palestinian refugees out of Gaza to enable Netanyahu's plan of, quote unquote, thinning out the population. I'm sure you know he has been very cagey about what he wants the future of Gaza to look like. What do you want the future of Gaza to look like? And is there any circumstance where you would support pushing neighboring countries to resettle Palestinians?
No, I think, listen, I don't, as I said, I don't co-sign anything for Netanyahu or for Likud.
But he's
That's
in
not what I'm
charge.
saying.
So I know, but he's
Well,
the
how would
person.
you deal with him if you're
How
the
would you
president?
deal with it? What
If
would
he
be
says
your
no.
plan for the future of Gaza? If
I think right now, I'm all ears as how do you get rid of Hamas? I think you have to get rid of Hamas. Hamas is a criminal organization that is making
75% off of chocolate Haagen-Dazs?
The 5 leaders of it are all billionaires. By the way, Yasser Arafat died a billionaire. Mahmoud Abbas a billionaire. His 2 kids who run West Bank have $750 million. It is a criminal enterprise where they are stealing everything from the people of Gaza, and then they raise them from kindergarten to kill Jews. I saw the 43-minute film of the GoPros and the body cams, and the things that I saw.
What is up with this? Because he's not the only one, right? There's like certain people that they're showing this thing to, and then having them go like out and talk about it on the news, right? This is like, do you know what I'm talking about?
The rape, the burning people alive, no matter what.
And that way it gives them the ability to go into any argument and be like, no, you don't understand. I saw the video. And like that, changes all the calculation.
Happened to you for the rest of your life. No matter how abused you were, no matter how you could never act.
His talking points are just stunted.
These kids are being raised as serial killers. They're being
oh my God.
Legitimate targets?
Well, the terrorists, yes. Right?
I'm talking about the terrorists.
Does that make them legitimate targets?
No, that's not what I'm saying, Krystal. What I'm saying is Hamas is oppressing its own people. It's stealing from and it's turning them it's taking away their childhood. Instead of, just distributing this huge amount of money that they've gotten, building a wonderful culture and society and economic prosperity for them. Instead, it has one purpose, which is to annihilate Jews. And kids, their schools are named after Jew killers. Their streets are named after Jew killers.
A majority of Palestinians,
they are paid bounties to kill Jews.
A majority of Palestinians in Gaza support a 2-state solution.
Well, the polls I've seen right now.
Ask him if he disavows Sinn Féin.
All for a 2-state solution. Show me how it happens. The last time that Arafat was offered that, which was by Clinton and Ehud Barak in 2001, he was offered everything that the.
I don't want to say it again, but that offer was not a serious offer. It was it had things added to it called poison pills, which are essentially terms that the party offering is aware that the party receiving the offer it's a no-go for them, right? It's
Palestinians had asked for. everything, and except for 3% of the West Bank, and they said, we'll give you 3% of Israel. And those are the suburbs around major Israeli cities that are settled. Oh, and Arafat walked out of that negotiation without a counteroffer, and he later explained to Prince Bandar, if I made a deal, anybody who makes a deal with the Israelis, they will be killed by our own people.
So just to finish this up, sir.
They've been offered a two-state
Finish this
solution
up.
plenty of
She
times.
asked you about your end game. So I just want to get a definitive answer on that. She asked you about your end game, which is, let's say Israel, and we agreed there's no justification of Hamas. Hamas is a criminal enterprise. It's gone. What does a two-state solution look like under the Kennedy administration? The
Well,
Biden administration is pushing the Palestinian Authority. Netanyahu says no. So is that something that you envision?
Listen,
is Israel going to lead?
First of all, the President of the United States cannot decree that, there's going to be a two-state solution. What we can do is we can pressure Israel, but more importantly, we can use our influence. I think what we need to be doing is to encouraging the Solomon Accords, encouraging peace in the region, encouraging ultimately peace is going to come from prosperity.
Would you condition aid to try to secure a two-state solution, or at least to end the illegal settlements?
I would encourage it, but as I said, more importantly, I would encourage the other nations. I would be talking on the phone right now with President Ziwe, with President Putin, with all the leaders of the Arab world, and trying to get some kind of collaboration, because I think ultimately that's what's going to happen. But until that, one of the problems, one of the dilemmas for Israel right now is you can say to Israel, let's turn this over to the UN. The UN has never, the blue helmets have always left as soon as the shooting starts.
Sure.
And the UN will not even condemn Hamas. So how is, and then the other Arab states have solidified, have all, expressed solidarity in support of Hamas. So how is Israel to, expect now to turn its fate, its destiny, its duty to protect its own people from danger over to people who say, we don't think there's anything wrong with Hamas, what Hamas did?
All right, so let's move on to free speech. This is something we want to get into here. So I'm sure you saw the clip of presidents of MIT, University of Pennsylvania, and
interesting.
Harvard University. There's been
there's one part I really don't want to miss, right? This is the most viewed.
I have a panel of economic advisors, a wide range, and they're all focused on this, removing tax benefits to corporations that are using federal loans to buy houses, home equity loans, those kind of loans. And also supporting or creating legislation that will make it impossible or make it penalize with tax treatment the accumulation of single-family homes by large investment houses and hedge funds.
Got it.
Quickly, you got a VP shortlist?
I wouldn't talk about it. As much as I enjoy you.
Give us
ideas.
Give me some criteria. Type of people you're looking at.
Oh,
Sean Fain of UAW. I put him at the top of my list.
How about Dana White?
Oh, that'd be interesting.
That would be interesting.
You would get a lot of
no
press.
comment on that one. No comment.
What about Tucker
is that?
Carlson?
Is that a serious someone you're floating?
No, I just like him. But
who are other people you like that flavor? Dana White, he's bombastic. He's got the FU attitude. Is that something you're looking for?
No, I'm looking for somebody maybe who's a little bit more healing.
Okay.
But I like Dana White.
All right.
How about Jeffrey Epstein?
Okay, so I do have a question here I wanted to wrap on. This got a lot of attention about flying on Epstein's plane twice. I know you clarified that was at a point in which you've since said you believe that he was trying to curry favor with your family. So do you?
I don't remember saying that.
I saw it on your Twitter. So you followed up and said it's possible that he was trying
to. You saw that on my Twitter? Yeah. Oh,
yes.
I don't know. I can tell you exactly what my relationship was with Jeffrey Epstein.
Here we go.
I flew my wife, Mary Richardson, knew his girlfriend. I didn't know whether I thought it was his wife at the time, but Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yeah.
And she got a ride. Ghislaine offered her a ride for our family to go to Palm Beach, where I wanted to visit my mother over Easter. I flew down with Mary and my two kids, with the two oldest kids. Mary was pregnant with Connor at the time, and then another time that was in 1993. So nobody knew about Jeffrey Epstein's nefarious
But
act.
that was a trip, I think, if I remember what he said before, that was a trip to Little St. James Island.
The first hint the public was 2006.
Yes, after his conviction. Right.
Yeah. So so nobody knew about it. He was just another, wealthy guy in New York. And then I flew again sometime, maybe, probably about 1990.
So he's in the habit of taking free, trips from just random wealthy dudes, and like, I don't know, it's
1996.
It kind of cuts against his brand image as the independent.
Flew to South Dakota again with all my
Even in spite of the fact that this is Epstein, and he says it's before anybody knew, but
kids and Mary to do a fossil hunting trip with them.
So they were looking for dinosaur bones.
Now, I probably ran into Epstein at fundraisers and stuff, but I didn't know him socially. I didn't. He was not my friend.
Okay. My question is about well, I guess, I don't know if your staff put it out, but one of the things you'd surmise was about him currying favor. And there's been quite a few questions about whether he was a foreign intelligence asset, either for Israel, for the United States. Is that something, like, what do you think about that?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I've read that he was, an agent for Mossad.
Yeah.
I don't know, I really haven't followed him that much. My kids, one of my kids follows him and said to me, that it's highly likely that he was murdered. But I wouldn't want to, I don't want to get involved in.
I mean, I didn't come up with the idea, but one of my kids tells me that a lot of people are saying that perhaps Epstein did not Epstein himself.
Another conspiracy theory. I know
Well, you declassify the Epstein files.
There we go.
Will you
There's the
declassify the
cue.
Epstein
Oh,
files?
I think everything. Look, everybody in his black books should be. We should know those names.
Okay.
We should know. Declassify everything, subpoena everything, lay it out, because. He was involved. I saw the documentary on him, and what they were doing was just horrific.
Oh yeah.
So, but I mean that was 13 years after I took that flight, and everybody. I have to say that. Well, I knew. I mean, I saw Harvey Weinstein. Bill Cosby came to my house.
What was he like?
Go ahead and put it all out there.
And O.J. Simpson came to my house.
Wow.
The cable lot.
I got home one day. Chris Hansen was sitting in my living room. He said, "Take a seat."
Yeah.
But nobody knew that they were, rapists
Monsters.
and killers.
Jared Fogle. Jared Fogle was in. Like, I was hanging out with Jared Fogle. I just really thought he liked Subway, and
They were just well-known people, and
yeah, no, anybody could have friends who turn out to be a bunch of.
they're living in New York.
Oh.
And
Well, I need to hang out at your house so I can meet some interesting people.
Yeah.
Do you want to meet those kind of interesting people?
I was a kid, my people came to my mom's house when,
Yeah.
So, but you don't know who these people are until they get arrested.
Until you find out who
Your
they
team
really
tells us
are.
that you got to go, sir.
Bobby,
Your team tells us that we got to get rid of you, sir. Not so subtle hint. Anyway, chat, that'll be my not so subtle hint as well, to say goodbye to you. Remember, you can support me on YouTube, on Twitch, on Throne, and on Patreon. And as always, make sure to hit that like button, because even that is one thing that you can do for free that helps me a lot. So, no? Stop? Why are we saying stop? Oh, okay. I was just making sure. I was like, wait, stop. Sorry. I do have to go, because I do turn into a pumpkin at some point, theoretically, and I don't want to see that happen. Wait, would I turn into a pumpkin, or would I just like my outfit would get a lot worse. I think the outfit would get worse. I think it's like something else that turns into a pumpkin. Anyway, good night, everybody. I will see you probably on Sunday. Probably again on Sunday. Until then.